Hands up. Nobody's going to find out that you don't know how to sing it. They're just going to play it behind. Just stand at attention. Can we please have the national anthem? Okay, put your hands together, please. I was looking at everybody at first. I wanted to know who knows the national anthem. Please, you can take your seats. I wanted to know who knows the national anthem and who doesn't. Then I turned and I saw the screen. But we should learn it. Good morning once again, everybody. Please, a round of applause for ourselves for being here. I need it to be loud. I like to start by saying that if someone misses their way and ends up in this room, at first glance, they'll think that it's a fashion show because we all look so good. So many handsome faces and beautiful faces. If you agree with me, please let me see you snap. Just snap. Or clock it. Gen Z's in the house, let's clock it. Welcome to the Citizen Townhall 2026. My name is Lulu Manuel. I'm a broadcaster and I will be your host for today. So our theme for this year is who shapes the Nigerian life. It's a few months to the 2027 general election, another election cycle. It's crucial for us to shift our focus from people, from gender, from tribe to prioritize human development outcomes that truly impact our communities. Today, we will explore how policy and governance can be translated into everyday language, making the consequences clear to all. Policies are the invisible structures that determine how everything else works. Once again, you're welcome, and I look forward to everything that we're going to learn today. To welcome us properly with the opening speech, we'll have our convener, the CEO of Big Cabal Media. He is Tomiwa Aladekomo. Please put your hands together for him as he comes forward.
Good morning. So welcome, distinguished guests, partners, speakers, and most importantly, the young Nigerians who are gathered here today. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to the Zikoko Townhall, a Citizen Townhall. Zikoko Citizen is a youth-focused civic and political media platform born out of Zikoko. It was created in response to a critical question. How do we make politics and governance make sense to young people? And even more importantly, how do we move them to action instead of the passivity that we have today? Over the past few years, Nigeria's political landscape has seen a noticeable decline in civic participation, particularly among young people. It's a problem because Nigeria is one of the youngest countries in the world. More than half of our population is under the age of 30. That's energy, it's potential. Now, young Nigerians are not passive participants in Nigeria's fate. They are shaping culture, they are drivers of cultural narratives, but when it comes to formal political participation, it's as if young people have decided that it's beyond our control. There's not a space where we can shape things. So we just won't be there. So Zikoko Citizen exists because Nigeria cannot continue that way. If you leave politics to the old guard, if you leave governance to the old guards, we will continue with the same outcomes that we've had prior to now. And so Zikoko Citizen exists because we recognize that if we're not able to take control, if young people are not participating in this space, then we will continue as we have been. And I don't think anyone thinks that that is a good trajectory for the country. We're here to help young people and young Nigerians understand politics, policy, and governance in a way that makes sense to them, that's simple, that's engaging, it's relatable, and again, most importantly, action-oriented. Information is not enough. Awareness is not enough. Participation is what changes nations. We're at a defining point in Nigeria's journey. If we want to push the country forward, have the country that we deserve, then everyone must be involved. For that to happen, the largest demographic in the country must be informed, they must be empowered, they must be equipped. So that's what Zikoko Citizen represents, and that's why we're gathered here today. To challenge assumptions, to share ideas, to exchange strategies, to figure out how we move this country forward. None of this, and today, would not be possible without the backing and the strong support of our partners, Luminate and Open Society Foundations. We'd like to thank you and thank them for their commitment in driving transformation. We also want to thank all of the partners who have helped make today possible. We want to thank the speakers, our co-curators, for helping us shape robust and meaningful conversations. And to all of you who have left your homes early on a Saturday morning, when I know that some of you were out last night, thank you. We appreciate your commitments to Nigeria, to change. Your presence here is powerful, and I think showing up is the first act of citizenship. As we look ahead to 2027, our responsibility has become more urgent. We need people to get their PVCs, participate in the electoral process. We need to hold leaders accountable, demand better. Today we're asking, who shapes Nigerian life? And while there are several stakeholders, it is clear that Nigerians can and have to shape their own lives. We shape our own lives with our voting, with our civic engagement decisions. It's a big responsibility. It's not the easiest of journeys, but Zikoko Citizen will continue to walk with the young people of Nigeria, providing information, insights, and resources to keep you all informed and empowered. Thank you once again for being here. Together we can build a Nigeria that is stronger and one that we will be proud to hand over to the next generation. Thank you all, and welcome to the Zikoko Citizen Townhall.
Please a louder round of applause for him. I'm glad that I'm seeing a lot of young people in the room because indeed we are the future of Nigeria, and dare I say the future of Nigeria is beautiful. Just a couple housekeeping rules. First things first, we have Wi-Fi available in case you're interested. The name is Marriott Bomboy. That's a very funny name. Marriott, M-A-R-R-O-T Bomboy, with the code 890. And if you need to find the restroom, our ushers can help you. Please keep your belongings with you at all times, especially at the restroom areas, because there are no cameras in those areas. We do not hope for any emergencies, but in the case of any, we have first aiders available to help us. In a couple of minutes, we will have our keynote speaker. He is the person of Ikemasit Efyong. Ikemasit Efyong is a lawyer and strategic advisor specializing in corporate governance, political risk, and public policy in sub-Saharan Africa. He'll be coming up in a couple of minutes, but before then, I want to come to the audience and ask a couple of questions. 2027 is going to be the elections. We're going to have new leaders, but we also do understand that these leaders who we're going to vote into office, they're the ones who are going to make policies, and policies affect our everyday life. So I'm going to come to a lot of us. When you decide to vote for a person, what are the things that you see first? What are the things that convince you that the person is a good candidate? Anybody, before I start passing the mic, before I start coming to you in your face, what are the things that you consider before you vote for a person? Okay, please say your name and your answer.
My name is Ajayade Inka. The past deeds of the person. The good deeds, the good things the person have done before the election or something.
That's a really good answer. But then we know also that in Nigeria, 2 years to the election, people are doing good things. So, yeah, another lady here.
My name is Ayomide, and when I think of their policies that they think they want to bring for us, so I'm looking at youth inclusion, gender inclusion, if they have any of those touch points when it comes to like their debates or when it comes to their manifestos, those are the key points I'm looking out for.
Right, really good answer.
I look at tribe. No, I'm joking. I don't look at tribe. But I feel like a lot of people do, and that is sort of the overlying issue, is we always focus on things that we can't see. And the people who are generally always competing then realize that they don't have to compete on any real rails. They just have to focus on what everybody else is going to focus on, like faith or tribe. And I would like an election where we actually force them to provide real policy plans, which would be a good thing to then decide that I would like to vote for you over.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? Please give her the mic.
Good morning, everybody. I am Mide Bolaji here. I just want someone with integrity. That's all. Because I feel like that can translate into also, building a society that has integrity. That's all.
So if the leader has integrity, the people will have integrity. Okay, great. We have another person here. 2 people here, please.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I am John Patrick, and the first thing I look out for is empathy. That can't be faked. Yes, you can't fake empathy, so that's what I look out for in leaders. Yeah.
You said we can't fake empathy, and I'm thinking about a lot of Nigerian leaders and politicians.
No,
That's
when
I mean,
they
have you
fake
seen
it,
people roasting corn by the roadside or carrying
you-
babies during election
they
period?
do that during election period, but someone who has true empathy would do that over the years. You wouldn't wait till it's election period to be empathetic towards citizens.
Agree to disagree, but yes, next person.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Fashomo Michael Olaito. Basically, I look out for a leader that have a clear-cut policy on how to solve our pressing challenges: security, agriculture, and the economy. So I'll sum up by saying I'll look at their policy, their manifesto, and again, integrity has to come to play for me.
Policy, manifesto, integrity, there's someone behind.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Samuel. I think the right question should be, after looking at the antecedent and the pedigree, is all this thing really going to work out? Look how happened in Abuja last week. That the what's it called? The election, look at the way it actually went. Do you understand? So I believe he's not even looking at for the competency, the integrity. We have a big problem in this country. And that has to be addressed. And that's why we're actually here today. So thank you.
All right, any other person? Okay, there's someone here.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Chekubi Isaac. What I'm looking out for is very simple: accountability. Oftentimes, we had leaders who pass down the blame to previous leaders instead of taking, being responsible for the actions. So I'm looking out for accountability. I'm very big on accountability.
On accountability. Anyone else? Okay, there's someone there.
My name is Deborah Odeni. Right now, based on antecedents and all those things that have been happening in Nigeria, if I were to look for quality, I would look for a neutral person, someone who is not belonging to any godfather, who does not belong to any party, maybe a new party or somebody who is just coming out newly, and maybe the person is a diplomat, has been working all his life, somebody that has a very good policy plan, manifesto, but must be neutral. Thank you.
We're going to take one more. The man in white over there.
Good morning, everyone. So basically speaking, my name is Stin, by the way. Basically speaking, it's hard someone who is neutral, not trying to dissify our answer though. But I would say I would look at someone who can build a policy for Nigeria in such a way that it's a structured policy from the ground. So you have people mostly come out and to change Nigeria, but they're always under two policy rules. So you need someone who can build a structure using the youth. So something I'll look at. Thank you.
Okay, really good answers, everybody. We will talk more about this. I'd like to let us know that Bomboy password was funny. We have a new password. It's just Zikoko. It's just Zikoko. The new Wi-Fi password is Zikoko. Real simple. Right now, we will move on to our keynote speaker. He is the person of Ikemesit Efyong. He's a lawyer and a strategic advisor specializing in corporate governance, political risk, and public policy in sub-Saharan Africa. He has consulted on 4 Nigerian governorship races and advised major multinationals like MTN, MultiChoice, British American Tobacco, and Coca-Cola on regulatory compliance and CSR strategy. His extensive network helps governments and global brands navigate Nigeria's complex landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome our keynote speaker, Ikemesit Efyong. That's not loud enough.
Mic check. Great. Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing today? First up, I just want to thank Zikoko and Big Cabal Media just generally for giving me the opportunity to share a few words on this very important and pertinent issue. And I must say, I think I share the sentiment of my brother. Just as I was about to refer to him, the media crew just came into my view. But I think I share his sentiment, especially in the light of the FCT Council elections, about the fact that we have a significant challenge in Nigeria, particularly with respect to participation. And I mean, over the last few years at SBM Intelligence, my team and I, we've looked at a lot of numbers about Nigeria on elections, participation, voter turnout, engagement. On insecurity, you don't need me to add extra context, right, to that. The spate of kidnappings, the fact that it's pervasive, it's everywhere, the fact that I know of some of us in the room, myself included, that have had to make contributions towards ransom payments for individuals and for loved ones that we know. On food prices, the cost of living crisis that we're dealing with in Nigeria is quite a significant one as well. For example, SBM Intelligence, we track the cost of preparing a plate of jollof rice for the MBS's statistical number, right, of the average Nigerian family, which is a family of 5, and that number is above 30,000 naira right now. And what the data keeps telling us is that we should be angrier, we should be more frustrated, and we should actually be more powerful than our political experience suggests. You know, we go on TV, we analyze polls and trends, we say we should have and collect our PVCs, which is a great thing to do. Please get how many of us have our PVCs? Just temperature check. Great, that's a great number. We light up streets and timelines during protests and campaigns, yet somehow the people who shape our daily lives still feel very far and very removed from us. And so Zikoko Citizen has asked a really dangerous but necessary question. Who shapes our life? And my argument today, and take this as one perspective amongst many because there'll be multiple panels, there'll be other speaker sessions as well, but my argument today is simple. Nigerian life is shaped less by the loudest people and more by the most consistent people. and elections, more than any other part of the democratic experience, are where consistency either shows up or it disappears. Before we talk about 2027, which is on our horizon, and that's all that everyone is thinking about, let's just talk a little bit about what the research and sort of my own experience just engaging with Nigerians across the country says about where our power as young people, engaged citizens, is leaking. So in 2023, we ran polling and issues-based research across the country, and one thing was clear, and it came across as really striking, which was that young Nigerians were more engaged in conversations, we were more tuned into issues, and we were more emotionally invested than in any cycle. But when the official turnout numbers came out, especially for younger voters, they were still far below what that energy should have produced. The rolling average over the last 3 election cycles for voter participation in the average Nigerian election is about 19%. That's an abysmal number. If anyone of us got 19% on anything we were doing, you know how the reaction will be, right? Yeah. On paper, young people are the largest voting bloc in the country, especially first-time voters. During the 2023 elections, first-time voters accounted for nearly 40% of the entire voting population bloc. We know Nigeria is one of the youngest countries in the world. I just want to ask, is there anyone in the room that is below the age of 25? Anyone at all? Okay. So she is more representative of Nigeria than the rest of us. Nigeria is that young, right? And we are in the statistical minority. But in reality, representation for people like her on the ballot and in office remains thin. And youth turnout lags behind youth anger. When I go on TV or I go on radio to break down elections, the questions are usually who will win, which region is stronger, who has the strongest structure. But very few people ask, how do citizens convert this moment into long-term leverage? And that's how you end up with the kind of democracy that we have, a democracy that I like to call spectator democracy, where we watch politics like it's Arsenal versus Chelsea. I mean, they're playing tomorrow, so they were the ones that came to mind. Instead of treating democracy for what it really is, which is a long-term project, a child that needs to be nurtured and grown and taught and watered and poured into, because democracy is a living thing. So part of the work that we need to do before 2027 is to completely change how we think about what elections are for. There are things that I talk about often, right, and I'm asked to give comments on, right, you know, things like food prices, like fuel prices, like insecurity, you know, things that everyone feels on the streets before they see in a statistic. But all of those things dovetail back to one thing: policy. Who decides the subsidy regime? Who manages the value of the currency? Who designs security responses? Those people got their jobs either through an election, through a party process, or through someone who did. And so when you vote and when you're thinking about who you're voting for, there was a lady in the room during the initial Q&A who talked about looking for someone or, you know, voting for someone neutral. Know that you're not just choosing personalities, you're choosing who gets to decide whose pain becomes priority and whose pain remains background noise. And I think it's safe to say for a lot of us here in the room, our pain has simply not been prioritized, at least since 1999. In one of our pre-election studies, and part of this is about focus, we found that many Nigerians were intensely focused on presidential elections. I think the numbers were like all of the respondents, and we polled like 16,000 Nigerians in every state, right, and the FCT, and all of those Nigerians were squarely interested in what the outcome of the presidential election would be. But when it came to the governorship election, that percentage fell from 100 to 21%. For the legislative elections, it fell further to 14%. And that tells us that a lot of the day-to-day power sits in places where Nigerians are not squarely focused on. Okay, you may know the Senate President, you may know the House Speaker, right? But do you know your own honorable member in the House of Representatives? Do you know your senator, right? And I'm not talking about your senator or your House of Reps member where you're from. I mean where you live, right? Because if you travel and you go home, you may only go home once or twice a year, but you live in Lagos, you pay taxes in Lagos or Abuja or Port Harcourt or wherever it is that you live, you know, especially for those of us who are watching on the live stream. The person who is representing you there matters almost as much as the person who occupies Aso Rock or the person who occupies the seat in Alausa. And so oftentimes it appears as though we vote once for the person at the top and we abandon the rest of the chain, which is just as critical. In any serious democracy, elections are supposed to be the beginning of pressure. They tell you who you can hold receipts against. They tell you who you can petition. They tell you who you can threaten to recall. And they tell you who you can send home after all of that, or if all of that fails, in the next cycle. If elections are meant to be this powerful, therefore, why do they often feel so weak in Nigeria? I think one big reason is that power without understanding is very easy to manipulate. In one of our reports shortly before the 2023 elections, we asked a simple question. We asked if voters were aware of the key changes in the then electoral law, because it's changed since then, and if they understood how the system works. A lot of people had heard that some things had changed, beavers had come on board, you know, vote transmission was going to be trialed, or at least automatic vote transmission was going to be trialed for the first time. The timelines had been switched in terms of the presidential election getting priority over the governorship and legislative elections. But many Nigerians could not explain what that meant for their votes, or better still, what to do if the process went wrong. And as we found out in 2023, those two questions became definitive in terms of defining how we see and how we perceive those elections even today. And that pattern repeats across issues. People feel the impact of policy, but they often don't know the pathways to power well enough to intervene early. And so for me, civic literacy is not just go and get your PVC, even though, again, please don't quote me, get your PVC, right? Civic literacy is knowing what your local government is supposed to deliver. Civic literacy is understanding what your state assembly can actually change. I mean, if we don't know who our federal lawmakers are, gosh, I don't want to try that exercise here in Lagos with your state representative. Civic literacy is knowing how to document malpractice at your polling unit and where to take that evidence. A lot of the good work we did in 2023 around the documentation did not necessarily translate into the accountability and advocacy parts, right, of mature civic literacy. Civic literacy is knowing the difference between a bad policy and bad implementation, so you know what exactly to demand. In a country where civic space is contested, institutions are often uneven, that kind of literacy is not a luxury, it's a survival skill. And since we're on the subject of young people, I should make a note that for young people and for women especially, civic literacy is how you avoid being used as crowd, while others are listed as candidates. It is how you turn visibility into bargaining power, and not just photo ops, not just someone reaching out to the women constituency or the youth demographic, or having youth leaders who are 45. But even when people understand the system, there's still another barrier that I've seen in a lot of my discussions and engagements, and that's that we still behave as if politics is for them and not for people who look and live like us. Data from recent cycles, including youth-focused initiatives. I see Stairs in the room. I know that Yaga, I know Budgets. They've done interesting work in this space. And they keep showing the same thing. I know Electa also has done work in this space. Young Nigerians and women are mobilized. They're active online. They're present at protests. But they're still underrepresented as candidates and office holders. And so Not Too Young gave us a breakthrough, but it did not give us a tipping point. When I'm often asked, where is youth power in this election? My honest answer really is, you see it in registration figures, you see it in campaign energy, but you don't see nearly enough of it in candidate lists, or in party executive rosters, or in budget committees. And those places are where power solidifies. So let me speak not as a neutral analyst. Let me not speak as that person without bias that one of our attendees here is looking for, but as someone who has watched this happen cycle after cycle. In my professional career, this will be my 5th election cycle, or 2027 will be my 5th election cycle. If you're a young professional or you're a creative, your Instagram activism and your PVC are great, but they're simply not enough. It's just the brutal and the honest reality. We need more of us, and I'm also talking to myself, inside party ward meetings, inside community development associations, inside union elections, and on school PTA committees for those of us who are parents. If you work in the media, if you work in tech, if you work in culture, and I know that a lot of us in the room, right, are heavily represented, or these sectors are heavily represented in the room, you can normalize young and female leaders, not as equals, not as the first female to, or first young person to, even though those headlines are great and good, but as part of the default. Nobody talks about the 256th man to represent Lagos East. You can tell stories that follow policies from manifesto to budget line, not just from rally to result night. And so with 2027 on the horizon, Zikoko will be launching a new citizens report today in whether Nigerians still believe their vote matters, amongst other things. I think the overarching question we should ask ourselves is this: what will each of us do different this time? And I'm not talking about Nigeria, I'm talking about you. Right? Because after spending years buried in spreadsheets, in field notes, in TV and radio studios talking about this democracy, I've come to believe that the real story of 2027 will not just be who wins, but who refuses to outsource their future. So I want to leave you with 3 questions. Again, not for Nigeria in general, but for you in particular. Question 1. Where does your political power currently stop? Does it stop at tweeting? At voting once every 4 years? Or at shaping who gets on the ballot, what they promise, and what they fear losing? Because I know from experience that the biggest incentive you can give a political actor is to make him understand that one day you can kick him out of that position he occupies. Second question. Between now and 2027, what is one institution you will commit to influencing? A party ward, a professional association, a student union, a local council, or even a religious or community space? Third question. Who is one person, a sibling, a colleague, a neighbor, a friend, that you will personally walk through the entire process? Because for you to come out on a Saturday, and I love and cherish my Saturdays, and just as Tomiwa mentioned, it's a real sacrifice to come out of Lagos, right, for anything on a Saturday morning. So you're already above average in terms of your understanding of the imperatives at play here for Nigeria. So who is the one person that you will walk through the entire process? Continuous voter registration is going on. You can transfer your polling units from the apartment you were in 2023 that you've moved from now, right, as 2027 is on the horizon. And it's easy, it's digital, you can do it online. The chaos around having to physically go to a local council headquarters is no longer there. You can literally sit from the comfort of your homes and have your polling unit transfer process activated. Or understanding the offices, or choosing our issues, or demanding accountability after the results. Who is the one person that you will talk through that process? Because in the end, when it comes to determining who shapes the Nigerian life, it will be the people who stop treating PVCs as souvenirs and as identity documents and start treating them as instruments of power. It will be the people who refuse to just be data points in someone else's reports. Zikoko's, Yaga's, SB's, let me call myself out too. But those who use elections as the starting point, the end of their power. Because ultimately, if the story of 2027 is to be written honestly, I really hope it will say that Nigerians understood the assignment, we looked at the data, we learned the rules, and we used these elections to change the script. Thank you for listening.
Please put your hands together for him. Thank you, sir. That's powerful. Thank you. We're about to have our first panel session. But something that stood out for me from what he says is when we elect leaders, we don't just choose people. We choose the people who decide whose pain is prioritized and whose pain is a minority. That's something for us to think of. Welcome again, once again, to the 2026 Citizen Townhall. Put your hands together. We already talked about this. Yes, we can't be tired yet. Put your hands together. So I think this year is who shapes the Nigerian life, and we are shifting the conversations away from personality, from gender, and from tribe, and away from the noise that often distracts us. Today, we're breaking down what policy means. We're taking away all the big drama, and we're really talking about the decision makers, the policies, because policies affect every little thing, the food on our table, the opportunities that our children's get. Opportunities for us too, because according to the urban philosopher Burna Boy, Dangote still they find money. Who are we to not look for money, right? So for our very first panel of today, this is a really interesting panel, and the panel is Innovation Under Pressure, how politics shapes what can be built in Nigeria. And the moderator of that panel is Ganyu Oloruntade. Ganyu Oloruntade is a senior editor at Tech Cabal, Africa's leading technology publication. In his current role, he leads a team of talented reporters covering important stories across 5 key verticals: money, policy, and enterprise, life and work, startups, and emerging technologies. He joined Tech Cabal as a reporter and wrote about startups, policy, and government. Please put your hands together for Ganyu. He's going to join us soon. The next person on the panel is Douglas Kendison. Douglas Kendison is the founder and CEO of Seller, Africa's leading platform for digital entrepreneurs. He worked at Flutterwave and Paystack, 2 of Africa's most successful billion-dollar fintech startups. He brings deep experience into fintech and online payments. Since launching Seller in 2016, he has helped over 2 million users monetize digital products, paying out more than $10 million to African creators. He is passionate about empowering entrepreneurs to build sustainable online businesses and is shaping the future of work across the continent through digital commerce. Please put your hands together for him. Also on that panel, we have Osaritin Gubadia. He is a senior policy advisor and digital strategy leader with over 25 years of experience in infrastructure development and transformative policy across Africa. As a managing partner of Digita, he has driven impactful projects and policy innovations that promote inclusive digital development and entrepreneurial growth. He has spearheaded initiatives like the UNDP Africa Women, Youth, and the Cost of Exclusion Panel, and various national innovation and entrepreneurship strategies. His advisory work spans presidential offices, leading government agencies, multilateral partnerships, and public-private collaborations to build resilient infrastructure and regulatory framework. Please put your hands together for him. Put your hands together for him too. We also have Amaka Okechukwu Okpara. She is an investment professional with over 18 years of experience in finance and investment. She's the founder and partner of Weave Africa, a mission-driven venture capital fund that invests in gender-smart companies, driving innovation across climate, finance, and the future of work. Please put your hands together for her.
Good morning, everyone. This is the first one. I expected more energy than that. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us on this panel, Innovation Under Pressure, How Politics Shapes What Can Be Built in Nigeria. To just provide context, on this panel, we're going to be interrogating the structural tension between innovation and governance in Nigeria, looking at what happens when policy outpaces evidence, when innovation outgrows state capacity, when regulation is designed without founder or citizen realities in mind. We're going to be asking whether Nigeria's current regulatory environment enables innovation that serves the public good or intentionally reward informality, capital flight, and exclusion. I have quite a number of interesting people on this panel, so we would start the conversation. I think a very good place to start would be to look at what the current innovation landscape looks like for Nigeria. And this is a question for all of the panelists. Nigeria is often described as one of Africa's most innovative markets, yet it ranks 131st out of 190 countries on World Bank Ease of Doing Business Index, which is far behind Kenya, that is ranked 56th, Rwanda ranked 38th. So before we talk about the specific sectors that our panelists represent, how should citizens that are in this room understand that contradiction? Is Nigeria succeeding because of the regulatory environment or because of selective aspect of it? Also, you can start. Is Nigeria succeeding despite its governance environment or simply because of selective aspect of it?
Interesting question. So I would say, I think the sheer size of Nigeria gives us opportunity to have impact, even when there are certain issues or certain policies in place that doesn't make it possible. But I think the numbers you started with makes it clear that based on the indexes, we're not doing as good as we should. I often tell people that if you have a country with 20 million people and has its policies right, they can give Nigeria a run for the money, even with our 200 million people, because it's not a real number, right? So when you look at, DEX and you see the total addressable market, TAM, they have these large numbers, which are not attainable as addressable market. But more so, a lot of our startups that are doing quite well must transcend the continent to actually meet the right numbers. So I think that, is important. I think that's what we're going to get into, so let me not go ahead of the questions. But I think that what is key is that intentionality around policy to really create that enabling environment so we can actually have real success. So I wouldn't say Nigeria is essentially performing at its weight.
Thanks, Oswald. Hamaka, can you add to that?
Yeah, thank you. I wear an interesting hat. So now I'm investing in startups because we see innovation in the market today. But prior to this, I was actually working with the World Bank on the ease of doing business and working with governments on policies to improve that. And so let me speak with the two different hats. The first is, I think we have to acknowledge that the government has done quite a bit. And Nigeria is actually leading compared to many actual economies across Africa. So I'll name some of the things that the government has done, and then I'll say that where there is room to grow. So the first thing is, clearly, when we think about innovation, we have to also acknowledge that, states have in different pockets done different things, right? So Lagos State, you have one central collection for one theoretical, collection for taxes. You have right-of-way policies that were very unique in Lagos. In fact, other countries came to Lagos to understand how to do, better right-of-way in terms of the building of fiber optics in Lagos. And that was one of the big things that spurred, hubs in Yaba and things like that. So innovation didn't just come out of nowhere. We also have a government that has put a lot of money that is backing the innovation in Nigeria. Particularly, you have the Sovereign Wealth Fund that has invested in over 10 venture capital and private equity firms on the continent. And they are really funding that. You have, and then you have new initiatives that are coming up. So I think that's the first thing I would say. Like, Bank of Industry has initiatives and things like that. And, it's not great because we still need to do so much, but it shows that there is work that is actually being done. Now, on the other side of things, I think clearly when you drive around Lagos, especially when you go to Lekki, you see all the X's showing local government, they're closing down buildings, they're closing down offices. It's quite worrisome. When you think about the fact that we need jobs and people are closing down businesses for for poor reasons. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of innovation and policy. So a lot of companies are actually building despite a very, very still poor policy environment. You say that there's one tax collector, there's a central agency, but then the reality is that that's not where, they're almost, as a business, you're paying almost 40 different entities, things that are not called taxes, but that's a reality. So businesses are facing the brunt of a weak policy environment and a weak macro environment as well. Where you say there's a massive devaluation as a business, where, suddenly you're operating with, 10 years ago, we were looking at, 10 years ago, we're looking at exchange rate of 300, and today, we're at 1,400, 1,370. That has real implications on business and the ability to survive. When you look at interest rates of now, in the 30s, there are very few businesses that can actually afford to accept debt at 30-something%. So for sure, businesses are struggling and are building despite what I can say is one of the toughest environments for doing business in the world. So it's a balanced story. Thank you.
Thank you, Amaka. Douglas. I also want you to add more to that, but more specifically from the founder's perspective. What does the current regulatory landscape look like from your end, and how does it shape how you think of innovation?
So I have a personal story on the regulatory landscape from, I guess, 2020, I think it's 2020 or 2021, I can't remember. At the time, so started selling in 2016, and we're a creator company, so we sit at like the intersection of like creator and and commerce. And I remember when that crypto ban happened. At the time, I lived in Abu Dhabi. I was working in Abu Dhabi, and I don't think I had ever felt such a surge of anxiety in my life. I don't work in like crypto. I'm not even someone that's very like crypto and just the fact that overnight, I think so many businesses, the accounts were shut, people had to leave the country. If you did anything, and it's like, how did we get there with stuff like that? And it's like so many people have taken investor money, so many people have built, it's like, I think of Patricia, I think of all the other many crypto companies that existed, buy coins, and it's like, there's so much work that has gone in, like marketing, product acquisition, you're fighting competition, you're doing so much. And it's like, overnight, that work is wiped. And I think that really scared me, because I was just like, what regulation will come tomorrow and like obliterate all the work I have put in for over 6-7 years, when you think about that. And I think as a founder, I feel like it took me almost like 2 or 3 years to come down from that anxiety. Just because you think of something like and I think if you think of just even the Nigerian like crypto space, it's like, we're playing catch up now to something that has been available for years. And why? It's because we were sort of shut down for almost 4 or 5 years. And yeah, I think that's what the reality is for us as founders. And it's bad because you're afraid, you're even afraid to test things. You're afraid to do things. You're afraid to move forward because you're like, I beg, I don't want wahala. And I don't think that's how we should go about innovation. We should be really forward thinking. We should be really, what's the word that's good? We should be really ambitious, but I think we don't have ambition right now because you're just like, you don't know what will come, and let's just play it safe in that way.
Thanks, Douglas. I want you to expand more on the broader implications of what the current regulatory landscape look like. Like, what are the broader implications for innovation, like from your standpoint as a founder?
So I mentioned ambition. I think as a startup, one of your best strengths is the ability to try out new products, try out new services, offer your customers more things. And I think as a founder that works in that like very tricky e-commerce, fintech, money space, there are just so many things I will not touch and I will not try to do. And I think so many people also have the same sentiment where it's like, you don't know what will come tomorrow. And it's not from a place of, oh, we're trying to be reckless. We're never trying to be reckless. We're trying to do things that would make the life of our customers like easy, better, and that's just like off the table. In that way, I also probably would talk about maybe it's the customers that suffer at the end of the day. The customers suffer, and the business also suffers because you're a Nigerian company. We can actually play at global standards, but we don't. We play at the standards that we are allowed to play just because you don't know what will come tomorrow. So maybe we'll keep it at that.
Thanks, Douglas. Also, one thing we've spoken quite a number of times about is that sort of tension that exists between, regulation and innovation. And you've heard, Douglas talked about some of, the broader implications of this. From your end, from a digital policy perspective, what needs to change?
Great question. And I feel your pain, Douglas. So one thing I would say, I've been an entrepreneur in Nigeria for, not to age myself, about over 20 years. And prior to my recent engagement with the government, if you asked me who was the ecosystem, I will quickly jump up and say, it is I. I am the ecosystem. And I wouldn't consider government as being part of the ecosystem. But the ecosystem, sorry about that. The ecosystem is made up of government and the practitioners, and also lawyers and reporters and media and the rest of us. What tends to happen between the relationship between government and private sector is that what Douglas just described is disruption, right? And we ultimately pay and invest in disruption. This is something we encourage. We want disruption. Disruption creates value, creates better processes. It changes lives. But what tends to happen is government doesn't see disruption, right? Government doesn't understand disruption. What they see is displacement. Essentially what they're saying is, what they see is something has changed. And what is that thing that has changed? In the absence of understanding, actions will be taken. So, and those actions can come in the way of ban, right? They come in the way of close down, and a number of other tools that government has in his disposal. Now, what's interesting about this conversation, the foundation of this room today, is about how do we participate in governance, right? How do we as citizens take the responsibility of engaging government actively, right? That tends to be the missing component, right? If you are in your garage, to use the American reference, but developing such a great idea, there's no way somebody in Alausa, civil servant, or somebody in Abuja is going to know what that thing is. It's not possible, right? So that's why it's important that those of us who are creating these amazing ideas find a way to, one, find a way to collaborate amongst ourselves, and also a way to engage governance, to engage the policymakers in educating them on what you're trying to achieve, right? Interestingly enough, the crypto example, I was actually in government when that happened, and we tried to engage government, the CBN at the time, to resolve the issue. And I can tell you that the hardest part of resolving the issue was getting the private sector to sit down. I'm a private sector person, so I'm not speaking as government here. I'm as private sector as they come. But I can tell you that the hardest part in that resolution was actually getting, private sector folks to sit down. In my capacity, I was chasing young men, please give me presentation. It was bad, right? Because that fear exists, right? So we have an issue, and I think solving it is understanding that, it is important as we try to disrupt that we must engage government. Otherwise, we'll keep having these cycles of disruption to your disruption, which is going to give you the exact thing that Douglas described, where you are now disencouraged from being ambitious or being innovative because you don't know what's going to come. So what people normally say is innovation goes before regulation, something fancy like that. But I think in our environment, they need to go together. Why do I say that? Because the future is already ahead of us. We already know where AI is going. We're not really, a lot of this innovation is really creativity. You are creating something for us locally, right? We understand that we need to have AI policy. Is there anything new there? We understand we need to have right-of-way policy. We understand we need to lay fiber. We understand we need to have policy around infrastructure. We understand we need to have policy around about financial tools, agriculture, health. So why do we think innovation has to go ahead? A lot of things we still have to do. We're so far behind that a lot of the things we need to do, we can actually develop the policy. But it needs that duality within the ecosystem. Otherwise, you have a one-sided ecosystem. Interesting enough, that's the same reason why in some instances you will feel government is competing with you. Because if government is within the ecosystem or they create an ecosystem by themselves, essentially they'll create the policy and then start creating the business to fill in the space. Because they don't feel they have a counterparty, right? So I apologize if I made that all seem like it was private sector fault. But the nature of the conversation in the room today is about citizen participation. I wasn't called to speak about government participation. So from a citizen participation, that's where I'm anchoring my answer, as in we must take a stronger position in how we engage government. And what is interesting, I sat in front of a room of young people a few years ago, and it occurred to me that the person who writes the policy is not the DG, right? Is one young guy who probably went to school with you. So we're not really engaging at the level where our classmates may be the policymakers. If you think of, for instance, think of NITA, you probably just think of Kashifu. You're not going to think of that level 5 officer that was in university with you, who's the one actually writing the policy right now in his house that is going to harm your business. So that dichotomy of engagement actually exists at all levels, right? The junior officer in your firm is not trying to engage the junior officer in it. It's just a line, which is part of the problem.
Thanks, Oswald. I'm going back to Amaka now. So we've spoken about fear, we've spoken about detention. I'm keen to get your own thoughts too from an investor standpoint. How has this, the current regulatory landscape, how has it changed like how you assess risk in Nigeria? And at what point does that regulatory uncertainty, affect investment decisions and like how you even think about innovation in Nigeria?
No, this is a great question. Effectively, risk is a huge part of how we look at businesses. So we always would have like a risk matrix. And if you look at Nigeria, regulatory risk is a huge one. And there's a huge Nigeria risk in terms of, there's a huge macro, right? The biggest one I've already mentioned, which is the FX situation. But, beyond that, there's a huge regulatory risk for most businesses. And this is across Africa. I want to also situate that, Nigeria, it's an interesting thing, but you always have to be relative, right? And you have now in the US Anthropic is fighting with the US government. So I want to put it that in scheme or in context of it, this is a global thing where regulatory risk is a big risk whenever you're looking at any investment, and even for companies to really think about as they're scaling. So for us, we look at risk and we say, okay, how do you mitigate those risks? Because risks can be contained, even regulatory risks. One thing I would say in terms of this risk is that, we had a recent company in Ghana, well, it's actually in Kenya. It's called Coco, which I'm sure everyone mentioned. I think you guys covered it actually. And you see how effectively a government refusal to give a permission, an approval to issue, to sell carbon credits leads to a company failing, right? Now, that's one story. Another story could be, as a company, knowing that you had those kind of significant risks, how did you mitigate them effectively, right? So we know regulatory risks are there, but then they can be mitigated. And so what we see as successful companies that actually do this are companies that genuinely engage with government. And I think what you said was spot on. If you're a fintech company and you're not already going to CBN regularly, then you're doing something wrong. That's the truth. You have to be proactive and engaged. This is globally. It's not a Nigeria problem. It is a global thing. People have lobbyists, they employ them, or before you can afford a lobbyist, you are the lobbyist. You have to go and lobby for your business with your regulator. If you are a pharmaceutical company and you don't know people at NAFDAC, then you're failing your business. So you have to always understand your regulator and make sure your regulator understands you. And this is the second point that I want to buttress, to say that it's not just enough for the regulator to understand your business, but it's you influence the regulator and actually figure out how you can incorporate the regulator into your business. Now, this varies in terms of how it looks like. So I'll give an example of an e-mobility company that, that we work with. So we have this company that obviously, in Nigeria, there's this risk of people saying, okay, we're banning Okadas or banning Kekes, and there's all these issues around that. And so what they've done is, and then of course there's the risk with the associations themselves. And so what they've done is basically ensure that these regulators are now part owners of the business, right? They benefit from every sale that they make. And you've incorporated that into your business. So now the regulator is actually the one saying, no, protect this business, a good business. So you really can bake in, you can really mitigate for regulatory risk specifically. Now, what about the broader Nigeria risk of, let's even say the macro? If you're a business now, given that we've looked at, if you look at a longitudinal study of how our currency has performed, then you need to know that there has to be hedges, right? If you're a business that is not a price giver, it's not like once the prices change, you change on your business, you can change and pass on those prices to consumers, then you need to actually think about your revenue mix and how you're making money as a business. So what we found is that a lot of companies are actually now saying, what is our hard currency strategy? How are we exporting? How are we figuring out how to define this market and what our market is, such that we can have a portion of the business that is a hard currency revenue business to mitigate that FX risk. And then other things people do is also figuring out your cash conversion cycles, right? Another way, even if you say, okay, I have no hard currency revenue, but then it also means that you can mitigate your risk and say, okay, fine, I'm going to have a treasury management system that incorporates some hard currency in there. So when I'm doing business, I'm converting some into hard currency. I'm mitigating risk. So these risks can be mitigated. But in a nutshell, though, it's a big issue. And we still, even as investors, we're always going to governments to say, we were discussing recently with the governments on this MPC rate, right? It's too high. The monetary policy rate is too high. Inflation is now under control, relatively. But the question is that how can businesses survive, and what are the mechanisms for business to survive? Because most businesses should not take debt of 30-something%. You will close your business down. So the only businesses that can afford to do that are trade businesses and a few businesses, right, with very high margins of above 40%. But those are the exceptions, not, not the norm. So these are the kind of policies on our side. We are also working with government to say, okay, what is the right policy mix to ensure that you're actually supporting innovation?
Thank you. If I'm to summarize all of this, I would say that something that's very critical, everyone should take away from this conversation, is that there is no innovation without regulation. And everybody just has to put that back of their mind. So Douglas, could come back to you now. So earlier you spoke about, the uncertainty, the fears that comes with, what the regulatory landscape looks like. What would you say are those policy choices that needs to happen on the end of the government to really, give that level of confidence in founders so you can build and, scale innovation at the level of ambition that, you spoke about earlier?
Okay. I can talk about this from two perspectives. Interestingly, I want to talk about it from the founder perspective, and then I would like to talk about it from the consumer perspective. So with the founder perspective, so I worked at Paystack. My career has been very kind to me. My career has been very nice. I worked at Paystack, I worked at Flutterwave, then I moved to the UAE, and I worked at a robot advisory firm in Dubai. They're called Sarawak. And a year after, I worked at another, they're like Okra, and they're in Abu Dhabi. What I do want to point out, and it really is to put your points, and I don't know if I can speak very honestly here, but I do. So in Dubai and in Abu Dhabi, they have, so there is the, there's a Dubai something financial center, DIFC. DIFC is the building, but they have their program. Abu Dhabi has ADGM, Abu Dhabi something regulatory, blah blah blah. And the thing is, and you are right that those bodies invest in startups. So I'll give you an example. So in the first startup I worked at in Dubai, that's Sarawak, they're like Bamboo. And something that they had done was, as the company was making progress, they were able to give them more approval based on the progress that they were making. Same thing happened in Abu Dhabi too, because they didn't have an open banking thing, and that other company was trying to do stuff, and they were sort of inching together. And that idea of, yes, innovation has to precede regulation, but I think regulation also has to not come and clamp down everything. I'll give you an example. While I worked at Paystack, actually no, this is before I worked at Paystack. So I went to Covenant University, and I learned about Paystack in January, and I was building a little thing in university where it was like a mobile waiter. And if you know Covenant University, they don't have phones, but we needed a payment gateway. So when Paystack launched, because we have been used VoguePay over the years. When Paystack launched, I was very excited about using Paystack, and we used them for the product. And one thing about that January to March, when I remember correctly, is you could just put your card. So of course everybody in school had a ATM card. You could put your card and it would work, kind of like how you would do it at Stripe. And in maybe 6 months, that was clamped down. And it was clamped down for very security reasons. We move very special in this country. And I remember being very sad that oh my God, we need this in Covenant University. But I think, and I was very lucky to work with Paystack after. But then I just learned that, it was a security, and I think they told me too, it was a security thing. We can't just be having people put cards without anything. We would get the chargebacks, blah, blah, blah. But imagine if Paystack had, because that was how Paystack launched. Paystack launched by the ability to put your card details and be charged. Imagine if government came and said, hey, stop your business, that money YC gave you, or close it down, everything. Stuff like that. Paystack would not exist. Paystack would not be the success story that we have. So there was that, I guess, conversation, and also that blend. I've never asked Shola about this, how that eventually went, but there was that middle ground. And I think when I had asked if I could speak freely, I do want to say that not every innovator, not every founder today has Paystack and Flutterwave reach. There's a reason why Flutterwave is even way more ambitious than PaySac when you see it in practice. And of course, that's because I believe, and I don't, you guys may not agree, but they have obviously more regulatory relationships, and they do more, and they can do more stuff. So the thing is, it's nice to say that, like, okay, the people should go to CBN every day, but maybe, and obviously it's silly to say CBN should come to us. Like, nobody's going to do that. But I actually remember in Abu Dhabi, there was a meeting where there were one of these like mini talks where regulators came, founders came. They were talking about just regulation, and because it's like that whole like cohort of people were just mostly finance businesses. So there was that like intentional work in saying, hey, we know that innovation cannot work. We know that regulation is there for safety. They're not really there to make everybody. They're not really there to like ruin businesses. I don't think that's what. I hope people have been hearing me soon. Sorry. Regulation is not there to clamp businesses, and the honest idea is that they're there to protect the citizens. I cannot remember the exact context of why CBN, why a lot of people were, but I think a lot of the things around the time was just, oh, money is passive. They're doing things without any like visibility and stuff like that. And so the thing is, I think good work can be setting up a system where you guys can incubate, because ADGM does invest. I think they did give grants, and they also took equity investments and all of that, but I think it can be better done. It can be better done from the government end, because saying that, oh, nobody wants to, because I'm pretty sure everybody would like to go and have these conversations wherever, but how easy and accessible are these people? How are the structures that were done, like how are the structures that exist enabling this behavior? And I don't think it's always the case. And the other thing I was going to say is, so as a creator, sitting in the creator space, I think something all of us have felt, whether you like it or not, is MTN raised their data prices maybe like 3 or 4 times in the last couple of years. And I think that came after government said, hey, you can do 50%, if I'm not mistaken. And I was trying to read up on that, and it's like they said there were more operational costs, whether it's like the FX and all of the things. And it's like, if a government that cares about its people are aware that, okay, these people are facing costs, what can we do? Because I think users, which is every one of us in this room, should know that when all these things happen, it's us that will.
I think what we must understand is that there's Microsoft, I don't know why, see Lobby Street, where the lobby people sit, and hire the same person and say, oh, is to really learn how to coalesce the us. I particularly think all the problems are known, all the solutions are obvious, right? The missing component is the us in it. Regardless if it's us that's going to suffer, the us of us don't engage at a level that brings government to heel. So I'll give you a real example. Hello? Okay. When we did the Nigerian Startup Act, in the beginning, on the citizen side was, oh, this is whatever, another government thing, right? Until they started to believe. And then you start having really high participation. Now, on the government side, what I kept hearing was, how did you do that? Do you know what the how did you do that is? They kept on asking me, how did I, is there what is unfragment? So defragment. So when they look into us, they say, it's fragmented. There's nobody to speak to. More than one person came to me to have that conversation. They'll come to my office, they'll sit down, they'll gist small, and they'll start talking, they'll not start asking the question, how did you get all these people organized? Meanwhile, there's sort of a secret sauce that I personally knew it wasn't really organized, but we made it look that way. So if I have multiple government agencies, multiple DGs, inviting me for their office, just to, it's ridiculous. It got to a point, it became a joke. And the conversation was always, how did you organize these people. So that leads me to believe that the fragmentation of the ecosystem is a big part of the problem. Now, I said earlier, the problem is known. The solutions are very obvious. What's missing is the collaboration and coordination. Now, I say this because, for instance, in the Startup Act, one of the key parts of the Startup Act is a mechanism to engage government, right? It's in law. It actually says that government will meet with this, you private sector people, pick your people who will represent you, 4 of them, and then show up for a meeting. We did the Startup Act in 14 months. It's almost 3 years now. Have you had a consultative forum meeting? Has anybody said, where is that our Startup Act that? You see where I'm coming from? The actions to engage governments are indeed embedded in action, right? So I speak this way because I think when you are in the private sector and you go into government, you really come back changed. If you tend to see things in a bit of a 360 perspective. And I can tell you for a fact, categorically, that as citizens, we need to take more ownership in our governance. That's the missing part. Everything else is known. My sister here was depressing me because she named all my pain points. FX could change. My business has suffered. I've lost millions. It's not Naira I'm talking about, right? You know how it works. FX, big man doesn't pay you. Then by the time he pays you, we're all SMEs. Okay, when do we all get together and say, this one thing, they kill us? It's that government will help startups to revision because the pain points have changed. And even my brother said, when he kept on saying us, that us needs to take action. That's the main problem.
With ministers, many reasons, I'm sure he knows many of them. Some of with ministers, many reasons, I'm sure he knows many of them. Some of them are actively want to run, can be addressed because they are very real and they affect outcomes in a very, can be addressed because they are very real and they affect outcomes in a very.
Mr. Cardozo said, PR.
Can we please answer the questions in 1 minute where we have the first question was to you.
So, I mean, I understand that problem. You know, it's essence, how do you make your pain point become the pain point for a government official? You know, a lot of these guys, they're also looking, you know, anyway. Ultimately, you see these videos of these guys trying to show that they're working, right? I actually used that, in essence. So a lot of things I say, I actually did. In a sense that if I knew somebody was running for office, I would do rally in their village and send them a picture, right? So when I say the Startup Act took 14 months and we paid zero money to our National Assembly, zero. I can say this anywhere. We didn't pay anybody nothing as normal practice. It's because you went to them and made your problem part of their agenda. That's what you have to do, but it is not one person. So what's happening right now is individually we do it because, you know, the minister is your father's uncle's cousin. So you go there as a singular person and try to get your issue resolved. But we're supposed to do it collaboratively and taking an industry position, right, and say this industry needs this solved, right? And it's best if that process is institutionalized, where this is a continuous way in which the creative economy engages the ministry and the agencies under the creative economy. This is the institutionalized way this ecosystem engages government. And that would make it that it has sustainability. But what we have right now is singular people. And trust me, this is like actual statements, right? Or normal statements. Actual lived experience, right? You sit down in front of a room like this and you say, do we have any issues? Everybody's quiet. Event's over. Before I get to the door, I have a queue. Every single conversation is an individual request about an individual business. We can't win that way.
All right, Mark, please.
So that's a very heavy economics question. But with all due respect to Mr. Cardoso, the inflation in Nigeria is not affected by the monetary policy rate. At the end of the day, our inflation is not is not monetary inflation, right? It's not because of the quantum of money in the economy. Inflation in our context is very import driven. And because if you look at how our inflation has grown, it's really the fact that we had the change in the foreign exchange rate, and we're importing a lot of fuel. And when you see the price of fuel has gone up, transportation goes up, everything, the price of doing business goes up, and that is passed on into the price of goods. And that has been the driver. I think you can run correlations to link it, and it's very clear. And the issue I think most people have had with the policy environment is that we've used a monetary policy tool, which is the MPR rate, to solve what is not a monetary problem, right? It's effectively, the inflation was not driven by cash in the environment. It was very much an imported inflation issue. And even now we see the stabilization. It's just because of the Dangote refinery, right? And the fact that the price of oil is coming down. It's simple. And the fact that our FX is stabilizing and coming down. So it's effectively what we've done is, unfortunately, I think some good things we did was the removal of the subsidy, well, the partial removal, because it's now partial. The removal of the subsidy, or the massive reduction in the subsidy, the floating of the exchange rate, to have one unified exchange rate. But beyond that, I think the policies that have been made by the MPC have been poor, because effectively you are increasing the cost of doing business significantly for businesses in a way that is and you're not solving the problem of inflation through that. In fact, when we say inflation has reduced, it's not because, we all know it's not because they kept increasing the rates. It's because we saw a stabilization in our FX, and because actually they changed the basket of goods. So, it's a bit of engineering as well. So I guess that's my feedback to that question.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, let's put our hands together for them. That was a powerful session. Thank you. Before you go, let's please take a quick picture together. Have we been having a great time so far? Thank you. There's so much more to look forward to. In a couple of minutes, we will have our first fireside chat. Are we good with the pictures? Okay. This is your opportunity to drink water, shake your legs. It's been long, so you can do a light stretch. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. We're going to move straight on to our first fireside chat. And our first fireside chat is titled Rebuilding Trust, the Media, Democracy, and the Nigerian Citizen. And our moderator for that fireside chat is Chika Agu. Chika is a multimedia journalist reporting on issues of national and global significance. Across digital platforms, he translates complex political and socio-economic stories into accessible and engaging conversations for audiences who might not typically follow hard news, bridging the gap between public affairs and everyday citizens. Chika has worked across radio at leading stations, including the Beat FM and Radio Now, and has occasionally hosted Pivotal on Channels TV. His work has included moderating national conversations, interviewing federal lawmakers on Open Square, and engaging political aspirants on the candidates, always with a focus on clarity, accountability, and informed civic dialogue. Please put your hands together for Chika Agu. Also, we have Kadaria Ahmed. Kadaria Ahmed is a Nigerian-British journalist and media entrepreneur, recognized as one of the most influential figures in Nigerian media. She serves on the board of trustees of the International Press Institute, Nigeria, and is a treasurer of the Independent Broadcasters Association of Nigeria. She's the executive director of Daria Media and managing director of Radio Now 95.3 FM, where she leads citizen-focused journalism, promoting accountability, inclusion, and national building with support from organizations such as the Ford Foundation and the MacArthur Foundation. Please put your hands together for her.
Good morning. Thank you for honoring this invitation, and I'm excited to be here, by the way. Just so you know, I started out as a radio presenter, but I was focused on music. I worked for a top 40 music station, the Beat FM. I met Kadria Ahmed, and I became a journalist, and now I don't like. So I just want us to get started, and we're talking about. This is supposed to be conversation, and I'm happy that I get to do this with someone who's as invested in the Nigerian media as you.
To the second question, yes. However, it's not a straightforward answer like it sounds, because if you don't understand the context, it's difficult to understand what the Nigerian media is going through. If you start from, I think, came to the fore during the first term of the current president of America, who popularized the idea that all of mainstream media is fake news. Now, the thing with information and disinformation is that if you repeat things often enough, they stick. And so that campaign run by Trump, by Bannon, and a whole lot of other people because of their own agendas has had a profound impact in the way mainstream media is seen globally, not just in Nigeria, and it has had serious consequences. But outside that, within the Nigerian space as well, the Nigerian media faces challenges, some of its own doing, others are structural, right? So, for example, we are not removed and detached like other businesses from some of the economic pressures that the country is facing. And when you consider that, like every other business, we essentially have to provide the infrastructure upon which our businesses sit, unlike in other places. So we have to provide our power, our water, everything really that should be part of what a government builds. And I think there are ideological issues with the way the Nigerian economy is run. And it is a global tug of war, if you like. We went from a time when the state basically controlled certain infrastructure. So the state was expected to provide roads, to provide certain things upon which business can build. The Western model of privatizing everything eventually made its way to Nigeria. And the belief was that I don't know if you've heard the term trickle-down economics, but the belief was that if government can take its hand out of running certain things, then the private sector will come in, run it a bit more efficiently, and private sector businesses will become affluent, and money will trickle down. That model, I think, stands discredited. And there are now options that we can see, but somehow in Nigeria, we're sort of still stuck with that. I was very interested in the last conversation, because if you go to places like China, state-owned enterprises are run as efficiently as private sector enterprises, and they're the ones who do the heavy lifting, right? They're the ones who build the big infrastructure upon which innovation can sit. But in this country, we've sort of ended that conversation. Instead, what we see is, a privatization of literally everything, partly because corruption won't allow state enterprises to be run efficiently. So the Nigerian media is also a victim of the sort of structural challenges that face other businesses. But let's be honest, we also have our own problems. Ethics have gone out of the window. Journalism, which is about holding power accountable, has become for sale. And what it means is that the people that we center, the stories that we tell, all of the choices we make around the things that we give prominence to are, in many media houses, not all, thankfully, determined by who is able to pay. Right. And there is a consequence of that, is that people look at you and they know they can't trust you.
Right. I wanted to speak to something that happened recently especially over Christmas, with the President of the United States saying that
the Nigerian government is in support of the persecution of Christians in some parts of the country, even though, the data that we're seeing, and many newsrooms are reporting that it is not true. There's more context to what is happening there. But obviously, he's championing what is looking like a religious bias in Nigeria.
It's a Make America Great Again agenda.
Yeah, so, and I wanted to ask, and when you see the reaction, across the country, many people are starting to believe what the American president is saying. Do you think that it's a failure of the Nigerian media to actually get the word out there, or are we just fighting against like a bigger structure?
I wish it was a simple answer, but Nigeria is where it is today as a result of decades of issues, including a lack of justice for basically victims of violence, whether it was ethnically driven, sectarian, or religious. Time and time again, the judiciary and those in charge have failed to uphold the rule of law. And unfortunately, there's no country that can actually do well if that foundation is wrong. It basically underwrites everything. And so Trump is just taking advantage of the challenges, the issues, and the structural problems that exist. And unfortunately, we've not built a country with the ability to basically stand up and defend itself because of all the many issues that are facing us. So it's not a simple, yes or no answer is the media. No, I think these are problems that have been sort of decades in the making.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's the other side to the story where many Nigerians believe that the media isn't really fighting for them. We can look up to the media and say, hey, you're reporting the news, we get it, but the government is doing something wrong. Why are you not challenging them? And I wonder if the people are right to expect the media to challenge the government on their behalf.
Okay, so this is a question of evolution and therefore legacy. How journalism started, what it was expected to do, and how technology and social media have sort of shifted the way things are done. Traditionally, it used to be that once you beam a light on something dark, something that is wrong, automatically the ecosystem basically deals with that problem. So if, for example, traditionally, whether it was at the BBC, when I was in the BBC in London, or when I first came here at Next, it used to be that if, as an investigative reporter, you go out, you investigate, and you bring incontrovertible evidence that someone is doing something wrong, the outcry from the population, the pressure, the shame, used to be that that was enough for that problem to be at least investigated, if not fully tackled. But we've now reached a stage where that is no longer enough, partly because we are fractured. We've been fractured, we don't trust the media, we've been fractured along ethnic, religious lines. So it's very difficult for you to pick one topic where you find a unified response, where people are so outraged that they take to the streets. And as a result of that, what you find is that journalism has also now become advocacy. Some people are going with this new iteration of journalism. Others are believing that, look, our job is to basically hold power accountable. And if we report and we show the evidence, we're not police, we're not the courts, these institutions should be able to take that story and run with it. And in the past, that used to be the case. But now we find that these institutions are also compromised. And so sometimes they also have to be pressurized in order to be able to force them to essentially do their constitutional duty. So it's not an accident that you've seen the rise of social media influencers like Darkman, who are basically the ones that people are now running to in search of justice. And I think this is part of the honest conversation that need to happen among Nigerian media owners as to essentially what they see as their primary duty and whether they want to continue to be relevant to the regular people of Nigeria, who are mostly now really young people and who consume media in a way that is drastically different from the way it used to be consumed.
Yeah, and it's interesting you speak about how we're seeing the rise of news influencers, because, again, it's happening everywhere. The first people who received, like, the Epstein files were right-wing news influencers, right? And we're seeing it in Nigeria, too, with a lot of Nigerians running to news influencers online to sort of get justice.
Yeah.
And I wonder what that means for legacy media and how they can continue to, stay relevant and entrench standards, because it feels like, at this point we're almost playing catch up.
Yeah, I mean, the truth is that legacy media has to change, and if it doesn't, it's going to die, right? Having said that, I am a firm believer that journalism matters today more than ever. And not just locally. If you look at what is happening around the globe, if you look at the fact that disinformation driven by AI, which is almost, now you can't tell the difference between the real thing. So I currently have an AI-generated video of me that is getting better and better. It started about 3 years ago. In it, I'm promoting a Ponzi scheme. When it first started, anybody who knew me would look at it and say, that's not Kadria. They gave me an American accent. There were just little twangs in my speech. Now, the last one I saw 2 days ago, I did a double take. Because if I didn't know that I didn't do that promotion, I would have believed that was me, right? And I am currently working with lawyers because we've sort of tried to get Meta to pull it down because it's on their platforms, it's on Instagram, it's on Facebook, and they keep writing letters saying they're doing their best. The problem is that they're actually actively making money from this because these are not just regular people just posting anything. These are sponsored ads. So Meta takes money from basically crooks and uses people's images to sell things that are fake. And unfortunately, I think a lot of people are losing their money because I get emails every day from those who are a little bit more sensible saying, are you part of it? And so when you look at the quantum of disinformation that is out there, that is actively stoking differences, that is actively fracturing people, that is making people see themselves as others. And it's clear the world is in trouble. And therefore, you do need journalism that is rooted in those traditional values of journalism, of ethical reporting, of objectivity, of fairness, of ensuring that you report all sides of the story. The issue is that the form it takes cannot be the form of 10 years ago or 5 years ago. You understand? Legacy media has got to continue to do journalism, but it has to carry that work and put it on sticky platforms. We have to go to where the audiences are. We have to be on TikTok. We have to be on all the places where people are having these conversations. In other words, the platforms matter, right? It's not enough for you to create, great content, great news. If people are not consuming it, if people are not interacting with it, and that's the second layer, instead of just throwing things out there, today's audiences want to feel engaged. They want to be part of the process of making news, you getting feedback from them. If you're not doing that, then unfortunately, you will be obsolete.
Yeah, but also it used to be that legacy media would get the news, they would report on the story, report all sides. But now with the rise of social media, it's like we're all living in bubbles, right? So people are essentially engaging with what suits their biases. And I wonder how legacy media, will infiltrate that bubble, if at all we need to be doing that. And what is the cost of not being able to do that on our democracy?
So I'm an optimist, right? And what I mean by that is that I think we are now in the sort of early stages where people are still getting fooled by AI. I think as media literacy improves, and I'm a big advocate of media literacy, particularly from primary schools. There are countries now where media literacy is taught as a course, starting from primary 1, so that people are equipped with the ability to be critical of the things they see, to be able to look and see whether what they're getting is, generated by AI, et cetera, et cetera. And then, of course, you've got provenance, media provenance, engines that are trying to sort of identify the sources of, what has been put together, who wrote it, where did it come from. When was it published? Has it been altered? And so I think this generation, I think, is sophisticated technologically. And I think a time will come when people will not be sure of, who are not sure of what they are seeing. Even if they see it, they're going to run to trusted sources, trusted curators to actually cross-check what they see and what they read. And this is where legacy media can get it right if it does the work it is supposed to do. Trust has been lost. It isn't something that you lose and then overnight you build. I think it takes time. But if people stick to what they're supposed to do and they're consistent, I think what you're going to find is that, and I'm not saying this is going to be the case for every single audience type, but there will definitely be an influential niche of influencers, of audiences, people who are policymakers, people who are responsible for certain things, businessmen, technology leaders, who want, to consume news that they can trust. And I think what you're going to find is that if you, as a legacy media house, you're able to rebuild, you're able to innovate, and you're able to continue to do journalism, but taking all of the technological innovations and building things and taking them into spaces where people, I think you'll find people will be reaching out to you. So newsletters, for example, by specialized media are now becoming really significant in the way people sort of consume information. Some of them are specialized, understandably, and we will continue to see the rise of sort of niche media. People who sort of will focus either on tech, in the way that Tech Cabal has done, for example, finances and the economy in the way Semaphore has done. But I think general knowledge media will have to find a way as well to begin to do those things if it is to survive.
And for those who are sort of reporting the news in the country at this time, especially, around the conversations leading up to the 2027 elections, you can already hear Nigerians pushing back on some of the sections of the, electoral acts that the Senate just passed. And also at a time while we're still living in a lot of insecurity. How do you think legacy media in the short to long term can begin to work towards building trust, especially like you said, just general knowledge-based media? How did they begin to work amongst themselves? And I know that you were instrumental in sort of bringing on board an ombudsman for the Nigerian media a while ago. Yeah. I don't know if you want to talk about that journey. Unfortunately, how are we rebuilding trust? What's that framework going to look like?
Yeah, okay, so we worked really hard a few years ago because we thought it was important for us to hold ourselves accountable. And we worked and introduced an ombudsman system for legacy media. Unfortunately, I cannot report that that has worked. The initiative seems to have collapsed. We put money into it, an ombudsman was appointed. But I think the failure of the media to advance and engage with the audiences that we currently have has meant that people don't even know about the service, and where they know about it, they don't trust it. So they don't even consider.
What's an ombudsman in this case supposed to do?
So an ombudsman is supposed to basically take complaints from members of the public about anything that has gone out on a media platform that's either unfair, untrue, biased, designed to cause trouble, anything like that, and report it. And the ombudsman is supposed to take a hard, cold look at it. The person appointed is from trusted media. It was Emeka Ezeze, I think, who is sort of a seasoned journalist, used to be editor of The Guardian. And the idea was that Mr. Ezeze will look at this with dispassionate eyes. And if the complaint is upheld, then the media has to sort of do certain things, which include, the process was, quite, they're like different steps, starting from sort of apologies to withdrawing the said content, to even paying fines, et cetera, et cetera. Unfortunately, and this is the system that I grew up with, because my early days of journalism were at the BBC in London, and we had an ombudsman in the UK that basically moderated some of these things. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, it doesn't seem to have taken off. But we can't build trust if we're not sustainable and independent. And so the biggest challenge, for the Nigerian media is actually, and this is not easy, because even global big powerhouses in the media are struggling with this, is essentially getting commercially viable media platforms that can make money, pay for themselves, and so they're not beholden as much to interest. And that independence is what's going to allow you to do the sort of journalism that will win audience trust for you. So it's one of those catch-22. Is it possible to do a viable media organization in Nigeria, given where the economy is, given where we are? I think the answer is yes, but it's a lot of work. And it requires a real commitment to the vision and to understanding why media continues to matter and why journalism continues to matter.
Do you think that perhaps some of the problems we're facing, especially with sustainability for the Nigerian media, is because of the people who own these media houses? We know that a lot of politically exposed persons have massive investments in media houses, and this sort of skews the news in certain ways that might not favor sustainability, especially if these politically exposed persons take out their investments. How do we approach that conversation?
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. There are many media owners who've set up media houses because they want to buy influence. So it isn't because they want to do journalism in that sense of the word, but it's essentially what the platform allows them to do. Even among businessmen who've set up media that are not necessarily politicians, part of what that media has done for them is giving them access to people in positions of authority so that their other businesses can be helped along. It's a problem, but there are still a number of media houses that have been set up either by journalists or ex-journalists who are really interested in the power of accountability, particularly in deepening democracy. And I think people should have no doubt in their mind, the attack against mainstream media and other independent media is an attack against democracy. Even globally, people like Peter Thiel, for example, will tell you straight up, honestly, that they do not think people or everybody should be allowed to take decisions. So they want to take away the power of you, I, and everybody else to basically help shape the way our lives are run. And so when you attack media and you hobble media, it is one more step towards that journey to where a handful of people will take charge, which is why it's really important that we don't dismiss mainstream media. I don't even like using the word legacy because it makes us sound like dinosaurs, even if we are.
Thank you.
Right?
Thank you very much,
Yeah.
Kadra.
Are we ready? Okay. Questions?
Thank you so much, Chika and Kadara. That was such an insightful session. Do we have questions, anybody? One hand, two hands. Okay, four, that's it. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Abdul Jabbar. You said something about meeting the audience where they are, Mrs. Ahmed, and as much as we absolutely should do that as journalists, how much is too much is my question. Like, we're constantly talking about the rise of anti-intellectualism and how, the reading level is falling. And I understand that a 10,000 word article is, somewhat overkill in this day and age. But, in the same breath, TikTok, which is largely video-led, means very little reading. And that also means, in turn, very little research. And with the rise of AI, very little fact-checking. Where do we draw the line between, meeting the audience where they are and then forcing people to actually care enough to, raise their own levels of knowledge?
Thank you.
Please just note the questions. We'll just take everything. Okay.
Thank you. Madam Kadiria Ahmed, good morning. I didn't even know about the ombudsman, the press ombudsman, I think, and how it escaped me. I had no idea. Because I have always been a press guy. I'm a news person for more than 10 years. Unfortunately, yes, the legacy media is dying. It's true. It's almost dead. But how did that even escape me? I had no idea, honestly. And just very, very quickly, Mr. Chika, I thought your face was going to be harder than this, honestly. I don't know. I've not done you justice. Freshman. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm David by name, and I'm going to be putting out my question in this format. So, the first one in respect to the ombudsman. I know you said the idea is to get complaints or public knowledge and all that, and it's eventually failed from what you said. But I am of the opinion that most of all our complaints is literally out there. Like, Twitter, it's there. Instagram, it's there. Everybody's complaining. So what's literally keeping, it from going out to source or look for this problem and fix them? Then the second question I would love to ask is in terms of, it's still legacy media in the sense of that. I feel like one of the reasons why it's dying or people are going out of it is it's obvious to see that you are literally omitting a lot of information. And when it comes to that, everybody knows that, okay, if this that we know is literally a problem and you're not talking about it, there's literally no point in going there. And that's why we are all going to, influencers and all that. So I really want to ask, like, is it that you are deliberately censoring the information you're letting out, or is it that it's literally just, it comes to say that when you're at a particular position, there are some things that will be, beyond your view or you will not just see. So is it that you are deliberately censoring information or you just can't see those information?
Okay, the last person.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Lynn Abraham, and I have my own input and a question. So rebuilding trust with regards to the Nigerian media, her democracy, and her citizens will probably be a long shot, but nothing is impossible. Yeah. From one democratic regime to another since 1999, we have seen how the media is impacted by the ruling party. Underreporting or zero reporting of events by the news media cannot be ignored, especially in this current ruling government. Then again, we can't ignore that media houses are businesses looking to stay afloat, make profit, pay salaries, and also get affected by policy and policy changes, of course. So now we mostly turn to some influencers, both in Nigeria and abroad, to get our own version of true accounts of events, which shouldn't be. So with that said, how can the media be allowed a certain degree of independence to actually report events as it happens? Because now things happen and we don't hear it in mainstream news. We have to dig, go to YouTube, or hear it somewhere else. So rebuilding that trust, really, it will be a long shot, but how can the Nigerian media be given a certain degree of independence to do her work? Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm so sorry we cannot take your questions. We are out. I'm so sorry. Don't hate me for it. So please, can we get to the answers?
Okay, let me start with the first question, which is about where do you draw the line?
Yeah, so it's about meeting people where they are, what it means for news consumption, with the rise of anti-intellectualism and, TikTok, video sharing and all of that.
Yeah, so it's not an either or, right? I think the media company that will survive and thrive is a media company that finds that balance between meeting people where they are, but also continuing to do journalism that has depth, that has rigor, etc., etc. So I'm not suggesting that you do journalism in the way that, I don't know, people inform you about the latest song on TikTok. That's not what I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting that actually the advantage that mainstream media has is that traditionally it has known how to do rigorous journalism. The innovation has got to be how you carry that rigor, create the journalism, put it out on your radio station, put it out on your TV station, but find a way to also put out some of it in a form where it will be attractive to people that are on all of these sticky platforms. So our radio now, for example, we are a radio station, and radio will continue to be relevant in Nigeria, not least. Not everybody lives in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt. There's a large chunk of our population that is in the rural areas, that is poor, access to data is limited or even unaffordable, and so they rely to a certain degree on, if you like, traditional media for their information. But what we do with some of our content is that some of it sits on radio, some of it sits on YouTube, and there are elements of it that then go on places like TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook. I'll give you an example of a show that we used to do. We don't do it anymore, but we're probably going to start it again, called Radio Now Explains. And essentially, we found out that people, for example, have a lot of questions around things that are very central to being able to work as an active citizen. So, for example, what is a budget? How are budgets put together? And so what we will do is we'll take something like a budget and do like a little video that explains what budgets are, how they are put together. And we do it with experts, some of which are in government. I think the last one we did on budgets was with the former DG, budget office nationally. And he basically said, this is how these people send me their stuff, I take it, etc., etc. So the point I'm making is that innovation is not a reason to dumb down on rigor or depth. And I think in the end, that's what's going to basically differentiate between influencers who take one topic, who are passionate about it, and who I think, do a great job, to be honest with you. I don't have a problem with influencers. I think they serve a certain need at a time when there's that need. But there's a difference between that and actually, doing an investigative piece where you are looking at things that have been done, the evidence that is available, and speaking to people who are informed. The issue is, how do you package it and make it interesting in such a way that people will engage?
Okay.
Let me give one final example of, if you look at Zeteo, for example, Mahdi Hassan, he is now a cross between an influencer and a social media host and also a proper journalist. He's taking the rigor he has learned as a journalist with the BBC, with Al Jazeera, and he's bringing it to his new platform, which is Zeteo, but he's also taking on board what influencers do, which is they take sides. So he's not pretending to be 100% neutral. When you come to some of his conversations, you can see clearly that he has taken a side. And I think you're going to see a whole lot more of that sort of journalism. And I think if you engage with someone like that, you will find that there's rigor behind his position, behind his questions, of the sort that you may not be able to find, in a regular influencer that is just online.
I'm going to compress the second and third questions because I think that they are similar. So the first person was asking how did he not know about the Ombudsman? So I'm just going to assume that more people don't know about the Ombudsman initiative. And then the third question was, what do we need an ombudsman for? Most of the complaints are already out in the public, so you can literally just open social media and see what people are complaining about. Yeah. And then there was another question where they were asking if legacy media is deliberately omitting information, or are we just operating in a censored environment? Okay.
So the first question on the ombudsman, we failed, basically. That's why you haven't heard about it. The industry failed to sort of do the work behind popularizing it, making sure people know it is there. And I'm not even sure that we are even funding it. The first part of it was actually funded by us directly. Daria Media took the position that this was important. And when there was sort of no money, we found money. And we funded the process of the meetings that produced the guidelines because it ended up being a Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, as well as the Independent Broadcasters Association of Nigeria, coming together and actually building this. So I think it's a failure on our part, and I think it speaks to the fact that mainstream media are battling so many things that maybe that fell on the wayside. So it's absolutely our failure. Why do you need an ombudsman? Well, the complaints you will find online are generic. The ombudsman was designed to hold specific media houses accountable. So it wasn't about, these are the problems that the generality of the Nigerian media is facing. I think those problems we know, the complaints we know, and the way. The final question, like I say, is to build models that are sustainable. For me, I think that is the road. If you cannot afford to run your media organization, if you are owing, there is no way in, I was about to curse, there is no way you are going to get good journalism out of it, because people need to survive. It's really that simple. And so sustainability is at the forefront, and that's going to be driven by innovation, but it does require a bit of courage. The courage to not be part of the mainstream, the courage to not follow when they call you to Abuja. You know what I mean? So it requires a bit of courage. But I also think, and we talked a little bit about regulators, I think regulators are also failing. So if you think in terms of the digital switchover project, so Nigeria, only 6 states are partially digitalized. We've been on this project for 17 years. To date, they have committed 60 billion naira to it. This administration, when it came in, budgeted another 10 billion for digitalization of the space. It still hasn't happened. And so there are sort of structural issues, like I said, which have to be dealt with. But
Okay.
yes.
Well, thank you very much for your time, Kadria. That's all that we can take today. If you have more questions, you can find her around before she leaves. Thank you very much, Kadria. And thank you for your
Please,
time.
let's put our heads together for them. Could you please take pictures before you go? Pictures, thank you. Some people were saying that sometimes they miss the news. You know, one of the things that Zikoko does, they help you catch the news and break it down so that you don't have to do all the mental work. So if you're following Zikoko Citizen, can I see your hand? Not a lot of us. That's so. You know what we're going to do? Please bring out your phones, everybody. Thank you. Just so that news doesn't pass our heads. Bring out your phones. Please follow Zikoko Citizen on social media. Yeah, I'm not seeing some people with their phone. Thank you. You said you missed the news. Are you typing Zikoko Citizen? Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. That's what Zikoko is here for, so you don't miss the news. And for us to further understand some other things that Zikoko does, we're going to bring on stage the Chief Operating Officer of Big Cabal, Anita Eboibe. Please put your hands together for her. Please put your hands together for Anita as she comes on stage. Okay, so we're just going to wait for a few seconds. All right, please, one more time, Anita. Please now. If you see that it's coming on stage and I'm clapping for you like that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Is it afternoon? Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for making the time. In case you missed it, today we're talking about who shapes the Nigerian life. That's the essential covering of all of this. And all the conversations you've had since morning about how to innovate when Nigeria is Nigerian, how to, work with the media and trust the media. All of that is part of us exploring different parts of who shapes the Nigerian life. So my job here is very simple. In some short minutes, you will get this. It's also available online. It's called the Citizen Report. This is the second edition. Last year, we had one that looked at how Nigerian young people interact with misinformation and the media. And this year, because elections are next year, does anybody here know the date for the elections next year? If I know the date and I can say it if they give me the mic, raise my hand. If you know the number of people who nodded their heads and the number of people who are raising their hands now. Okay, so who knows the date? What's the date? You can give this gentleman, you can give him the mic, the one with the cap, and yeah.
It's January 26th.
They moved it forward. Oh, some people are like, wow, it's not dates, but they moved it. Someone at the back, and then Cynthia can rescue everybody.
Okay, for the presidential, it's January 16. For governorship and Senate, that's February 6.
Oh yeah, Cynthia is rescuing everybody now.
I think my sister got it almost, just a little bit of. For the presidential and national assembly, that's Senate and the House of Representatives, is 16th of January. And then for governorship and state houses of assembly is 6th of February. So, yes, she said Senate. So the state assembly, yeah, Senate is earlier than state assembly.
Thank you so much. So how we expected to, shape Nigeria with the rest of Nigeria if we don't know the date for the elections? All right. So anyway, we are going to just look at what 10,000 Nigerian young people have said. There's a thing that happens with clickers where they don't work when you want them to work. So we'll all pray hard today. So we're looking at Nigerians at the ballot for 2027. Another question before I show you the data. I voted in the last election. Raise my hand. It's our active citizens. Wow, a round of applause for yourselves. You don't like that you voted in the last elections? I will vote in 2027. Raise my hand. Okay. All right. Interesting. So we asked 10,000 Nigerian young people what they thought about democracy in Nigeria and what they think about it for next year. But let's do a bit of background. So when you get the report, it's longer. There's a ton of stuff that you would enjoy. And everybody here knows when Nigeria got democracy, right? So I don't have to go into that. Thank you. Voter turnout in Nigeria peaked in 2003. Who here voted in 2003? Don't be shy. But that was the year where we had 69% of Nigerians actually turn out to vote. But when you come down years later, 20 years later to 2023, we only had 27% of registered voters voting, right? So that was the lowest since 1999, despite the fact that we had 93 people registered. So of all those people who registered in 2023, I know we don't like statistics, but follow me. It's going to be fun. But follow me. By 2023, it was just... So, you know how we joke about Nigeria? You are the leaders of tomorrow. So how do they want to lead tomorrow? But if I give you a political office today, you will take it. Okay, these are the issues. Anyway, so moving back, you can see does this look like progress to any of us? Does it feel like we're progressing in a sense? If this was an exam and you were bringing results home and it kept going down this way, would you feel good? Do you feel good about the way Nigeria is currently? All of these things are very linked to each other. The one does not exist without the other. Now, we're looking ahead. We've looked behind. Let's look ahead. When you look ahead, you find that we've asked 10,000 people. How many people are there in Nigeria? Official numbers. So we've taken a very interesting sample size of young people and we've asked them some questions. 48% said absolutely they will vote in 2027. In this room, about 80-something% said they will vote next year. I'll find all of you and I'll ask you after if you actually voted. 85% said they would support female candidacy, which we know. Also, what I like about data? You're often measuring like what people think they would do in an ideal situation, right? And that's why we brought the data here so we can have the conversations. And we trust that you'll be ambassadors and you go home and ask your people real questions. 85% of people said yes, they would do it. If I asked in this room, so you don't look like a bad person, everybody will raise their hand. Right? I will support female candidacy in 2027. Raise your hand. The people that did not raise their hand, why? I have marked your faces after this presentation. I'm coming for you. Okay, so we have we have 78% of people report that the economy influences their voting, which I think is very practical for everyone. So it depends on how the economy is going. We also have 70% say that they have little or no trust in INEC. I trust INEC. Raise your hand. What? Not a thing? Okay, one person. Can we give that gentleman a mic to tell us why he trusts INEC? Are you from INEC?
It's because I don't have trust issues.
Okay. All right. So, I mean, this is, we are seeing lines of alignment here. So let's move forward. Now, despite the fact that all of these issues are happening, we have about almost half of everybody surveyed said they'll still vote next year, right? But we have a small group that has decided that they are going to be undecided. I'm going to skip this really fast so that we can move on. Only 23% of people surveyed like INEC and trust INEC. And that's telling. And we're not giving you this information because we want you to go and quote the big headline, Nigerian youth don't trust INEC. We're asking, what questions should we be asking INEC now so that in a couple months' time, the trust levels would increase? Because whether you like it or not, INEC is the officiating body for elections. If you like them. If you don't like them. They're still the ones that will run elections. So what are the things that we need to do between now and when elections come so that the trust in INEC, increases? We also, have seen that 71% of people still believe in democracy. So they still believe that elections are the best way for us to elect our leaders. Now, I don't believe in democracy. I think we should be installing leaders. Raise your hand. You think this is, you think you're in England. But when we spoke about female candidacy earlier, the reaction in the room was mixed, right? And the data actually supports that. It says that we can see that the system has locked women out. There's so many conversations to be had about why. When you mentioned that women should run, everybody is thinking presidency. We will not get into the misogyny of it all. We'll deal on issues. But women can run across board, and we should be able to support them across board. And maybe we take baby steps. If you cannot support women for presidency, support them for local government chairperson elections. Support them in your... Let me ask the question. I am here and I know my local government chairman. Raise your hand. What? I am here and I know the member representing us in the House of Assembly, not National Assembly, House of Assembly. Only 5 people. I know the person representing us in the National Assembly. Okay, 7. Interesting. I know the person representing us in the Senate, House of Reps. 5. All right, so despite the fact that a lot of people support women, we still find that it's not just about the support, it's about the willingness of women to actually come out to find that only 4.4% of elected officials after 2023 were women. Senate has 4 out of 109. When you look at statistics like this, you realize that one of the reasons why you can't get a lot of things done is that the people who represent you don't look like you. If we had more women in power, someone would not say they are doing constitutional project. I mean, what do they call it? Constituency projects, and say, I want to help pregnant women. It then becomes a real issue versus someone's goodwill to your community. When you have more young people in government, it means that your Ministry of Youth and Culture is not just one old man who goes to play ball. and they will take in video of him playing the football, and he's young at heart. It actually means that all your issues, people are actually thinking about them. So actions have consequences. When the people who lead you do not look like you, or when they don't have representation of your issues, then there's only so much English that we're going to speak. Now, there are push and pull factors, right, that we've identified. Part of the push factors is that, of course, economic hardship influences voting decisions. Of course, family and friends influence participation. And we see this on Twitter. Even the most independently minded people, when you ask them who they will vote for, they can't articulate why they want to vote for a person. They just know that by association, it's going to make them either more likable or seem more progressive. They certain people, over other people. Then said, religious and community leaders influence the votes as well, and it's even in rural communities. And 66% say that their vote depends on leadership performance. I say it's a lie. That those people, it is a lie. Maybe they think it in their hearts, but come on now. If this is what everybody has really been doing, are we going to be here? Anyway, I leave that for my opponent to answer. All right, so for the pull factors, that is, what are the things that discourage voting? 62% said reduce motivation after exposure to malpractice. This is so interesting because the way we speak about election malpractice, you would expect the number to be higher. But it means that there is hope. People want to be involved. We're all here on a Saturday because we want to be involved, but we still don't know, what tools to work with. Now, people are also discouraged by fake news or disinformation. Women face intimidation and harassment. And for men, they don't enjoy the electoral malpractice. So we're pretty much on the same page here, all of us. Now, we asked the question I asked you guys earlier. Will you vote in 2027? And they gave us 3 scenarios. So when we collated the information and synthesized it, we came up with 3 scenarios. The first one is that low turnout is a strong possibility. We've seen the progression since 2003. We've seen what it was in 2023. And it's looking like it's same storm, but just new elections, right? Same problems. There's no Orubebe this time to say he will not take it. So INEC, INEC is going to do what they need to do. No meaningful reforms, malpractice, and they're foreseeing that young people and women will stay home. Now, in the case of moderate turnout, it means we're in hard times. Nigeria is hard. If Nigeria is easy for you, please raise your hand. I can see 2 hands. So we're going to have a conversation after. You need to tell me what you're doing that I'm not doing. All right, so these are hard times, so the stakes are higher. We then need to move to 2027 with urgency. We need to engage people with urgency, but the trust issues remain. And then the last scenario is that there's a credible process and a safer level of participation. Now, this was the least likely scenario because the people who believed in number 1 are more than the people who believed in number 2. The optimists in the country believed in number 3, which is that the process will be credible and they will feel secure. If you believe in number 1, raise your hand. You're in the minority. You're like 5 people. If you believe in number 2, raise your hand. Only even lesser people than the first. Wow. Should I even ask? If you believe in scenario 3, please raise your hand. Can we give this gentleman in front the mic to tell us why he's so optimistic?
So I wouldn't call it optimism, right? I think everybody leans into cynicism in Nigeria as an excuse to not participate. So I wouldn't even call this optimism. It's just the reality. It's like you can only milk the same cow until it dies. If you want to actually progress, you're going to just have to, find a different way to do things. I've been privileged enough to participate in the electoral process from the back end. I was an NYC. I was a copper when the last elections happened, and was it the last elections or Buhari's last elections, actually? So I was there. People my age were happy to take money from people that they had never met before that day. So everybody says they hate INEC, but INEC is literally people your age. Every time, every election is intense. It's not anybody else. And I'm talking every election. So when you say you don't like the process or, participation doesn't feel safe, understand that the people on the other side of that are people that look exactly like you, that sound exactly like you. It's not 60-year-olds. It's not people that are too tired of the process. It's people that look exactly like you. If you want it to be different, or if you believe that it can be different, then it absolutely can be. It's entirely in your hands, or our hands, as it were. I'm never going to do NYC again. I've aged out. If you have a chance to be a part of the next cohort, then it's entirely in your hands to decide if you want that process to be credible. I did my best. I was in Ekpe. I'm not Yoruba. Regionally, I was displaced. I had no reason to stand my ground and tell the people that were, because I was the IPO, the presiding officer. I had no business telling the people in that district that, hey, guys, we're not taking money today. Thank you, but these ballots are going to the, the eventual presiding officer, and this is. I wasn't scared of death because ultimately, all I am is one polling unit. If you're going to kill one polling unit, then you might as well just end, here and now. And that's exactly what it should be. The real fear I had was that the people that were supposed to be working under me were eventually just going to go and accept money and record whatever they wanted to when we eventually got back. And because it was a physical process with no digitization, it could have been anything. I saw people turn in ballots however they wanted. So automatically, those ones were never going to count. If it's a digitized process that has transparency, hence the security improvements, there's no way it wouldn't work. But you're working in the and you're delivering ballots at 10 p.m. It's already invariably, built to fail. So,
round of applause for him, please. All right. So now that we've put all of these things on the table, and they're going to share copies after this, the things that are clear to all of us is that youth civic energy exists. They try to gaslight us all the time that young people do not participate in the process, but the truth is that there are different parts of the process and young people are active there. The appetite is there. We're here, so it's clearly happening. But we just haven't found a sustainable channel to get involved in the system. So the question is, where are these channels? What are these channels and how channels? The second thing is trust in institutions remain fragile, which he has just spoken about. Women are ready and supported. There are still structural barriers. So it's not just about whether you vote for them or not. There is the way the political party system runs in Nigeria. How does that work for everyone? How inclusive is that? And what do we need to do? Economic is a big one, which is why people sharing money is still a very strong source of, election malpractice. And we're the most optimistic people, those of us in this room, we're the most optimistic. But the truth is that if the problems continue till the end of the year, chances that we're going to get a higher turnout this year, next year, are very low. So the charge for all of us is that we not only come in here, have these conversations, because there's a tendency for us to feel better than the rest of the people who are not having the conversations. We need to ask, what should we do? What should we be writing about, talking about? What should we be sharing with people who we know are on the fence? What questions should we be asking the people who are running? What are the issues that we need to be talking about? Across different editorial outputs for the rest of the year, Citizen is going to address all of these issues. So you don't have to start from scratch. Follow us, join the conversation. We're going to make materials super easy for you to do this work, some of whom are here. But that is just to give the so much to do. Nigeria really, really belongs to all of us. So thank you.
Right, like Anita said, please follow us, Zikoko Citizen. If you haven't, now's the time to do so. Right now it is 12:34. We've been here for a couple of hours, so I think it's time for us to stretch a bit. So if we could all please just rise. I know the 30 plus amongst us, our backs are hurting. Back must be hurting too. So please, let's just stand up for a few seconds. Can we all stand? Yes. Stand. Let's stretch to the side, the other side. Yes. The people that are stretching, are people 20 plus? I'm happy for you. Okay, are we done stretching? All right, that's good. Please, let's a round of applause for ourselves. Thank you for staying till now. Thank you for listening attentively. We can please sit down. Thank you for listening attentively, and thank you for participating. Can we please have the QR code on the screen? Yes. Can we have the QR code on the screen? So we're currently doing an ongoing research project at Zikoko. In recent years, civic technology has played an increasingly important role in governance and participation across Africa. We're currently conducting a study to better understand the ecosystem, particularly from the perspective of people building and running civic tech solutions. So if you are a founder or you are part of a team building the civic tech space, we would very much appreciate your inputs. There's a link right now. Just scan the link. We're coming to the answer about some things in governance. Before then, we are going to have a partner segment right now. As archiving is in the building. And let me just tell you a bit about archiving. Archiving is on a mission to recapture lost Nigerian history. First of all, if you've ever heard about archiving, I think their website is archive.ng. I think it's really cool. Archive.ng, you've heard about them. Okay, so they're on a mission to recapture lost Nigerian history. They digitalize old newspapers and magazines, making them accessible to everyone. Their collection offers a window into the past, giving people to explore, learn, and connect history with the present. And to speak on their stead today is Mr. Samson Toromade. He's a community lead at Archiving. He's also a journalist, a decade of work in Nigeria's media space. He's focused on making sense of social and political issues for everyday people. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up. Thank you. I just want to say, on behalf of the people who are going to do research for their projects in 20 years' time, thank you. For my final year project, I went to a village in Abia State. I stayed there for 4 nights. I did not get anything. So thank you for the work you're doing at Archiving.
Hello, everyone. My name is Samson, and I have a confession. Before my current role with Archiving, much of what I knew about Nigerian history came from current affairs. This is going to make me sound like an old person because I've not seen them around for a while. But like current affairs are like these booklets that contain basically fun facts about Nigerian history. And so it was from this, it was very popular in like the 2000s. And it was from this that I learned that Funmilayo Ransome-Kuti was the first woman to drive a car in Nigeria, or the amalgamation of the Southern and Northern Protectorates happened in 1914. But Nnamdi Azikiwe was the first president of Nigeria. And so a lot of what I knew about Nigerian history came from fun facts and nothing more. Mostly because the Nigerian education system also doesn't really teach a lot of history. And so my ignorance wasn't really much of my fault. But of course, as you grow older, you make the conscious decision to educate yourself. You want to read books about Nigerian history. Some of that, the writers have like a lean. So there's that to watch out for. But then there's also the internet where you can find a lot of really cool stuff about history. But then I wasn't one of those people was making that conscious decision to learn about Nigerian history. But that started to change when I started working with archiving unavoidably. And here's what archiving does, right? There are 3 levels to our work. I think we can all agree that some of the most accurate documentation of Nigerian history are documented in newspapers and magazines because those things come out as things are happening, right? And so the first level of our work is digitization. We are looking for all of those newspapers from as far back as possible. I think the first local publication in Nigeria is Iweroyin from 1859. And so that's the first level of our work. We are digitizing those newspapers. The second level is access, right? So it's not just enough that we are digitizing them. We have to make sure that people have access to those things. So for example, and like she just said, she had to spend 4 nights at a place doing research. For example, if you wanted to find out a specific thing that happened in Nigeria in February 28, 1968, for example, you have to go to like a library or you have to go to an archive. That means you have to leave your house. You have to dress up. You have to get into a car. If you're in Lagos, there's traffic. You get to the archive, you get to the library. There's this very archaic system of trying to find what you're looking for specifically. You document that in some way, get back in the car, you have to go back to your house. Again, there's traffic if you're in Lagos. All of that is taking you 5 hours, for example. But if you go on archiving right now, and our website is live, like she said, archivi.ng, that takes you 5 seconds. 5 hours goes down to 5 seconds just because we are digitizing history and we are putting them online for people to be able to access. The third and final level of that work currently is why I have a job. We call it sense making, and we have digitized these bits of Nigerian history. We have made it accessible for people. A lot of context that's missing that maybe people won't get from just going to like a random newspaper in 1962. And so what we do is try to find patterns and context in things that have happened in the past. For example, how does something that happened in 1972 tie to something that's happening in 2026? And I can assure you that there are a lot. And so a lot of my days I spend in the archive just looking at like all of these bits of Nigerian history happening. So for example, I know what Nigerians hated on in 1948. One of them was Ashobi. In fact, I just waiting on Ashobi for till the late 70s. From what I know that in 1971, young Nigerians were really into soul music, and old Nigerians hated it. I know that in 1979, all the 5 presidential candidates for that year's election were promising the same things that I'm going to see in manifestos this year. And I also know what 30th December concert everyone had to be at in 1990. And so like all of these bits and pieces of history, we share them on our social platforms basically every day. It's Start Archiving on every platform. We also have The Archivist, which is a quarterly publication where every quarter we pick a theme about Nigerian history and we find stories that fit into that theme. So this quarter, for example, we are doing stories about like ordinary people, just finding people who would necessarily not be the ones that will, for example, make it into a current affairs booklet. And then we also have like the Archiving Fellowship, which we've run for 2 years now. And just on the Archiving Fellowship alone, we've had over 2,000 applications of people pitching stuff that they want to do about Nigerian history. And it's not just stories, it's also tools, it's also stuff about like research. And so what archiving principally gives me, for example, is context about Nigerian history. I know a lot of things now from Nigerian history that I would never get from a current affairs booklet. And that's essentially is the experience of that context that we want to give everyone. For everyone to be able to go into any era of Nigerian history and understand just a little bit more what Nigeria is currently, how it is today. Before I leave, I am obligated to beg you for money. We are a non-profit. A lot of what we do is donor funded. So we have a membership program where there are like 3 or 4 tiers. You can decide, I think the lowest is 7,500 a month. You can decide to support us monthly or support us annually. If you also want to make a one-time donation because you have commitment issues, we are not picky at all. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for him, please. Once again, thank you so much for staying till this time. It's not easy, but you are. Up next, we're going to have a fireside chat, Yaga Africa and Citizen. And the moderator of that panel, we've had her on stage before, Anita Eboibe. I'm just going to read out who she is. She is a storyteller and a media sustainability leader, shaping the infrastructure that lets African media tell its story in full, without fear or collapse. She currently serves as the Chief Operating Officer at Big Cabal Media, the parent company of Tech Cabal, Zikoko, and TC Insight. Over the years, she has worn different hats as an operator, a communications expert, researcher, journalist, and media business strategist, passionate about scaling African businesses sustainably using systems, processes, and strategies designed for long-term growth. Working at the intersection of journalism, business strategy, and operation, she is building the quiet machinery that keeps creativity alive and making impact scalable. She has mentored emerging media run their own newsrooms and produce award-winning work through impactful fellowship. Most recently, she created and produced flagship scripted and unscripted audiovisual content on conflict, jealousy, and pop culture. She has also created and executively produced the critically acclaimed Zikoko Life Anthology series. Please put your hands together for her. Yeah. So while I read the second profile, can we get the seats on the stage? And also on this chat is Cynthia Onine Mbamalu. Cynthia Onine Mbamalu is a human and gender rights advocate with 19 years of experience advancing democracy, electoral integrity, and the political inclusion of youth and women. She's a lawyer with an LLM in cooperative constitutional law from Central European University. She's a co-founder and director of programs at Yaga Africa, where she leads initiatives on democratic practice, gender equality, and political participation across Nigeria and Africa. She has participated in election observation missions across several African countries and the United States, and leads the #WatchingTheVote project, a data-driven election integrity initiative. Cynthia was also a founding leader of the Not Too Young to Run movement, contributing to the constitutional amendment that reduced the age requirement for elective office in Nigeria. She's a certified community organizer. She mentors young people across West Africa, manages youth organizing programs, and hosts the Unamplified podcast focused on democracy and development in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Anita and Cynthia.
Okay, great. Thank you, guys. I'm back again. We just want to have a conversation about, so I've shared the report, and there's so many interesting talking points from that. Interestingly, and I'm very excited about this, Yaga Africa has done a report as well, and these are two complementary projects. So they've done a report on who will vote in 2027. And it is from the National Voting Intentions Survey, round 1. I know a lot of people here are like, okay, what's happening? Don't worry, Cynthia is going to break it down. That's why we're having the conversation. Cynthia, I want us to start with Yaga. What is Yaga? What does Yaga do? And I'm asking not to diminish the level of work you guys have done over the years, but again, I like to see every situation, every event, as though there are people who are going to be coming across it for the very first time. So what does Yaga do, and how is it important in the infrastructure of the work we're talking about here?
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you. So Yaga Africa is a civil society organization, and our vision, honestly, is a people-driven, democratic, and developed Africa. As the name Africa implies, we're Pan-African, and our goal is to see a continent where democracy works for the people. We started 19 years ago as a student association in the University of Jos, and since then, we've been engaging in different spheres of governance. How many of us here are 25 years old? 25 and above? Okay. We have those who are still not 25, but for those who raise their hands, if you're 25 years old, you're old enough to run for a seat in the House of Representatives in the National Assembly, and for a seat in the State Assembly in your state. And if you are 35 years old, you're old enough to run for the President or Senate. Why do I share this number? In 2018, Yaga Africa achieved the amendments of the Constitution, leading the Not Too Young to Run movement, which reduced the age to contest for elections, because we believe that Nigeria deserves younger people contesting and representing the constituency, which is the youth constituency. And so for us, it's a democracy that works, but a democracy that is inclusive, especially for young people, for women, and for persons with disability.
Thank you so much for breaking that down. A round of applause to Yaga, because
to amend constitution is not easy. You know how many years? 2009, finally we got the amendment in 2018. My youth was spent pushing for that.
All right, so before we get into the data, I want to get your perspective on young people's involvement in the electoral process. What are the key trends that you've noticed through your work over the years, and what things feel like they're coming to a head now that the 2027 elections are staring us in the face?
Well, I think I'll just begin from the data. And I love the fact that you shared the data earlier today. What we're seeing is there's a lot of youth interest. A lot of young people care about the system working for them. They care about elections, and they engage a lot more online, and that's what the data from the first round of our survey also says. However, there's a lesser likelihood for young people to turn out and vote on elections day. And so what we're seeing is what we call the youth paradox. That is, young people engage online. They discuss, they cancel out leaders who are bad, they demand accountability, they are more likely to protest than to vote. And so we're not converting the youth energy from the online conversations to the offline decision-making process. The other round of what we're seeing and the work that we're doing so far is that there is a growing disengagement of young people and the state, in the sense that, yes, we know that politics is important, but I don't think it would change. The system would not change, so why engage when it wouldn't change? And so when you have more young people asking the question on why engage, and what we've done is we've made the political class a lot more comfortable and confident in their role. Because interestingly, I'll just give a simple example. Before the national anthem was changed, we're on a mission in South Africa to observe the election with some lawmakers, senators, and House of Reps. And then they were playing this new anthem and telling myself and my colleague that we should learn it. This will be the new anthem next week. And I said, how is that possible? They said, oh, we're changing the national anthem. And I said, well, Nigerians will protest, Nigerian youth will protest because there's no national conversation. How would you change? And then they laughed and said, which youth? That you people keep thinking that young people are following you. Nobody would protest and the anthem would be changed. I felt sad because before we knew it, the national anthem was changed. We all expressed our anger online, but nothing was done. And so, why did I want to buttress that point? We work with the political class and we see them glory in the fact that they have a class of people who will vote for them consistently, and that the elite youth do not show up to vote. And so for them, they don't feel threatened, because for them, those who would turn out to vote would consistently come out to vote, and they would keep winning.
I think let's zoom in on the disengagement between the ruling class, so to speak, and young people. What do you think are the factors behind this disengagement?
I think first it's the failure of governance and government. I look back to when we started. I was a student at the time, under 20. And I remember we had this level of anger. Then we had this slogan when we started. When we speak, government must change, must shake. Because we were very angry as students in University of Just strikes. Crisis, if you know Just, we had a lot of religious crises. So we were running a lot of times for our lives. And so we then we were saying Nigeria was a failing state. But the story is still same. If you think about 2007 till date, we're still having the same conversation. So for me, I think the failure of governance and the system has created that sense of disengagement or disillusionment amongst young people. And so for them, if my parents complained about the same things I'm complaining today, why should I care enough to engage? Because things have not really changed. And then for the government, they understand that the more impoverished the people are, the better it is to manipulate their attitudes and behavior. Because poverty is a tool used to keep people oppressed. Because when you're poor, when you don't have access to the things you need, you lose a sense of independence and autonomy in even the way you think. And so when we see the level of vote buying, for instance, when we see is used to sway people to make a decision that benefits them for just that minute, is because the political class have mastered the act of keep the people impoverished, because the poverty of the mind is one of the things that gets us working or keeps us in power. And so as long as the political class remains the way they are, and there is no, from the demand side, no anger and frustration, a consistent demand for accountability, we would not achieve anything. So this disconnection is a mixture of both. System is failing. We're seeing the hardship of how the system is failing, but the demand side, we're not angry enough to get the system to work. And so there is no threat to the political class. They're very, very comfortable and confident in their position. That's the truth. And so for them, these guys are not angry enough. They would move on. Religion, we pray, we hope for things to get better for ourselves or for individual benefits, but we're not going to take the right action. We're not going to come out to vote. And I'm saying this because you talked about turnout, youth turnout. In the last elections, young people, we thought that post-EndSARS, youth registration would be really high and youth voting would be really high. That was our hope. We wanted that anger from 2020 to keep us moving to 2023. What happened? Young people did turn out, but it was barely 40% of youth that turned out. So out of these 27% that turned out, barely 40% were young people. That's 18 to 34. And so the youth vote, it did count, but it did not shake the system. It counted in the sense that you had third force winning votes that we never thought they would win. But it was not enough to overturn the outcome. And that is what we need. If we increase youth turnout, imagine if 60% of young people turned out. Let me give you the figures. Labour Party scored about 6-point-something million votes. People's Democratic Party scored about 6-point-something million votes. NNPP won Kano, just to say won Kano and had about 1-point-something million votes. That is 6, if you add 6 plus 6 plus 1, it gives you about 13. If I add the point, it gives you roughly about 14 million votes. The APC secured 8 million votes. 8-point-something. You can imagine that the opposition votes put together was more than the ruling party, which is why this president struggled with legitimacy. Now, imagine if you had 60% of you turn out. It was barely a difference of 2-point-something million votes between the party that secured the highest and the other two parties. And so numbers, turning out, actually can change the game because the system is working, but the politicians don't want you to believe the system is working. And because we observe elections, I know the system is working, but we're not turning out. So the people that are coming out are the same class of people that keep voting. And so to change the game, honestly, is to increase turnout.
Thank you. You know, when you were speaking, one of the things that came to mind, and it comes up a lot when you're having conversations, the distance between the anger that we feel and the actions that we take. And it's a very nuanced conversation because for a lot of people, it's like, yes, we've had instances where the distance has been shorter, where when people feel angry, they then go to take civic tools or participation, and you see it working. But over the years, it feels like it's been beat down. So again, looking at the example you gave with EndSARS, where we all know what happened post-EndSARS. in an ideal world, it would make sense to put that anger into elections. And in some way, that happened. But there was also like a massive reckoning of young people with the way that government operates as a show of force and show of power, and a fear for life and safety, which is why when you look at our reports in scenario 3, it's like, yes, I'll come out and I'll be more involved if you can assure that I'll be safe. So I guess my question here is, seeing all of these nuances and seeing all of the challenges, how would you advise young people now to begin to exercise more forms of closing the gap between anger and action?
I think my first point would be vote registration. There's an ongoing continuous voter registration, and it's an opportunity for first-time voters. Charlie, I think Gen Zs, a lot of them will become first-time voters. Gen Alpha, I don't think they are old enough yet to register. So it's time for you to register if you're not yet registered to vote. The data from INEC as at 19th of February shows that youth registration, those between 18 to 34, is around 69%, which is good, but the numbers could be better. That's one way to close that gap between anger and action. The second is to start identifying who the candidates would be. Party primaries would commence from April this year. And so can we start following through what the candidates, or rather what the political parties are doing in the kind of candidates that are emerging for all elections, presidents, National Assembly, State Assembly, and governorship. And the third part of it is honestly peer-to-peer advocacy and education. A lot of young people, especially the Gen Zs, we call you digital natives for a reason. You operate in that space and you can sway your peers to take that anger from social media to turn out to vote. And that includes building resilient structures. What are the things we observe during the elections? Why parties talk about structure is because for them, they have people on ground who are mobilizing the votes. Can we start identifying in every local government who is the young person there? I believe every local government in Nigeria has a young person. Who is the young person there? Who is going to be mobilizing for what issues we care about? And then the earlier panel talked about how can we get youth interest to become the political agenda. And so can we start influencing conversation in a way that it starts trending online, that the political class begin to tailor their manifesto in line with that agenda that we're putting online. But it can't be business as usual. Why? What are the things we're fighting against? I'm not saying the system is perfect. There are several threats. Your data showed it, our data showed it. One of it is lack of trust in the Electoral Commission. The same information. The other is the worry around elections, logistics, and administration. The other thing was around quality of candidate. A lot of young people say they did not trust the candidate, so why vote if they don't trust the candidate? So now, can we start asking INEC the right questions? The way we did eyes on the judiciary in 2023, can we do eyes on INEC now? To start assessing the things they'll be doing, the planning for the next elections, asking the right questions for the next elections. The new Electoral Act that was passed enables downloadable PVCs from the website. Can we force INEC now by the advocacy that they operationalize that? Why? A lot of young people register but are too frustrated to go back and queue for their PVC. So if this is now enabled in the law, can we push INEC to make it operational so that if you register, you can just go online and download your PVC. You don't need to go through that whole stress of trying to get it. So for me, I think that those are like important engagements. And maybe my last point would be, we have a new Electoral Act. A lot of us may not be happy about some of the provisions, but they are not all bad. But our data show that the younger people are less aware of electoral reforms. So can we get the new Electoral Act and start educating our peers on the important sections, as simple as demanding that for every youth that goes to vote in your polling unit, ensure that INEC official takes a picture of the result with the BVAS and uploads it. Because that is a demand youths and voters can make at polling unit level. That is one way to guarantee transparency of the result. But if you don't know you have this in the Electoral Act, you can't make the demands. And so that awareness on what the new provisions are will be very important. And why is awareness important? It's not enough for us to be angry. I've seen a lot of us get angry. I'm also angry and frustrated. But what we need is informed anger, and we need to target our anger to whom we are angry with. And that is the system. And one way to get it to work is to show up, educate our peers, and ensure that our vote counts at the polling units.
All right. So we're going to take questions in a bit. I have two more questions for you. The first one is, I find that we often have to reorient people for when we have new reforms. You have to basically tell them this is what is happening. But beyond that, you almost have to rejig the necessity for the reasons why something should exist in the first place. So if I were to ask you to do a super summary of why the electoral process is important and why it almost feels like we can make all the noise possible, but if you are not as keyed into the electoral process, then you're leaving the most important part on the table. I'm asking you to imagine that you're speaking to a room of people who we want them to go home today and be ambassadors and be able to very clearly explain to people that, yes, you can be online and say all the things you need to say. You can protest when you want to protest, but elections are so important. How would you summarize the importance of the electoral process?
Well, everything we do is affected by politicians, or rather by the politics. Policies and laws are made by those who are elected. And so our quality of life, standard of living is affected by policies and legislations. The only way to ensure we have laws and policies that protect us is by getting to that polling unit and voting in the right person. The truth is, someone talked in the earlier panel around, FX, even for young creatives, for startups. A lot of times we don't understand that you can have a brilliant idea, but when you have the wrong leader, it can create an environment that destroys every brilliant idea. And so getting in the right people who are innovative and forward-thinking is very important, which is why I'm big on voting for state assemblies and House of Reps and Senate. We need younger people there. I've met some people in the Senate and I just feel like slapping them because these people, their head, you're just angry. And I'm like, how can we get more progressive minds, younger people in those places where the laws are made, where the executive oversight is conducted, because that is where you oversight the powers of the executive. But we don't care about these elections enough. Please, if you're a young person, you can even run. I want newer people to run for these elections so that youth can build around younger candidates. The National Assembly is a very important election. The State Assembly is a very important election. Those are the chambers or the houses that can curtail the excesses of an executive or the president or governor at both levels.
Thank you. I think my final question before we take questions from the audience is that this is a wonderful report. I've gone through, again, it's available online, so if you don't have a physical copy, you can go to the website, to www.yaga.org, and then there's a section for it. There's also the National Voting Intention Survey website as well, where you can get it. Now, you've tried to codify all the thoughts and feelings as much as possible in here. But what are the things that the numbers don't say, that you see by virtue of the work that you do? What can't numbers capture? That's very important in the way that we regard the electoral process, in the way that sentiments around the electoral process are formed.
This is a tough question because I'm used to dealing with data. But if there's something, when our data show that about 77% of Nigerians have the intention to vote, meaning they are willing to vote. However, for them to vote, this is what will happen. I saw your data also. High percentages of youth, about 87, right? Also. But this is something so it's intention, we want to vote, but certain things need to happen. And I think for me, one thing I'm wondering what we're not capturing is those certain things that need to happen that they've highlighted. Are they really the things that need to happen? Or is it just Nigerians saying we intend to vote? And so if I think of some of the issues that our data threw out and then what yours also showed, it would be that for a lot of young people are influenced by their peers. And maybe we need to start thinking about those who influence other young people. Because those we surveyed may say this, but at the end of the day, they would listen to some others to take action. So how do we identify those others, those influencers, those opinion makers who would get them to actually turn out to vote? The second is our data showed radio is the most trusted source of information for young people. I was surprised. I thought it would be social media. However, the survey was national. And so perhaps there are different categories also. And so the other thing is, how are we leveraging those platforms that majority of citizens listen to actually get them to take action? Because I think maybe a lot of times we also focus on social media engagement, but we need to start doing a lot of offline or on the ground real work, because data is showing that more rural voters vote than urban and elite voters.
Thank you. All right, so we'll take questions. Over to
All
you.
right, questions. Okay, I'm just going to get an extra mic. All right. Oh, that's a lot of people. I'm sorry, we can only take 4 questions. You can meet Anita or Cynthia during the tea break to ask your questions.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Adora, and I really enjoyed this session. So my question is more about female representation in politics. So I was looking at the Zikoko's report, and there was actually a high percentage of people saying that they are willing to vote for a female candidate. But I just feel like there's sort of a disconnect, because people are saying this, but then we are looking at the ballots and it's not exactly reflecting. So I'm wondering, is it also the same, problem as to people at the thing you just mentioned about Nigerians just saying that they are willing, but they are not going to do it? Or is there some other nuance that we are probably missing? Thank you.
Okay, we're going to come back to answer that. We have...
Hi, thank you for this session. I would like to know your take from the work you did with Get the Not Too Young to Run movement. What would be your thesis on Nigeria adopting e-voting? And just to insert a cheeky request, are you willing to dedicate like maybe 10 years of your life to push for that?
Okay. Those are a lot of hands, really.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, man. Thank you for all you have done. I am the John Patrick, and I'm a political enthusiast. I have started an organization to train leaders, because we all know that if you want to become a lawyer, you go to law school. But where do you go to become a leader, a politician? So I've started an organization to train youth into becoming leaders, politicians. But my question is this: how do we sustain this and avoid hijack from the politicians? Because you said you've run your thing since 2009 to 2018, so you stayed that long. So how were you able to stay that long to avoid burnout and the likes? Thank you.
Okay, we'll take 2 more questions and...
All right, so thank you very much, Ma. So thank God you mentioned that Yaga started from the student community, and that is where I'm going to now. So I want to ask that, how have you been engaging the student community? Because we also played a role. While I was a student of University of Ibadan, we know the role we play. Politicians will come, APC, PDP, they will come. Even Link is already flying around, be the city boy, be the city girl. And also, how do you tend to engage the student community? Because I could remember then, being the Shemakide campus ambassador, my mom that doesn't vote for her to go out and vote for Shemakide, because I keep talking about him at home. So that speaks volume of the influence of the student leaders. So that's one. Then 2, since we want more youth to contest, and we all understand the fact that finance also plays a role, don't you think this is the high time for us to start fund the youth? An initiative from the civic community. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, we'll take 1 more from the back. I'm sorry, if I cannot take your questions, please feel free to walk up to Anita or Cynthia later to ask them.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. Like what the speaker just gave us as a view, I disagree with some of the things you have said. 1, the youth are asked to get involved in politics. But if you look at their nomination form, the amount that is being slated as the nomination form and also the interest form, how many of our youth can afford this nomination form fee. Then number two is that if you look at the political terrain, I will use myself as an example. A councillor in my constituency now got there on a platter of gold, and he was also chosen as the Speaker of the House. But immediately he got there, we expected that he should be able to go along with the youth way, or the way the youth are going. But immediately he got there, the chairman of that local government just kept him quiet. He does not speak. Even when he go out for any political function, he's the chairman of that local government that will overshadow him. He has never even spoken any word since he became the Speaker of the House. So how do you feel that all these old men will still give us way and still give us, because when you are talking, it's like you are talking from heaven. You are not talking based on what is happening in Nigerian terrain. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your questions. Cynthia and Anita will move to the answers now.
Can I? Okay, maybe I'll start from the last speaker. I'm not speaking from heaven, no. From reality, the truth is the system is hostile. Number one, we cannot expect the state by nature is tyrannical. It's not here because they love you or they care about you. And so, which is why in every system, if you follow Kenya, for instance, young people have been protesting in Kenya for like forever. Almost every state, you have people protesting against one thing or the other. And so for the question, we have young people who are winning elections, but they're in smaller numbers. In 2019, after the law was signed in 2018, about 22 young people under 30-year-olds won the elections, mostly in the state assembly. In the last election, we have the youngest in the House of Reps at 27 years old. And the youngest in the state assembly was 26. She's a female in Kwara State Assembly. A student, actually, she just finished from school. And so, are they outliers? Yes. But it's about how you build and how you start early. And some of them are very, very functional and active in the system. There are some young people who get in that we don't even associate with because they don't represent values of youth. And so for us, it's about getting the right people in. Can we mobilize around the young people contesting for office so that when they are in, you can support them from outside? I'm not a fan of any lawmaker per se, but if I give an example with Senator Natasha, if you see a lot of work that happened when she was out, her constituents were still in her support, which was why the recall failed. There was a recall activated. Ordinarily, that recall would have worked because of the monies deployed to the constituency. But it started to fail. And so if we get younger people in and you build support outside for them, they are more confident to act. And we've seen it work for some young people that we support. And I'll connect to the question on women. We have a Ready to Run campaign. Actually, we'll be in Lagos in some months, next month, for young people who want to run. We build a database, and so we provide support for those who are running, under 35-year-olds who are running, and we work with them even after they win elections. So what will be our advice from the last elections? The big parties are not very youth or women friendly. Before it was APC and PDP, but now you can see PDP is on shaky grounds. ADC is emerging as one of the strong oppositions now. What we're seeing is that the smaller or the less popular parties are more youth-friendly and women-friendly because they don't charge as much for nomination. But a lot of people want to be with the big parties. That is where money is very high, or cost of nomination is very high. So what did we learn? In 2019, we had a young man in Nasarawa. He was under 30-year-old. He was 28. He won under Zenith Labour Party, ZLP. He had tried to contest with APC. They didn't give him. They didn't allow him contest primaries. PDP, they didn't allow him contest primaries. But he was a student leader. He was a youth leader. So he was known. State assembly sometimes is just two constituencies, two state constituencies. So he just went to ZLP, which was new. Most of us don't even know ZLP as a party, right? And his popularity and young people mobilized for him. He unsat a sitting APC member. And they were shocked. What did he do? He learned that the new big parties couldn't give him access. He built his popularity and went to a party that was not so popular. And he kept telling people, vote ZLP. He was using the, the logo of the party for his campaign because you know it's not the name that is on the ballot paper. So what did we learn from that? That young people can win. Sometimes if the big parties shut the door at you because they play a politics of exclusion, you can go to some of these newer parties and then build from outside. So I just met the question on youth and women. That is also what we've seen working for women, that those parties are also more women-friendly. And if there is, our data is showing us now from what was shared from the Citizens Report, that the young people would more likely vote for women, or that rather there's an appetite to vote for women candidates. So, for young women who want to contest, perhaps what you need to do is to find a party that would accept you and start building your support by targeting young voters. I think that is one way to bridge that gap and divide. I'm merging two questions. Hijack, not too young to run movement. Yes, the movement, the first time we moved for the amendment of the Constitution was in 2009. And I remember when we made the presentation, the Senate, the Constitution Review Committee, one of the senators told us, basically, pop and plain, young people cannot amend Nigeria's constitution. Go back to school. We were in school, then we traveled all the way from Jos to Abuja. And he basically said we looked hungry. Maybe we needed some stipend for travel. We felt very insulted, but did we look hungry? Yes. Yeah, if you had seen me then, miracle has made me look this way. But what did we do? We learned that we needed to go and build better. Then we just went as Yaga Africa, two of us representing the organization, myself and my partner, Samson. We went, made the presentation, they said no. 2012, we got more younger people to support the movement, but it was about only 60 organizations. We didn't hit much. It was not even part of the bills to be voted on. 2015, after the elections, we started building a movement. We needed to make this count. One, a hashtag not too young to run. Then hashtags were a big thing. And then we started building at every state. We needed state coordinators and local governments because we wanted the National Assembly to take us seriously. And so by the time the bill was introduced in the National Assembly, we already had state coordinators leading protests in the state assemblies, saying there's a bill in the national, we must get it to work. So how do you prevent hijacking? You need to organize and build around young people that have the same values, that care about what you want. But you can also work with those who do not agree with all of your opinions, but believe in the major goal you want to achieve. But you have to build around ideas and not money. Because we did not wait for a funding for Not Too Young to Run to work. We wanted to organize and raise funds organically. And so I'll connect it to the question on money and the lessons from Not Too Young to Run and NSAS. NSAS, we know the data on how funds came to NSAS, but young people organically raised funds and connected and moved together. Not Too Young to Run, the same thing. We were raising, young people were donating. We were not waiting for any big person to send in money. And so when young people organically raise funds or fundraise, they have better control and autonomy. And for the young people who want to contest, one way to bridge the money gap is to sell your ideas in such a way that younger people can begin to support your ideas and your initiatives. Student communities, yes, we still engage with student communities. Last week we were actually with young, so we set up what we call Not Too Young to Run hubs in tertiary institutions. We actually have in Lasso and Unilag in Lagos and some other states. The idea is to get students, communities to start to engage differently because that is where the power lies. But a lot of times, young people are not engaged at an early stage. And so for us, we need to take this message or this gospel of participation to those hubs of learning so that younger people can begin driving the message from that institution of learning, right? And so the work is still ongoing. Can electronic voting... So interestingly, we have the capacity for electronic voting. The BVAS, the Bimodal Voter Accreditation System, the way it's been designed, it was designed by Nigerians actually. It is designed to, one, authenticate, that electronically authenticate voters, enable electronic voting and electronic transmission of results. However, electronic voting has not yet gotten the attention of the lawmakers. So what is happening is, every electoral reform, it comes up, but it dies at the National Assembly. So that should be the next level of advocacy for the next reform process, because this reform process is closed. Do we have infrastructure? Yes. Can we get it done? Yes. All we need is a political will. But how do you force political will when every young person starts making the demand for that? We've seen it work. If Nigerian youth push, lawmakers listen. But electoral reform, most times we don't push enough. And so it's possible. It may not even take us 10 years. It may take us in the next 5 years because a lot of young people are asking for that. transmission of results electronically was a huge demand. It started 2021 after the NSAS. And so the electronic transmission of results we have now started in 2022. It was first piloted in 2020, before 2021. Young people influence policies, but most times when you have this agitation, when it's time to showcase our power to get the lawmakers to change it, that's when we're missing. And I think my time is almost up. Let me just mention something. The electronic transmission of results, we saw the debate ongoing, right? However, when we called for protest, I was at the protest ground. We didn't have as many young people that would cause commotion in National Assembly. So they were just bypassing us and driving in. Imagine if we turned out in our numbers and blocked their entry into the National Assembly. There is no way we'll be having debates on whether it works or not, because we know that from our data, Yaga Africa's observation, electronic transmission of results is working. Our polling units, 93% of polling units have network coverage as at 2018 when a survey was done. Politicians know this, but they are afraid of that system working. And so we have the capacity and infrastructure. We just need to push the political will to get it done. But the only way to do that is if we, as citizens, and for the young people who have passed the youth age, for the young people to take that fight. But I'm ready to keep fighting because Nigeria is my country. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so as we end this, I do want to say we're very idealistic. Ideas are good. We enjoy having conversations about all the things that should happen and why they should happen. And this is, we're having conversations here. But the truth is that civic participation is one of those things that you cannot do a one and done. You don't graduate from civic participation, which is one thing that I feel, from a generational sense, young people are yet to come to terms with. So, we did XYZ 2020. It should be enough. We did something in 2023. That should be enough. Why do I still have to do another one in 2025? You are growing and you are living and the world is changing. If you followed yesterday on Twitter, fascinating news coming out of America. The point is, but if there's anything I want you to take from this is that sure that we're coexisting with the participation that we are all supposed to be making in this ecosystem. So that's from me to you. But thank you so much, Cynthia, for doing this. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Anita and Cynthia. Please put your hands, make it louder for them. Thank you. Pictures, please, for Anita and Cynthia. Can we get the photography, guys? Thank you. It's been an amazing time, right? Do we agree? Has it been an amazing time? Okay, so we understand that we've been here for a couple of hours and you're a little tired, a little hungry. So we're going to go on a quick 15 minutes break, just 15 minutes break, so that you can grab something to eat and you can bring your plate back inside. It's fine to continue. So yes, starting now. Yes, thank you. When we come back, we have another panel that talks about female inclusion in politics. We also have another fireside chat and just audience interaction. So yes, thank you. everybody. I just want to let you know that there is an exhibition of the report outside, so please check it out. Thank you. Everybody, good afternoon again. So just in case you haven't gotten anything to eat and the food is done outside, in about 10 to 15 minutes, it's going to be refreshed and there's going to be more. But I'm going to like everybody to start coming back inside. Can we please come back inside? If you've not gotten food, you can come back later. Can we please come back inside? All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Can we please settle down? I'm glad that we now have something in our system, and I can see that our energy is back up. Love to see it. Can we please sit down? We're about to begin. Thank you so much, everybody. So the next panel we're about to have is quite interesting. It's called Nigeria Then versus Now. Have you ever had or heard that conversation before? Nigeria is not like it used to be before. If you've ever heard that before, can I see your hand up? Nigeria is not as it used to be before. Show of hands. Okay. Do you know, we're young people here, so I'm going to be honest. If you're young and unmarried, you've probably heard people say, you're in your 30s, you should be married now. When I was your age, I was married. Or your mom has probably told you, when I was your age, I already had you. Have we heard that now? What's usually your response to them? Show of hands, please. Your mom or your dad said, when I was your age, I already had you. Or already had 4 houses. Or 2 houses. Can I see anybody who has an answer to that question? Okay.
I just tell out the best though, because I can only try. No.
Okay. All right, so let's break it down now. 2 scenarios. First scenario is your mom or your dad tells you, when I was your age, I already had you. What's your response to that first? Who has a response to that?
Because I earn more than you did, but you could afford. I can't afford what you could afford.
Okay, interesting answer. Anybody else has an answer to that question? Okay.
You got married with 3K.
You got married with 3K. Legit answer. Anybody else has an answer? You do have an answer? Okay, interesting kid.
That means they were really young when they had you.
That means they were really young when they... Very brilliant boy, I love it. Okay, so the next scenario is your dad tells you, what are you even doing with your life? When I was your age, I had a house. Anybody has a reply for that? Anybody has a reply? Okay.
I'm doing my best.
Very legit answer. Anybody else has a reply to that? When I was your age, I had a house, I had a car. What are you doing with your life? Let's hear your answer.
Nigeria was better then.
Nigeria was better then. Okay. Really interesting answers. I like that we have these answers. And that's why our next session is really important. Now, this next panel session, give me a second. Yes, this next panel session is titled The Nigerian Life, Nigeria Then versus Now. And to speak on this, we have really interesting people. Okay, something's going on here. But we have really interesting people. Just give me a second to find them. For the first person on that panel right now is Ayomide Akimbode. Ayomide Akimbode, please could you put your hands together as he takes his seat. Ayomide Akimbode. Then we also have Adesua Agiwa Osage. Okay, she has fans. Please make it louder if you want to scream for her. We also have Chiamaka DK, who is the moderator of this panel. And then there is Fumilayo Sanya on the panel also. I'm sorry, we have Joachim Makebong on this panel. Okay, please take it away.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please, let's be responding. Okay, so I just want to start with a very simple question. If you had the choice, would you prefer Nigeria as it was a few years ago or the Nigeria as it is right now? Okay, 10 years ago. Put your hands up if you do. Nobody, only one person, only two people. So if you prefer Nigeria as it was 10 years ago, put your hands up. And if you prefer Nigeria as it is right now in 2026, put your hands down. Oh my goodness. So you don't care about any? Oh wow. So what's your preferred timeline? Okay, so that instinct to compare then and now is what really this conversation is going to be about. We're not here to romanticize the past. We're not here to dismiss the present. We are just here to ask a simple question. What has worked in the past? What didn't work? And why? So we're going to be looking at the promises made in independence, the realities people have lived through, and what the patterns tell us about all of these things. So I have three very, very interesting panelists with us. They've already been introduced. I'm going to ask them all one question right now. So from Joachim to Adesiwa and then to Ayomide. And the first question is, many Nigerians often say things like, things worked better before. When Nigerians say that, what period are they usually referring to? And what specifically worked better? So Joachim first.
So I think that as far as Nigeria is concerned, the closest thing that Nigeria has to the good old days is the 1970s. Every other decade of Nigerian existence has had one comma or the other. So what happened in the 1970s? In the 1970s, Nigeria had the benefit of sky-high oil prices, a relatively smaller population, and those resources were able to go around everybody. Also, there was an acceleration of educational opportunities, various things like, and also an increase in the way civil service people were being paid as a result of those oil prices. So if for example you were born in the 1930s and 1940s, by the 70s you were between 20 and 30 years old, and in the civil service then you were probably a director, an assistant director, things like that. You came into significant resources because of that sky high, oil money. The second best time, although that already had the weight of decades of military, as in bad administration and everything, was the 2000s, specifically between 2000 and I think up to the point of maybe 2013, 2014. That was also because of the global commodity super cycle. Again, sky-high oil prices that Nigeria benefited from, although this time, there were many more people. The resources didn't go around quite as much. And there was the legacy misgovernance from the military, but there was a view of opportunity coming back into Nigeria, democracy and whatnot. So I think that was the second time, but I think it's a distant second. If you are talking about the good days in Nigeria, it's the 1970s, and I think there's a lot of evidence in that direction.
Okay, thank you. Adeswa?
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm going to have to agree with you that it does not exist in this dispensation. There's no such thing as the good old days. And I'm going to go off of what he said, because you've described the oil booms that we had. And I understand why we see those as the good old days. But when we look back with nostalgia and we think those were the good old days, it's only because things are worse today. There is no age of Nigerian who does not remember a time where the road was better or the food was cheaper. I bought chicken pie today for an amount I cannot admit in public. And I was thinking, wow, I remember when this was 50 naira. Is this showing my age? But I know that my younger cousin will remember when it was 200 naira or 500 naira, right? Every single one of us has the good old days for us. because it's been consistently getting worse. And that is why the good old days don't exist. In the 70s, what plagued us in the 70s is what plagued us in the Jonathan days that we now, some people look better to and say, oh, that corruption was small. No, we separated, when we had the oil boom, the privileges and the profits from governance did not come from governance itself. It came from oil. Our political structure has completely removed itself over the last couple of decades from the proceeds of politicking, not having anything to do with the people, but having everything to do with oil profits or fact allocation or sycophancy. We have entrenched that system. And so if you look back to the 70s, when we had NYSC, when you had maybe 6 or 7 universities, it doesn't look that bad. But the problems then, the bad behavior then, is just entrenching itself, and it's the same one now. If you look back to when maybe 1990s, we had less than 200,000 university students. You go to the 2010s, it's gone up to 2 million. It's the same type of structures. It's the same lack of maintenance. It's the same, lack of political results that we're seeing. So they're not good old days in Nigeria. It's just that there were less people and there was more money. And we're the big dogs, the Gulf War and all of this. The dollars were flowing. But now if dollar is flowing, before, if it's 5 or 10 people in the room, now it's 6,000. By the time that dollar reaches you, you're going to remember, you're going to remember when it was less of you in the room. So I don't think there's a good old days, because if we frame it in that way, we look at it as though there was something they were doing right then that we are no longer doing now. But I think what it is a bad behavior recreating itself and building on itself over the last couple of years.
So when Nigerians talk about the good old days, they look at it from the angle of economics. The governance is still the same. The political system is nearly the same. So now we are in 2026. She asked the question that who would like to go back to 2016? In 2016, it was 250 naira to $1. Now it is 1,360 something. So that's like over 400% increase. Now in 2046, you would tell your children that in 2026, dollar was 1,003, things were affordable. So she's right. There has been no good old days. Even the 70s, there was armed robbery. The civil service, Murtala Mohammed pushed the civil service, and many technocrats were lost, and that is still affecting it till today. Then you come to the 80s, you have the Ghana must go crisis. The 90s, you have the Abacha era, which I don't want to dwell on. It was only in the Obasanjo era, just like he said, it was when Nigeria improved and the middle class, tried to come up to some extent. But by 2016, we had 2 recessions, and then we degenerate again. And we keep degenerating to 2036, to 2046, to 2056.
God forbid.
Unless a miracle happens.
All right, thank you very much, Ayomide. Adeswa, you said something very interesting, that there really isn't anything like the good old days, that it was just a situation where there was lesser people and just more money to go across. And I would really like you to delve further into this with this question. Did Nigerians really have better economic opportunities, or were expectations just simply lower?
So even though I don't believe it's the good old days per se, they definitely did have better economic opportunities. But I also think it's because of that there are certain things there. If we look at purchasing power parity, just how much you can get for your money, accessibility to travel, public transportation, even flights, even the fact that the Nigerian passport itself was stronger, and so that opened access to for people. But we have changed, as we have urbanized, we have to understand that urban poverty and rural poverty is different. And at that time, what they saw as the simple life or what you're growing past was what today we will see as rural poverty. Areas before that were maybe beautiful landscapes are now the ungoverned areas of Nigeria, or it's not even ungoverned, they're just governed by terror organizations or bandits or whatever they want to call it, right? We have changed the definition of what poverty is, of what success is. We have democratized access, not necessarily to quality education, but to education. And so you have more people in the workspace, more people in urban areas, less opportunities. And then all the public infrastructure, some that we inherited from colonial administration, a lot from military era, we have just allowed them to go to waste. You know, I saw a picture of a girl who posted, you know, she went to the same nursing program as her mother. It's the same signboard from like 1976 that she's posting. Everyone's saying, oh, it's not cute. It's not cute, you know. If I go to my primary school, I should not recognize the chairs there. It should not be that, that's the chair I sat on, the exact chair. That was like 20-something years ago, but that's what we have in Nigeria. So we have not maintained a lot of things, but they did have economic opportunity. As I said, now we have greater competition. We do have tech and the internet and new ways that young Nigerians are innovating and giving themselves access, but it's in spite of the system, not because of it. So I don't think that our grandparents had lower thresholds for what success was, but I do know that my grandmother, as someone who didn't go to university and was a market woman, was flying with other market women to trade in Europe, right? How many market women today can have access to visa or even to, the same tickets? Like, you have to be very successful to be able to access that. And it's not just a Nigerian thing, right? We have cost of living crisis all over the world. The gap between the rich and poor is broadening. And so you need more to be able to just survive. But I would say, yeah, so even if there weren't good old days, it was definitely softer for the older generation, or the boomers, as they call it in America, who now, they all built their first houses and all of that. But yeah, it still wasn't the good old days, but it was better. It was better days. But God forbid that we'll continue down this path to 2046. I hope for some structural change before then.
Okay, so what you've said, I think it's very largely based upon policies. And this will bring me to my next question for you, Ayomide. So when you think of the past, when you think of the ways that, travel, for instance, was much easier, people could fly to Europe, people could board a ship to London, just, with 20 naira or thereabouts. There was a time like that. When you think of those times, are there clear instances of policies that genuinely improved everyday life for Nigerians, and what conditions made them work?
I would like to start from, let's say, independence, that era. But before independence, technically, Nigerians had been ruling since 1952. So the West, in particular, through Chief Obafemi Awolowo, created the policy of free education. So it pulled many, especially Yoruba people, from poverty, and they had access to scholarships. Even in the North, Samadu Bello instituted the Northern Expansion, like North First policy. Then Michael Okpara in the East also instituted an East First policy. So where young Nigerians were sent abroad on scholarship, and they came back to improve the civil service compared to now, where if I say maybe 60% of people in this room, if they have access to leave the country, maybe it's 10% that would say, I would come back. So I'm sure that many of us would like to stay there. But it wasn't like that. And these are the policies that helped them then. So we had the free education policy, the farm settlement scheme, whereby you get a grant, not even loans, to establish farms. Then you make the money. Then and it was cocoa that was popular then. So from that money, you had excess amounts to create other ventures for yourself. So it created this wealth, which we now call old money. So it created this wealth down the line. So people could afford to do whatever they want economically. Now, concerning traveling abroad, achieving some status, achieving something that relates to, this guy is a rich person, it was because of the policies then. Nigeria was respected in the foreign spheres. Now, you don't need a visa, you didn't need a visa to travel to England until 1986. So it was easier for them to travel compared to now. So these policies helped the youth compared to when the military now came into power. They now use the youth as, we want to discipline them. We don't want to improve them. So that was when NYSC came. NYSC did not come to give you jobs. It came to prepare you to, of course, they would say, oh, so that you will know other areas. It came to instill that discipline in you. And once Gowon was done with NYSC, Buhari came with Y, War Against Indiscipline. So they were instilling disciplines in you. So they were not trying to improve you like the First Republic politicians that were sending you on scholarships, our youth are the leaders of tomorrow. The military men came and said, no, you are our boys now. And when the Civil War came, they recruited many youths to fight the war. After the war, they discarded the youths. Then armed robbery was rife from the 70s to the 80s. So during the era of the Fourth Republic, Obasanjo came with the telecom liberation. The telecom policy liberated many youths. There were plenty of jobs. MTN, Econet, and the likes, they came. So the wealth was there. So teachers even could afford to drive cars. There was high purchasing power. Then to the 2010s, 2011, then the 2012 fuel subsidy crisis crashed so many things. Petrol went from 65 naira to 140 naira on January 1, 2012. Like you woke up in the new year to go to work and there was no car on the road. So people were protesting. So, okay, they brought it back down to 97 naira. Through that, purchasing power had left so many youths. Okay, to now try to rectify this, President Jonathan created the You-Win program, whereby grants were given to youths to create businesses and the likes. But it was not successful because the institution was poor. Legislation was not strong enough to back it. Then a new government came in 2015, cancelled it, and said, okay, now it is Empower. So there is confusion everywhere. So the Fourth Republic politicians do not see the youth as for the future. So they now see you as, let's manage these ones. Once they want to protest, just give them grants. Or just call some of their leaders, give them something. So the First Republic politicians improved the youth, see them as the future. The military disciplined the youth, while the present politicians manage the youth. So that is the policy that we are on now.
Thank you. A question just came to me now. So you mentioned a lot of policies that had a lot of impact on Nigerians. In your opinion, why do you think that these policies have fallen off the way they have? Because they could have just been maintained or just revamped as time goes on, but why has it fallen off to the point that it has?
Well, I'm scared to give my own opinion, but I would show you what you can see for yourself. Because history is about patterns. That's why I could easily predict what could happen in 2046. Naira will be 6,500 to 100. So, yeah, just go back to history. You see, we don't read history. History is there on its own. You say repeat history. No, we don't repeat history. History is there. So, we are the one repeating our failings. Now, concerning your question, you do let me miss it. What exactly is it? So I don't want to talk out of turn.
Why did the policies fail?
Yeah.
Why the policy? Of course, I've said it. Institution, there are no institutions back into it. Our institution is weak. No, institution is not building. It's not a building. Institution moves due to the mood of the president. When Buhari became president, there were no ministers for 6 months. and everything was just like static. People were watching how it would go. Will he be a disciplined military man as 30 years ago? But the know the Buhari had changed. Or will this be as it was? So institutions should not be based on the mood of the president. It shouldn't be based on the mood of the political party. Any political party will come on board, then sack all the boss that are not part of their party. So there is no strength. Institutions should be strong on its own, backed by laws, protected by even the people itself. But Nigerians will look up to saviors rather than institutions. We are looking for a savior. Come and save us, come and save us. When the person gets there, the decision is weak. After NAFDAC, NAFDAC was popular because of Dr. Dora Akunyili. I don't know whether anybody knows the new NAFDAC DG now. EFCC, no Ribadu. I don't even know whether anybody knows EFC chairman. So we are not building institutions. We are not even building people. We just have some lucky technocrats that would come, do some little change, abacadabra, then they go, and then it's back to comatose. So that is why policies are not really being effective. Then two, we don't try to look at policies that had succeeded and implement on it. The policy may be successful, but because this guy took glory with this policy, let me come in and cancel it. Now, why would you cancel your win and bring in Empower? Your win was giving grants. Empower was sending you to primary school, secondary school to go and teach and giving you some 20,000 naira, and they won't even pay you on time. So instead of you to continue with those good policies, you create your own, then it fails. So to make a policy successful, we must build strong institutions. And to create a strong institution, it must be backed legally. It must have a strong legal backing, and the people too must support it, so that it won't be just the case of, the president. The president can just wake up one morning and say, central bank governor, I don't like his face, suspend him. It shouldn't be. Even the independent National Electoral Commission, I don't know how independent it is. So it shouldn't be something that a president can just appoint and remove. No. So our institutions are weak. So it makes our policies to not be effective.
I want to just quickly go off of this because I also blame Nigerian citizens for this. Yes, I blame Nigerian citizens. We personalize things. It's just how you said NAFDAC, and people say Dora Queen now. If you see them saying that there's a CBN circular going out, you see Cardoso demands 5% of your money. The law came from the National Assembly. It was an executive bill from the president. The money is going to the NSA, and then you are putting Cardoso's picture on Instablog. What does Cardoso have to do with it? He, he's just the operator. He's the last part of this whole thing, right? Nigerians personalize their institutions, and we also personalize who we hold responsible. And I really want people to hear this and understand this. Please try and check who is responsible for what, where you are from, or when you are discussing certain things. If medicine is missing, if your PhD does not have oxygen or water, it is not Ali Pate's business at all. I feel like we know too much about our ministers and stuff. We need to know more, as you said earlier, about your local government chairman, about your commissioner of health, about the person in your state house of assembly. And you need to harass the hell out of them. And they are more sensitive to harassment than a Wike with his 15 cars. Before you touch his essays, PA's car, he would have already reached River State. You're not lying. But if it is your LG chairman, hold his shirts. I think we need to be more active and stop personalizing certain failures at the highest level. I'm not saying love your president or love your minister or love your governor. But before you get there are like 7 people whose shares you should tear. And I mean this. You guys are laughing, but I mean it. And when we talk about strong institutions, because I spend a lot of time in National Assembly, and the Senate, as you said earlier, is a disgrace. I have to pray serenity prayer before I enter Red Chamber because I might slap somebody's father. You have senators today of the quality of which 10 years ago, They're not even people you will engage with. Those senators of 10 years ago would not engage with them except to carry ballot box on Sunday. And we now have people who are sitting in the chamber. You don't even look at them and think, oh, I want to be a senator. It's not cool anymore. It's rough. It's raggedy. It's embarrassing. But it's true. So in order for us to actually want institutions that function, we must know the functions of different tiers of the institution and the people participating in the institution and hold those different people responsible. Don't just look at the front or look at the president and ignore every single other person that comes before them. Otherwise, we are going nowhere anytime soon.
Thank you, Adesoa. Okay, so I'm just going to move very quickly to the next question. Joachim, you are a man of data. I think that's what I would refer to.
It's one of the things I am, definitely, yeah. Yeah, other things, but data is one of them, yeah.
Yeah, and I think you would definitely love this next question. At what point in our history do you think that Nigerians began to lose confidence that the state will deliver on its promises, and why?
So, does anybody here remember that Yahooze song from 2007? You remember that song, Abi? One of the lines in that song was, too much money, the problem is how to spend it, right? So that line was from Yakubu Gowon in the 70s that I made reference to some minutes ago. And it's an interesting one because at that time, when Nigeria actually did have more money than it knew what to do with, it was that decade when, as Ayomide referred to, when Murtala Mohammed came into power and he purged the civil service. So what happened after then was when you combine, if you look at Nigeria from the highest possible point, there are 4 problems. Structurally, there are 4 problems. So there's an economic crisis, there is a security crisis, there is a human capital development crisis, and there's a broader productivity crisis in the economy. I think the biggest problem is the human capital development crisis. So Cynthia has already mentioned that when she was talking about engaging with senators, Adesoa said the same thing. You meet these people and you really want to give them a body slam, to be honest. In 2019 or so, I was approached to be SA or TA to some unnamed senator. I told the guy that, look, take the message back that if I give him advice and he doesn't listen to me, I'm going to walk. I didn't hear back for obvious reasons, right? So the problem is that you have this thing where it seems like the human capital at the top of government to the bottom gets worse practically every 4 years. And that cycle began in the 70s with the purge of the civil service. There were a group of people they called super palm sex at the time. Alison Aida, a number of other big guys like that. They were the people who had the brain power of the civil service, and they were the ones who were trying, I think you can say they largely failed to guide the military leaders properly. And what happened in that decade at the boom, at Nigeria's boom point, was that government overspent, overstretched itself, and then when the oil prices popped in the 80s and things began to go downhill, you then had songs like Veno's song saying Nigeria go survive in 1984, telling Andrew not to check out. That's the answer to your question. It was around the late 70s, 1980s, when people were realizing that actually this dream that we were sold is no longer selling any longer. And so people were now beginning to look for other things to do with themselves. And one thing that people were doing was they were leaving the country for greener pastures. So I think that 80s was a decade, and everything that happened after the oil boom of the 1970s ended, practically everything only led to more of that exodus. So the civil space reduced, the military took more power, the economic decisions were worse and worse. There was a structural adjustment program that didn't really go all the way because, again, the military men at the time, had their own various agenda. And because of that, when you combine all those factors together, the 1980s really was a decade where people began to really fight, to really feel that there was no real point. So by the time Nigeria went back to democracy in 1999, you had back-to-back decades, really, of people not really seeing any reason to stick around. And so when they blew the whistle for return to democracy, many people didn't come back. The people who did come back are the people who are still around today, disturbing all of our lives, actually. So we can talk about this the whole day, but nobody has time for that. But the answer to your question is the 1980s, by the way, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Joachim. So I'm going to ask a joint question now for all three of you. You have mentioned a lot, I think Adeswa and Ayomide, you have mentioned a lot about the need for stronger institutions, you know. And these days, it often feels like we optimize for individual brilliance. We often spotlight individual talents, but then we're not really building stronger institutions for the collective Nigerian, right? So, you know, in your opinion, again, how can we build stronger system frameworks? So this time I'm going to take it from Ayomide, Adeswa, and then Joachim.
Except I want to repeat myself because I've already said how we can build strong institutions. So let me just repeat myself. It is by creating laws that are strong enough for an institution to survive any form of government, whether, I don't pray we have military rule anyway, so whether there's a change in political parties that we don't even have ideologies in Nigeria. So maybe there's a party, let's say PDP becomes the ruling party, then an institution is still as it is, even when another party becomes the ruling party. Just like in advanced countries that have strong institutions, whether you are Democrat or Republican, America's foreign policy remains the same. But for Nigeria, our institution is not strong. It's just based on, our institutions are not strong, I mean. It's just based on the mood of the president. It's just based on the mood of the party. So we are more like, oh, let's please this particular person instead of let us please the Nigerian people. Let us please the Nigerian state. And of course, the people too, just like she said, are not really that interested in institutions because they can't see it. They can't feel it, so we won't blame them. And it's still back to economics. It's still back to poverty. So the simple answer is to build strong institutions, we must create strong laws. And we must create strong legislation to back this law. And then the implementation too as well. We don't really implement. Our policies are good on paper. When you see them, like, wow, wow, wow. But to now implement them is so hard or nearly impossible. So I think that's the way we can go on with it.
Yeah, our policy formulation, our research is amazing. When it comes to implementation, Nigerians choke. I would say if we want strong institutions, it goes beyond the laws. The first thing we have to do, if you're religious, then, you know, put our judiciary in prayer. I don't even, like, no, to be honest, because the greatest test for strong institutions is strong men. And we see that in America. Donald Trump has tested, they have been sleepwalking, he shook them awake, right? And you now have the institutions they're going through a stress test that they have never seen before in their lives. You know, the Supreme Court just had to come out against his tariffs, and that was a huge conversation about, okay, what legal instrument can he now use after this point? Donald Trump also has bombed Iran. As we are sitting here, people are texting me, I'm getting news updates. It seems like they're dropping some more in the UAE, you know? And if we take it back to George Bush, who so many people insulted, Bush went to the Senate to try and get permission to bomb Iraq. He went to the UN to try and get permission to bomb Iraq. He created a coalition of many, like 60 countries. Donald Trump just woke up, called Netanyahu, and bombed Iran. It's a brand new world. And now what is 23 years down the line, and America has told us that they have the strongest institutions for 200 years. And they have been testing those institutions for 200 years. So us, how can we sleepwalk and expect that our institutions, first we need the judiciary, but we must also test these institutions. And I think too many people see change as something that comes when you decide to do something one day. And as a historian, primarily as someone who studied, the historical movements in the South and in South Africa, you need consistent action. You need consistently building and challenging those institutions. If I always look at our National Assembly and our judiciary, because the presidency is going to be what it's going to be. They're going to be city boys today. They're going to be Buharists yesterday. And tomorrow, by what is one-party states cannot pass 2031 and it's done, right? And so whoever they're going to sing, then will sing. But us, the people who rely on these institutions, have to make sure that they maintain. So 1, judiciary, and 2, consistent activity from the Nigerian people to tackle it from the bottom. The people who are more vulnerable and more responsive are the people who are closest to you. And so maybe not every day march on the National Assembly, maybe march on Alausa, and don't let some people sleep that night.
Last but not the least, Joaquin.
So in democracy, as far as governance is concerned, not democracy, because it depends, right? What you want is governance, right? Yeah. You can't eat democracy. That's just the sad truth. So in governance, there are two things. There is supply of governance and there is demand for governance. Now, the people who are going to supply the governance are the elite, right? So as it is today, the current elite that we have are not supplying the governance that is necessary for Nigeria to move forward. That is number one. Now, normally, when a country decides to move forward, it is that the elite in power at the time that decides the direction in which it wants the country to go, more or less. Now, there are some variations here and there if you look at some of the history and all that. Because, for example, in China, when Chairman Mao died, right, the people who he had empowered at the time of his death, or rather up to the time of his death, had to be moved aside, often by force, by a new group of people who decided that they had had enough of China's poverty and general going nowhere-ness, right? So he decided that, okay, we want something else now, and that to do things again. It was a bit rough, but he got it done. Now, the question now is that in Nigeria's case of being a democracy, the answer is that the Nigerian electorate have to elect a new set of elites at every level of governance. And they must do it consistently for about 5 or 6 cycles. I want to do something dramatic. I may be a bit dramatic. See, I'm begging all of you. I'm begging, I swear to God, look, this is not a joke. If you guys don't go out to the polls in 2027, nothing is going to change here. So 2027, 31, 35, 39, 43, or whenever it is. If you don't go out to vote, not one single thing is going to change. Look, there's a reason why I vote consistently against the party in power in my local government, because they've refused to fix the road to my house. They can never have my vote. Do you understand what I'm saying? To me, it's very simple, right? There's no running water to my house from the government. I cannot vote for them. I'm very sorry. They cannot buy me. But if you guys don't go out to vote, not just because I was telling my friend when he was here that I think that maybe we should be doing this in Port Harcourt or whatever. I checked myself because even in Lagos, turnout for presidential election was like 25% or something ridiculous like this, right? A place with no running water, a place that does not even have roads, to do anything with, okay? So we need much more, even here in Lagos, never mind everywhere else. If we don't go out and do this thing for 4, 5, 6, 7 cycles, nothing is going to change. Some people are on Twitter talking about revolution or some bullshit, but let me tell you the fact. As far as that is concerned, listen to me carefully. The people that benefit from violent revolution are the most organized group. If you don't go out to vote, you are not even organized. The people with guns will chase you out of wherever it is. They will sit down there and they'll continue their misgovernance, and there's not a fucking thing you can do about it. Sorry. Yes. Yes. Don't bleep this out when you're doing this. So, in a relatively calm scenario, so okay, so I've done that now, let me sit down. So in a relatively calm scenario, right? So in a relatively calm scenario of democracy, right? We have some control over the outcome. And what I mean by some control is that it's not total control, but we have some control. So by the time, at times, when you are beat, so there's one quote where it goes, politicians are like diapers. They should be changed often and for the same reason. Yeah? So the thing is that these people, they don't like listen, right? They don't listen, they are tone deaf. When they enter office, they go with their 70-car convoys, 100-car convoys. Somebody was going to collect a title in Delta State, the convoy was 100 cars. Excuse me, please. Excuse me. So they don't listen. So they don't used to hear word, right? And because they don't listen, you need to teach them this lesson like 5-6 times before it will sink. You cannot afford to let them rest. So if you say you don't want to go out and protest some rubbish laws, I don't really have a problem with that per se, as long as you make your annoyance count at every single election after that. So, for example, why are we suffering 15% inflation, 20% inflation, and the party in power is continuing to win election? There is nowhere in the world it happens unless they have a gun to your head. Are you getting me? There's nowhere in the world it happens. And the reason why it happens is because of our low turnout. They will take our resources, they'll buy the votes they want to buy, and the people whose votes they buy are the people who are consistently coming out while the rest of us sit at home.
Yes.
I have voted for 3 local government elections in a row. 3. This will be my 5th general election that I'm going to vote. Every time. I don't miss it. In 2019, I cycled 6 kilometers to and fro to cast my vote. I take it seriously. It's not a joke. If I were in Russia, if I were in China, nothing somebody will do for me that I can cast a vote to remove that person. Right? We need to really wake up. Like I said, it's not totally down to us, at least in the short term. But if we teach the lesson enough times, they will have no choice but to wake up. We haven't done it enough. That is my problem. And unless we do it enough, and we do it in enough number, we will not teach these people the lesson they need to learn. It's very simple. It's a simple calculus. Now, I can go on and on about this, but there's no time. Yeah. We have to leave and whatnot, but thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for them. Because of time, we can only take 3 questions. If I've taken your question before, I'm not going to take it. I'm so sorry.
Thanks. Hi, it sounds a little bit like you are saying things will not change until 5 election cycles down. And it also sounds a little bit like you're saying people have to prioritize voting. But when you have a population that's largely struggling with the bottom rung of Maslow's hierarchy, I struggle to see how that's a thing. So do you think there are any maybe more feasible things we can actually do, or things that happen much quicker?
Okay, we'll come back to answer those. One question.
Hi, so my one question is, what are some of the things that we have consistently been getting right since to democracy in 99?
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. I can't someone that I've never answered before.
Thank you so much, guys. My question is this. If we had this room and we had people in here with us, for example, and if you look at the room right now, the average age here should be 35, 40, right? Okay, sorry, 30. Question where you say, is Nigeria better now? Different answer, right? So for example, I think the context is this: are we better now than 10 years ago?
Okay, I'm sorry. Just answer every question in 1 minute. We're out of time. Thank you.
Okay. I'll answer very question. Your question about do things happen quickly? Nothing. Nothing. What do they say? Cheap thing no good or good thing no cheap. Hard work is hard for a reason. That's why most people don't do hard things. The progress we require is hard, but living in this country is harder. Accepting what it is right now is harder than doing the work required to get where we need to go. And it's not going to happen one day, right? If you look back and they say, oh, women had it good before, they couldn't get houses. There was a time where black people could not vote in America when grandfathers or other people's grandfathers were going to university. Change can be, and there are always things that you can do. And I think we heard earlier, support. There are members in the House of Representatives who are doing impressive work. They don't have a lot of support. There's a guy who loves the climate. He's always sitting down and writing bills to protect Nigeria's climate and our animals that I've never heard about, right? That's incremental things that are still good and worth doing and worthy. So I do think that these things matter. It does not have to be in 5 cycles or 7 cycles, but we do need to be intentional about it because the people you are organizing against are more organized than you. And I tell people this every day. Most politicians I know don't sleep 8 hours a night. They are obsessed with Nigeria. They know your ward chairman. Your governor might know 5 people living on your street and you don't know your neighbors' names. And you think you care more or you think you know more. It's just you, what you care about or the profit or the outcome to you is different, inherently different than it is to them. But don't think for a minute that they are lazy, that they are inactive, that they're not thinking about things. They are very active and hardworking. It's just that they're not working for what you are working for. So I do think that people need to understand that it takes a lot of work to get where you need to go. And in terms of 60-year-olds, you know, that's like my dad's generation. Anytime I see them, I want to conk their heads. No, this is how I speak to them. It's okay now. We're all good here. It's the truth. They opted out. The elite, the educated elite, the business elite for the last 20, 30 years opted out. I don't know if it's the trauma of military regime or not, but they opted out. When those people opt out, they left politics to the riff-raffs of society. And now they complain. You can't complain. If you're not in the game, it will be decided for you. If you look at the members at the highest level of society now versus in the first, you know, if you go back to the Awolowos, they had degrees. We have touts. It's because they opted out. And so we can't play the same way they did and want better results. We have to actively opt in and we have to go and fight them where they are.
So I need to take the question of how can things happen quicker. So the problem, so first of all, does anybody here do chemistry or did chemistry? Do you know what the second law of thermodynamics is? The second law of thermodynamics says that everything tends towards entropy. So what does that mean? It means that if you clean up this space today, if you clean it up today, totally clean, everything, you go out, come back in a week, nobody inside here, nobody. You still see dust when you come in because disorder is the name of the game as far as our natural world is concerned. It is easier to destroy than to build. And that's even the problem. That's even the main problem. Now, a lot of things can change for Nigeria for the better in the next 10 years if we do things properly. The problem is that a lot of things have already been done badly in the last 10 years. So now we are now in a hole. We now need to dig ourselves up out of that hole before we now begin to make progress. So when you look, again, I can do this the whole day. But the point is that if we make different choices now, our 10 years' time can be different. Our 20 years' time can be different. The Chinese have done it. In Vietnam with Doi Moi in 1986, they did it. These stories are so inspiring to me because if I have any hope for Nigeria today, it is because of the stories of places like China and Vietnam. There is no other reason. Because if I look around me, I look at all the industries, I do this thing for a living, right? Unfortunately. But if I didn't know of the stories of those countries, I would have no hope at all for Nigeria. The hope I have is because of those stories. And every time I am fed up, I just look at one particular part
Thank
of
you
maybe
so
Vietnam
much,
story
sir.
or something. Because if not, really, I don't really see a point. But if we do things differently now, the next 10 years can be better. But if we stay out and do the spectator democracy that Ikemesi referred to a couple of hours ago, nothing's going to change. We are still going to be here.
Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you. Thank you to everybody on the panel. Please, can we take pictures quickly? Very quickly, we're going to move on to the next panel. And this panel is going to be a lot shorter. It's about 15 minutes. And the third panel is on representation, women, youth, and the cost of exclusion. Women, youth, and the cost of exclusion. So earlier, we saw a chart that Anita presented, and it said that 4.4 of the elected officials, 4 out of all the elected officials in 2023 are women. The Senate has 4 women out of 109 seats. In the House of Representatives, there are 15 women out of 360. And so we have to talk about this. And for this panel, our moderator is Fumilayo Sonia. She is the editor of Bella Ninja, where she tells stories that celebrate people, culture, and the creative voices shaping Africa. Her work spans features, interviews, and cultural coverage, spotlighting creatives, documenting festivals, and exploring identity, creativity, and everyday African life. Please put your hands together for her as she comes on. Please put your hands together for her as she comes on. Then, thank you. Then there is also Ufoma Namdi Ude. She is the executive director of Enough is Enough, and she leads national campaigns focused on democratic participation. Since assuming the role in January 2020, integrity and responsive governance. She previously advanced through. Put your hands together for her, please. This panel is going to be about 15 minutes.
I have just 2 questions to ask before we begin this. Didn't say. Sorry about that. How many of us here are the consequences of decisions that were made and we in? Can I see your hands up? All right. How many of us believe something to lose just like you? Nigeria is the most populous black nation on earth. And young people make an overwhelming population of the country. But when you walk into Rome, decisions are made, you hardly find women. Point. Will this stop being an oversight and start being a choice? Now we have Ufoma to give a round of applause for her. She's doing great, amazing work. Thank you very much. To start about exclusion, usually when we talk, it's almost like a moral debt. Abstract. What is not abstract, however, is that exclusion actually costs that Nigeria incurs when women and young people are.
I would say that speaking to the youth exclusion in governance, the first thing is, like you said, and the half of the population of your team members. Economically, we have the World Bank has shared, different are in higher leadership roles in terms of governance, finance, and we have examples here in Nigeria. Like we've seen when there's this woman who's popularly known as Madam Obi Ezekwesili, we have Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. We've seen the effects that they've had on our economy as women. And so when, especially when you look at the formal and informal sector, Now, in Nigeria, when you look at it economically, we've seen that there are some sectors that have started to appreciate female leadership, right? When we talk about fintechs, we talk about the banking sector. You look around now and you can see like women CEOs. You see what they're doing in the private sector. And the problem now is, why does that not translate into public leadership, right? So there's that. When you look at it from the economic standpoint, I think that from a political standpoint, that's where the real issue is. So we have a lot of he for she's, you know. This politician will come here now and say, oh, it's a he for she, and everybody's going to start screaming like, oh my God. But what does that mean in reality? He for she cannot just be your essay being a female. He for she cannot just mean that, you know, you have a large number of women that surround you. What do you do for women? There is the political cost in terms of when we have conversations about healthcare, for instance. I can argue that maybe one of the reasons why we haven't seen we haven't made progress in our healthcare sector is also because of that exclusion. When we have things like maternal health crisis and we are discussing it, I was somewhere yesterday and one of the speakers said something that was very funny. He talked about how, you know, when the United States, for example, when they're arguing abortion laws, and you look around the panel and you see it's only men. And you're wondering like, why are men arguing about abortion laws? Do you get pregnant? It's almost the same thing. So when you have a National Assembly or you have a Senate that is made up with only 4.4% of women, and they have to deliberate on issues that have to do with maternal health, how exactly is it going to happen? How are we going to, they don't understand the nitty-gritty of the issues. And we know that our National Assembly is not a very consultative assembly, right? So there's that from the political standpoint. And when you talk about security, everybody knows that women and children are the vulnerable groups when we have crisis. When you look around what's happening in northern Nigeria, you see that, you know, these terrorists come, they kill the men, and they leave the women. And these women, they're not economically empowered, and they're just thrown into IDP camps. When women are taking, you know, they have cases of being raped and all of these things. But when we are having decisions about peace building and peacekeeping, we don't see, for example, we don't see women as part of that conversation. And so there is that perspective that we lose out from, even from our policy making process. And that already impedes the entire process. So when we talk about the exclusion of women or the exclusion of youth from conversations, this is what we're talking about. Because once that perspective is not in the room from the beginning, then there is no way that you can have proper execution or implementation of those policies.
Added to that, she also leads an initiative that empowers vulnerable children. In 2018, she has led the organization's digital presence, growing its community to over 150,000 followers across multiple platforms. She drives strategic storytelling to amplify voices that are often excluded. She has directly enhanced fundraising efforts, strengthened support for the organization's mission, and created for inclusion through diverse stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, Adebukola Benjamin.
Incurs when the government excludes women and they are documented. We hear them in the news radio. Why is it that they are rarely treated as policy failures?
The people that it affects are not what we're talking about, having like a male-dominated space, talking about maternal health, why they're not seen as critical policy fact from the top of my head.
Thank you. So talking about stepping up, there's the E for she, like you just explained. But if we still look at, and very impactful, I'll direct the question to you.
Okay, impact space. I'm here to talk about the vulnerable youth that nobody remembers in these conversations. But how about
access to spaces like this. So I would actually leave questions outside of Chess in Slums Africa. And to answer that question that you gave to, and you would find that there is no trust whatsoever between them and the government. They are tools and pawns in political wars. And when the system that is supposed to protect, the government uses them, the government recognizes the gap, but we don't recognize the gap we have with them, right? So we leave them out of these conversations. The person that is pointing a gun at you or stealing the ballot paper is someone that looks like you. That is you are. But the thing is, the government is the only one engaging them. We are not engaging them. So we don't even have access to the digital device that will let these type of conversations are going on. So the first political cost is the loss of trust. And that then, because you find that in trying to survive, they get exposed to crime and violence. He was driving through traffic. A young boy came to his window asking and pleading for money. He didn't have any cash on him, so of course he waved him off. But the boy kept begging till he drove off. And he realized in that moment that young child will realize that what he couldn't get by begging, it could probably get through violence. And that's how the cycle starts. And that's how it continues to grow. And what that economically is that these young talents that are supposed to contribute to the national growth of our country, they are missing in the conversation. We universal, but opportunity is very much limited. And what you see is that there are no clear pathways to help them build that talent. So instead, the talent is used wrongly. Failures is because we accept exclusion as the norm, rather than the systems or lack of systems that shape them. And I'll just end with this because, again, I'm speaking from the. It has to be intentionally planned, funded, and enforced as part of governance. And yeah,
It's a door that is closed, and it needs to be opened. That building in a way that women and young
said when she talked about how representation and inclusion needs to be properly planned, intentionally planned, and funded. The question that you asked about, what will it really take for people to be. When you talk about politics or governance, there's something that people always say there needs to be political will to do it. So, for example, through the constitutional review process that started off in this current National Assembly, one of the major conversations were on reserved seats. You may know it as special seats bill. They've changed the nomenclature a few times. And the goal for that bill really was to get more women into the room so that, they could start having a voice or start talking about issues as well. While that has its merits, and some would argue its demerits as well, that's one layer of the conversation. Even looking through our constitution, when you talk about, the president, our constitution is it will say he shall. When you talk about the governor, say he shall. And you're wondering, when they were making this constitution, there were no women in the world, or it was only men that were there. I don't understand. Who wrote this thing, right? So, right, men. Yeah. So you see that from that, and the constitution is the supreme law, there's a word lawyers call it. Is it ground? Thank you very much. Right? And so when all else fails, everybody goes back to the Constitution. But when the Constitution now does not represent you, or not even about representing you, the Constitution does not identify with you, right? It doesn't see you, then there's a problem. And so as part of the things people were talking about in reviewing our Constitution was also to change how our Constitution is written, right? It needs to let our Constitution mention the fact that there are women in Nigeria, right? So the president can be he or she and all of those things. So that is that level of intentionality, right? Because once you do that, anybody that reads the Constitution, you're in school. Aside from the fact that our education system doesn't really train us how to be citizens. But when you're in school and you get access to your constitution, you should be able to see that, I'm a girl, I can become a president. You see, that is from there. Secondly, when you talk about it should not be left to charity. That's true. You know, when we have conversations about inclusion, there's a way that we look at it from a political standpoint, which is good, and I agree. But then, can we bring it down to our normal everyday lives? Because it's men and women that run for office and get to a position in power and do whatever it is that they like, right? So how are we being inclusive in our thinking, in our thoughts, right? So, for example, we have panel sessions and people organize events or they have a panel and you look across the room and you see that everybody's a man. There's no intentionality there. That's what we're talking about. And so when I did go for the constitutional review hearing in Abuja last year, I thought it was interesting that one of the things that was the most that everybody was celebrating was this he for she thing about the reserved seats bill. And quite frankly, as a woman, it offended me. It offended me because I was like, this is the only thing. It almost looked like a charade, right? And so, you know, there were, obviously, women were really sponsoring and shouting for that bill. And the politicians would say something, and then the women would scream, and all of those things. And I looked at the panel or the high table, and there was no woman on the panel table. And I was like, this is interesting. And so after a while, I think then they added a seat and at the end of the panel, and then a woman, you know, sat there and stuff. But I think it's interesting that, you know, you have a National Assembly, you know, you're coming out to say, oh, I'm getting the endorsement and the support for this bill, and down to something as simple as, you know, who's going to sit on the panel table, you don't consider representation. So beyond the charade of all of those types of things, that for me was very telling. Because it means that, this is Ufoma speaking now, it means that when we want to have we're going to have a conversation behind closed doors, it's very, very possible that in the same way you're going to forget that a woman needs to be in the room. And when we talk about, you know, getting women in the room, at the same time all of those things were going on, we had a female senator being, you know, ridiculed. We just had a whole drama happening in the Nigerian Senate. And we have people that are championing he for she's, and they couldn't speak about it. And I thought that, and I think for me, that goes to show the real thoughts behind all of these things. And we must, as a people, understand that beyond all of these things about bills and, you know, these guys are politicians and they want to win elections. And so that intentionality from us, when we are looking for male allyship to say, oh, this, because it's important, given our current context, yes, there must be that level of consensus building, coalition building. Men have to understand the importance of these things, the economic costs, right? I think that even looking at families today, some people, sensible people, are proud when their wives work and their wives are economically empowered because it helps them, right? So men need to understand these things. But when you dig deep into engaging on a political level, you have to be very, very intentional, which is why for me, beyond the reserved seats and the special bill, I'm also very interested in the kinds of legislation that women have the ability to speak to. So when we are talking about legislation that has to do with maternal health, for example, health care, because even when you look at Nigeria's history and, you know, our history of commerce in the country, the Aba women's riots that started, it was about taxation, right? That was what started it. That their men were not being properly taxed. Or they were being highly taxed, right? When we have conversations about movements, you see women at the forefront of those types of movements. And so for me, I'm interested in seeing what legislations will women have a say in, because it's not just about being in the room. It's all, as in, being in the room is one step, which is a good step. And then let's go a step further to say, now that they're in the room, let's actually give them the opportunity to use their voices and not just, you know, it's fine, it's a nice picture. Oh, there are 5 women and 6 men. Wow, he for she. No, I don't think that's correct.
Thank you very much. Now let's talk about elections. Election is next year. And, you know, we are now encouraged, vote, get your voter's card, vote, and all of that come out. But it's more than voting. It's more than election. Election is just every 4 years, but governance is every year. So beyond elections, what are the most realistic entry points for young people to actually shape policy and hold infrastructures responsible and hold institutions accountable?
Are you
Yes,
looking at
yes,
me?
yes.
Can you take that again? Beyond elections.
Beyond elections, where are the most realistic entry points for young people and women to actually shape policy and hold institutions accountable?
Well, I think that by virtue of what it is that I do or what we do at Office of Nigeria, our standpoint will always be from a knowledge perspective. So yes, that's the basic entry point. You have to know about the issues. I think in the last panel, one of the speakers talked about knowing who represents you. Don't just go about saying this person did not do this and you're talking from an ignorant standpoint. That's not the person's responsibility, right? So there's that knowledge gap. I think that's also, in terms of participation, one of the things that I know, local governance, everybody has been talking about it since, I think, the last 2 years now. It may get boring. But I think that's a pretty easier entry point than looking to federal elections, for example. And just being realistic, because politics is local. And so for you to win an election, you need to have what they call a base. And your base is grassroots politicking and all of those things. And all of that starts from your ward, your local government. They know you in your area, in your community, and all of that. So participation at that level, I think, is very important. And not participating just because you want to win an election, but because you actually want proper governance. So challenging your local government to have budget meetings, to talk about, to have budget meetings, to review what it is that that's going on there. That's important. Another part is joining political parties. So pick a party, look around you. If you don't like the parties that exist, get a group of people together, form your own party, and let's start from somewhere. It may look like, oh, we will start a party and we will win the election. But politics is not a one-day thing, right? Like the last panel speaker, he talked about 5 election cycles, right? You have to keep doing it. It's a long game, right? The people that are currently there now, they orchestrated it, they planned it, they organized for it. And so I think that that's very important. And the final thing I would say is organizing. Right, as a youth population, right, we need to organize a little bit more strategically, beyond like the once in a while, we are upset about something. We need to start organizing. So having this type of conversations are very important. But beyond the one-off conversations, what's our plan? So coming together to have a plan and then actioning it step by step, fielding people, supporting the people that we want to field. Now there was a bill going on around, independent candidacy. What's our standpoint as young Nigerians about that? Is that something that's important to us? Are we even part of those conversations, calling our representatives, making sure that, they know that we are holding them accountable, starting from the local government or the State House of Assembly? Like the last panel speaker said, those people are more sensitive than federal, going to National Assembly, because they are very close by. You probably can find their wives or their children. I'm just saying, harass them a lot and they would, give you some level of listening ear. I think that they need to know that it's beyond us talking once in a while, and we're not going to be able to do that if we don't organize better.
Now, if we look at the history of youth participation in Nigeria, we'll talk about protest. Where there's protest, there is youth. And we see that young people, they actually mobilize powerfully, both online and offline. They show up. But what would it take to move young people from showing up when things boil over to having sustained influence over institutions, laws, and public expenditure?
Okay, so interestingly enough, while I was listening to the different panelists that were speaking about how youth can be engaged, one thing stood out to me. I think where we have missed it is at the grassroots. Civic education, we have to go back to it. In our primary schools, secondary school, tertiary level, we can't wait till when we're old and we're reacting to things, then we start caring about, what does the policy say? What does the law say? By then you're reacting. We're not being proactive. The average youth is just concerned about, well, let me just do my 9 to 5, let me get home, let me go to bed. Or they scroll through Twitter, they've dropped another one, no, this is what they're saying. Okay, maybe they drop like 1 or 2 cents online, and then that's it. Why? Because it's not a habit. So we have to find a way to cultivate participation as a habit. There is governance at every level of our life, in schools, in councils, in communities. How are you, as somebody in your community, how are you effecting change? What solutions are you providing to the problems you can see in your immediate environment? If you're not thinking in that line in the everyday moment of your life, it's impossible to think in that line when it comes to the bigger picture. So I think we need to go back to the grassroots and focus on civic education. Let's move from theory to practical. We have learned about history, but how does that help a 10-year-old begin to think about the future? Because history is supposed to let us understand what happened in the past, make sense of what is happening in the future, right now, and how can that affect the future. So I think that's what I probably just want to say differently from what everybody has said here today. We need to go back to the grassroots, and we need to fix that in order to fix the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, Adibukola. Thank you, Ufoma. Thank you, Fumilayo. Now we're going to ask questions, and I'm just going to take one question. We're going to have a session where we can banter back and forth about these things, but yeah, just one question.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jennifer Tu, a legal practitioner. I listened to your contribution about policy, system, and all this, but I feel sometimes it's not really policy. I feel our culture contributes, because it's from the culture we get our leaders, and it's from the culture the leaders makes our law. So I feel if we want to make change, we need to change our culture, because, and we need to work on our culture, because, not structure, culture. Like, we need a shift in the culture, because our culture is still misogynistic and also have relics from the colonial era. So most of the laws we still have flows from colonial era. So I feel we should dwell more on shifting our culture than talking about policy, because our policy flows from people that are molded by that culture.
All right, thank you so much. 1 minute to answer the question, please.
Thank you. I think that there is merit to her point, especially when you look at the different areas in Nigeria and the politics that exist there. At the same time, we can also still argue that a return back to when I was talking about the types of legislation that women can have power to really decide on, and I talked about commerce. If you look through our history and our culture, women were, even when we talk about Iyaloja, the owners of the market, setting price structures and all of these types of things, women were at the forefront of doing those types of stuff. And so there is the merit and demerit of, saying, oh, let's go back to let's shift our culture. But I agree that, we are in 2026, and so there needs to be an intentional effort that, now that we are more educated, there are some things that we don't necessarily have to carry on along with us. So, yeah, that's what I would say. So sorry. And the final thing I was going to say was, I was going to just, affirm the last thing that she said, talking about civic education, and then just bringing back to our individual responsibility as well. People always talk about, what's the problem? Is it the system or is it the people? I think that for us, it's a mix of both, because I think that the people make the system. And so even things as basic as do not loiter, ask yourself, just think back, the last time you took gala on the road, did you throw it out of your car? If you did, then that's the problem. Right? If you are part of the people that, you're so pressed, that thing irks me the most. And you're so pressed, you're like, oh my God, I can't hold it. And then you go and pee on the road. You are part of the problem. And so sometimes when we have these types of conversations, people look at it from up here, but all of these other things, if you cannot, so somebody says, us being a rule-based society, it's not just about, the judiciary, eyes on the judiciary, they're not obeying the law. Even you literally saw, do not urinate here, and you still went there. So you're a problem as well. So I think that, all of these things, when we bring it back to our everyday lives, we see that, everybody needs to change. Because when you get into power, because you cannot obey a law that clearly says do not urinate here, you will not go to the red chamber and start obeying the laws overnight.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you for shaking that table. Now, a round of applause for them, please. I'm sorry, pictures, please. Yes, a round of applause for them. We have one more panel session, and then, can we take down the music? We have one more panel session, and then we go to the session where we can banter back and forth, and you guys can leave me alone for not taking your questions. I'm sorry. To the final panel for today. We've spoken about everything that we've spoken about today, but what is the way forward? That's what we're about to talk about now. And this panel is titled Awareness to Pressure. And moderating that panel is Zia Yusuf. Zia Yusuf is an audience editor at Tech Cabal. During the day, she spends her time writing stories about the people and startups that make Africa's tech ecosystem. And think up ways these stories can get to the people who need to read them. When she's off the clock, she consumes films, fiction, and too much tea. Do I have our attention, please? Do I have our attention? A lot of noise in the hall. Please put your hands together for Zia Yusuf. She's on her way. Next on the panel, we have Benga Shesong. Benga Shesong is the Executive Director of Paradigm Initiative, a social enterprise promoting digital inclusion and digital rights across Africa, with offices in Nigeria, Cameroon, Kenya, Senegal, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. He's a 2008 Ashoka Fellow, and he has served on Nigeria's presidential committees on IT, telecommunications, and broadband infrastructure. He was also the vice chair of the African Technical Advisory Committee for the UN Economic Commission for Africa. Put your hands together for him, please. Also on this panel, we have Eroms. Eroms is a Nigerian nation builder and community strategist focused on creating social mobility engines that connect underserved populations to transformative opportunities. As the director of the Abenol Foundation, he leads initiatives including large-scale medical crowdfunding, raising tens of millions of naira for pediatric surgeries, and legacy wash program, providing menstrual hygiene support to thousands of secondary school students. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Right, so this panel is on from awareness to pressure, how accountability actually works in Nigeria. When I started thinking about this, the first thing that came to my mind was an incident in 2018 or so, where Snake apparently swallowed 36 million in JAM office. And everybody was talking about it. There were memes, there were videos, and then it just died. Went into thin air. People reference it once in a while, but that's just it. And I think that is the perfect example of how scandals work, how scandals appear and work in Nigeria. They just make a lot of noise, and then 2 weeks later, something else happens, and we move on to the next thing, and nothing's actually really done. So, my first question is to you, Benga. What is the first practical step that young people can take to move on from just, making noise to actually taking action in Nigeria?
Have money. Have money. I'm speaking from experience, and I'm speaking as someone who got excited about change in 2007, and I saw how many of us along the line compromised our stand, got bought over, and literally became the enemies they were fighting because they were going for hire, because they were not comfortable, and because it was easy to, swing a few dollars before them. And so I say to every young person, please, first of all, be okay. Nigeria will be okay if you are okay. And I'll explain what I mean before people think I'm saying forget Nigeria. No, don't. But you have to be okay first. Because if people who are not okay are trying to make a country okay, then when they get their first chance to be okay, they will forget the country. There's a reason why you are told to put on your own mask when a plane has problems before you help even your own child. Because while helping the child, what if you faint? So first thing first, be okay. And the second thing is, please, let's be very practical. Choose one sport. One of the challenges that we've had over time is that young people respond to every crisis. I did the same thing at some point, and then you get tired. And trust me, the people who you want to change what they do know how to manufacture crisis. I mean, come on. Are we not in this country? When you're just about to fix a problem, there is a sudden crisis. You think it's a joke? Yeah, of course it's not a joke. It's deliberate. Give them something to talk about because they've been there. And I'll say this very practically. This is the first time that this country is being ruled by somebody who was in the trenches himself and played all the games that you've played and you are going to play. There is nothing you want to do as a young activist that this current administration, led by Bola Tinubu, did not do. In fact, they did worse. Which is why I found it weird when they were arresting people for protesting. They rioted, they didn't protest. They rioted. So, first thing, please be comfortable. Because if you're comfortable, what that means is that you can then help from a place, maybe not of, I'm not saying be comfortable and have all the money in the world, but enough for you to at least be able to make a decision without considering what you will get, without considering what's in it for me. And the second thing is choose one fight, please. There are too many. One of the opportunities that I've seen us have in Nigeria is that, think of it, almost all of the success stories we have today are from single focus activism opportunities. Think of policy change. Which policies have been drafted by civil society or by individuals that have succeeded? They're single focus issues. Think of any challenge that is general, our energy is dissipated generally, which is one of the reasons why Bring Back Our Girls succeeded. That wasn't the first time girls were kidnapped. But at that time, it wasn't about kidnapping. It wasn't about terrorism. It was about the girls. The message was focused. And because the message was focused, everyone who had a relationship with that focus was able to align. So my message to young people, and of course I speak also to myself, though I can't claim youth. I can actually. I mean, I can. I'm looking at 50 next year, so I'm being careful. But the reality is, first of all, please be comfortable. Build an island of sanity for yourself. Otherwise, if the insanity of Nigeria touches you, it will be insanity plus insanity. And secondly, choose a focus area. More often than not, the two are connected. More often than not, what gives you your mullah is what you are most concerned about. I make money from tech. So it's the reason why every fight you see me fight in Nigeria is about tech. It's about tech policy. Anyone who suddenly, by any chance, becomes a minister in tech in Nigeria automatically becomes someone in my line of fire. Because that is my constituency. That is the area that I've chosen to own. So, have money and pick your fights.
That was very insightful. Although I do think maybe you can claim youth. I don't think when you reach 70, you can stop claiming youth. Our next question is for you, Eroms. Nigerians, like we said, I said earlier about the jam and the snake thing, Nigerians frequently expose scandals online, but the consequences don't follow through in real life. Why do you think that is? Is it from, the fact that we don't have strong institutions, or is it from like general fear, or just the lack of cooperation between the constituents?
First of all, I think it comes from a place of lack of information. A lot of people don't know what to do when certain things are happening. For example, let's talk about this. What happened recently? The Electoral Act, passing the results.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know what to do. Okay, so you say we should come and protest in front of the National Assembly. After that, what happens? So should I really risk my life again after NSAS and come out to vote, come out to protest again? So if we have the avenue to give people this information, to let them know this is what your actions can cause. For example, awareness is one thing, right? But pressure is another thing. Awareness is only noise until it's converted to pressure. So, Cynthia said something earlier. If we had told young people that, okay, if you come out to protest at the National Assembly and we are enough to block the cars, when they go inside the National Assembly, they will be under serious pressure to do something about that bill. So that was it. So just passing that kind of information, I'm very sure should have affected the turnout positively, right? So another example is, I think young people need to know that if we do not come out to vote in 2027, we are in serious soup. This is also another thing of awareness to pressure. All the speakers who spoke, please, let's give the speakers a round of applause. All the speakers who spoke today have been amazing. I have learned a lot. One of them said, we are not going to get the results from one cycle. It's going to maybe it might even take 5 cycles. And that's the truth. Look at something. I always tell people the 2023 election was a huge success. Who agrees with me? Okay, if you think the 2023 election was a huge success, let me see your hand. Okay, if you think the 2023 elections was a failure, let me see your hand. I love this. Please, I'm not seeing hands. See, this is not a conference or this thing. This is young people talking to young people. We are sharing our pain, right? If you think the 2023 election was a success, let me see your hands. Okay. If you think the 2023 election was a failure, let me see your hands. And I promise you, nobody is correct, nobody is wrong. But let me tell you something. I stand on the position where I believe the 2023 election was a huge success. Especially, now people are always surprised. I mean, if you know my 2020 story, the NSA story, you would be surprised why I say the 2023 election was a huge success. When was the last time, if it has ever happened, that a third force will rise up in Nigeria and in a few months almost usurp the leading party? Like, that was not enough. In fact, because I do a lot of sensitization every election cycle, I put my life on the line. I'm always traveling across Nigeria, even if I am a person of interest. Nobody can change that for me. For me, it was, if we can get few local government chairmen into power that the youth choose, then we have won. But guess what? Please correct me if I'm wrong. Did young people, unpopular people, win at the state national assemblies? I can't hear you. At the House of Rep, the people win? Young, like Labour Party, ABGA, ZLP, unknown people, did they win? Yes. I can't hear you. Yes. How about the Senate? Did people win? Yes. Did a governor emerge from an unpopular party? Yes. In fact, Lagos State almost lost his seat. If he did not rush back after the presidential election, he would have lost to Gbadebo. Yes. So because, please, permit me to call names, please. But because Peter Obi did not win, you think you have failed. How does that make sense? So I also think it comes from the place of understanding what is realistic. For me, who has been doing a lot of election sensitization as far back as 2015, when I was still a student, in 2023, I was saying, 8 years after, I was saying, for me, if election is a success, local government chairman that the people select should win. And we had more than that. We exceeded our expectations. So because of one person, that must not mean that you will be distracted or discouraged. Now, if we have, and I'm answering the question, trust me, I'm just using practical terms. I like to use practical terms to answer questions because I'm rounding off with this. This election sending results from the polling units, right? Do you think the politicians are scared if it is passed? Do you think the politicians are scared? Now, okay, I don't know if you guys know what's happening in the House, but if we have more people in the Senate that represent the youth, and we have more people in the House of Rep that represent the youth, would that even be a conversation in the first place? So, we already have people that we have put in. The next election, we have to come out. Don't just focus on the presidency. That's a waste of time. House of Rep, Senate, put people there. Those are the people that will even help your presidential candidates win. See, we are fighting people who make billions every month. I don't think you heard me. They make billions every month. And you think they'll just give you the Nigeria of your dreams because of what? As how? They want to give Nigeria to people that are online saying clock it. That's how they see us. So. I'm serious. They say, this way I say, na clock it. Is it you want to give power? So, if we can come from a place of information that, see, even if our presidential candidate doesn't win, we can win because we can put people in the Senate inside. And those people, we have better access to them. Even if Peter Obi enters, you can't have access to him as the president. He's more approachable, yes, but once he becomes president, it's difficult. But you can reach your local government chairman. You can reach your state House of Assembly member. Trust me, Lagos State, you can walk into the National State Assembly, meet one or two people and walk out. But you can't do that in Aso Rock. You can meet your senator, you can meet your House of Rep. That is where the change begins. So answering her question and relating it to the 2027 election, do not for any reason say it's only presidential election that you're interested in. Change can happen in every other election that is holding. And the more people we get in there that represents us, the better the win or the bigger the win is for us. So that's my own form of passing information. So I believe when we get channels to explain consequences of inactions and actions to young people, then they'll be more interested in coming out to vote. As I round off, let me see if I made any impact, because I measure impact a lot. If before I spoke, you were not really interested in other political positions, but now you are, let me see your hands. Because you have seen the impact of what can happen, please let me see your hands. Please don't be shy. So if you already have these results, that already means if you share information properly, break it down, and that's why I love Zikoko. If you break it down easily, for young people to understand, you're going to have a great conversion.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Aroms. Thank you, Benga. Thank you, Zia. And we're going to take questions now.
That's it. We wanted to say so much more. I think they had a question for me on protests.
You
guys
we're
want
out
to
of
hear
time.
that? Okay, because of time, no problem.
We're out of time. Hopefully, they can ask questions on your mind that you want to answer. I feel like if I don't give you this mic, you're going to hate me forever. Because, you'll be raising up your hand.
Hello, my name is Victor. So I really like the topic of this panel session because it says, and I like that it's the last one, because awareness to pressure. Because most of the panel sessions here have been okay, we're diagnosing the problem, maybe this is our strategy or whatever, but this is about execution. Okay, we know what the problem is, and we have to implement it basically. So, and I want to appreciate all the panel speakers and everything. It was really insightful. Thank you.
Oh, that was not a question. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, so thank you very much, sir. So, Mr. Agbenga, my question is to you, sir. So when they were reading your citation, I created something Keynote to the president in so that means you have access to maybe to make a change and also. So my question is, when you were in a room that you could make a change and you understand that this is what can work, right? how do you feel? When you say, do they listen? And when they listen, do they work on it? And if they don't work on it, as someone that wants to see it work out, what do you do? Do you keep pushing and make it work? Thank you.
We'll come back to that question. Let me take a couple more.
Okay, thank you. So my question is to the other speaker. While he was coming from the point of the youths being involved, and he also come from the part of the political party where he used the third place, like the Labour Party. And then something struck me as a pessimist. At what point can we actually get it wrong when we also believe in the youth? And this is coming from the point of what happened in 2023 election. First, there was a narrative of voting Labour Party top to bottom. And then there is another aspect of the youths, an equal representation of the youths in governance. And I'm always convinced about the fact that's why I'm actually impressed with what Mr. Gbenga said when he said, have money. And it takes me back to that question that can we actually still get it wrong even when we have youth there? Because in Labour Party, we had something happen in Etiosa here where we have somebody who is actually good, who is even a good fit from PDP, but he lost to someone who is actually not a good fit from Labour Party. So at what point can we actually get it wrong, even when we have youth in there? At what point can that be?
We'll also come back to that. I'd like to remind us that one of the house rules is that we're very non-partisan here, so as much as we can, let's avoid to mention party names.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I have a very straightforward question to Mr. Ermosele. So you stated that the 2023 elections were successful, in your opinion. I want to understand what your definition of success, actually. Is it in relation to the individuals that participated or in relation to the process? Or how exactly did you define success?
Okay, I'm going to take one last question. And yeah.
Hello, everyone. My question goes to Mr. Ramosele. Okay, so my question is, when you mention grassroots participation, how can leaders at other levels of government ensure that grassroots participation is not undermined by godfatherism? Because that's just what
Sorry, come again with the question.
How can leaders at other levels of government,
Okay.
like LGA, Senate reps, how can they ensure that promise of grassroots participation, you can just walk into the House of Assembly? I don't really think that works. But how can they ensure that promise is upheld, and then godfatherism doesn't upset it?
Thank you. We can answer the questions now.
Can you confirm how much time we have?
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Yes.
Real 5 minutes. Okay.
5 minutes.
I'll time it. Yeah, it's important. Good. So, if you don't mind, I can quickly. When in the room, how do you ensure that change happens? So, first of all, one of the reasons I say that you need to be comfortable is how you get into the room matters. I'm partisan, by the way. It's okay. I'm glad that this platform is non-partisan. I'm partisan. Partisan against nonsense. Because at times, being non-partisan is one of the things that the people who are putting pressure on citizens enjoy. They want you to stay neutral, not to condemn darkness when you see it. How you win an election matters. If you win with 27%, there's no legitimacy. If you win by oppressing people, no legitimacy. That matters. It's the same principle for when you get the opportunity to serve. I've served on 2 presidential committees. I currently chair the Eastern Organization of Nigeria's SON. You know SON, those guys that put signs on matches. Yeah, I'm in charge of digital services, for that. So I fight with government. But because I have certain knowledge that is needed, when they need it, they call me. And I'm being blunt here. And when I come into the room, my stand is clear. The first thing I say is, number one, I'm not collecting money from you because I know what you people do. When you give 1 naira, you now take the shot of it and put it on Twitter and say, we've bought Benga, go to hell. So the terms of engagement matter. You come into the room to share knowledge, not to appreciate or having given an opportunity. They've made me a minister, so I've apologized for what I said in the past. Nonsense. No. Come into the room to do what you want to do. And of course, the reality is, don't think you're alone. There are thousands, millions maybe, of Nigerians who are as angry, as knowledgeable, and willing to create change as you. Some of them will not make noise, on social media or on TV to say, oh, I stand against that, I stand against that. But when they get the opportunity, they move things. I know of agencies of government in Nigeria who make calls to say, this is the problem, come and help us. And the problem gets solved. You won't know who solved the problem, but Nigeria has moved forward. So that's the point about getting the opportunity to serve. But please, for God's sake, don't ever let that opportunity to serve then become the last time you can open your mouth to speak with integrity. I have seen nonsense happen in this country. Let me tell you the last thing on this point. I know I still have 3 minutes. On that point, I know people who served with me on a committee. The night before, we met money in our room. Continental Hotel, Abuja. I've written this publicly, so it's not. When I saw that, to be honest, it wasn't because, it's not because of holiness. I was just scared. In this, you see Ghana must go in your room that you didn't put there. You'll be scared now. I was scared and called reception. Once we saw what was inside, it was too late for me to claim it because I'd already called reception. But the next day, you know what happened at that meeting? People couldn't talk. And I was, like, guy, as agreed. You don't talk while eating. So there was another question about, I've talked about partisanship. One of our biggest problems in Nigeria is elite selfishness. The elites are selfish. You've got a friend in government, you stop complaining and saying, let's understand now. The ministry is trying. They are not trying. Use the same standard. I've got a friend who is minister now. But if you check my record, I haven't changed. Because, in fact, if you're my friend, it makes it worse. Because you should know better. Because we fought together. So you should know better. This elite selfishness is something we need to deal with. And by elite selfishness, I also refer to this disdain we have for participation in processes and only wait to complain later. Since 1999, we had about 52%, I think, turnout. Then it went up to about 67% in 2099, 2003. And since then, it's been coming down. The biggest jump was between 38% and 27%. 11% jump. And why? Because young people like you, please look at the person beside you and say, like you. Young people like you, on election day, prefer to say they have already won. If you say they've already won, of course, what has happened? That is the plan. That is the plan. At least, go vote for your conscience. But even before that, it's about your local government. I went to the local government, that I live in. The person that wanted to win came around on election day. And I said, I've never seen you before, so I'm voting against you. Because of that, I voted for another party. Of course, she won. And when she won, a few people went to meet her to say congratulations. But when she saw the people that came to say congratulations, she understood what that meant. Immediately, I'm sure you see they have slush funds now. They built a small clinic. And then we went to the clinic to go and ask, have you opened? They haven't opened. So we said, have you built it to show or build it to work? Your local government, like you said, is the closest place to you where you can put pressure. And I'm not one of those that will say, leave Abuja alone. Don't leave Abuja alone. Like I said earlier, focus on your focus. Focus on your area. My area is tech. Anything tech from grassroots all the way to Abuja will get a hint of what I believe in and what I would say. And have we had success? Absolutely. If anybody has read the article I wrote about the history of social media and elections and protests in Nigeria, we've had successes, including during NSAS. It is sad that people died. But do you know that the dial moved in Nigeria? 2023 elections, the result you saw is a direct consequence of 2020 NSAS. The 2015 elections that Buhari won was a direct consequence of 2014 Bring Back Our Girls. Every protest plants a seed. And there are different kinds of people that work on it. There will be people protesting on the streets, which is what helps me when I go into the room.
So
with
that's why
government.
they're scared of protests too.
Me?
No, that's why they are scared of protests, because it can change.
They are scared of protests. It's the reason I come every October 20 to this toll gate. The last time I came here, they grabbed me by the trousers. The person that grabbed me forgot that my organization actually trains the police. So when he took me to his boss was like, "Are you okay?" And which is the reason I think that many of us who have been here for a while, and especially, this is on record, every NGO that has collected money to support civic education in Nigeria, when there are protests, you should be there backing people up. Physically, psychologically, and every way possible. Somebody gets picked up. The reason I was there is because I know if they get picked up, I won't spend 10 minutes before somebody will call and say, be careful, this guy will now cause trouble, or something like that. So, everything that has happened since 2007 is building on each other. Don't let anyone tell you that everything is a failure. They tell you that because they are afraid, and they want you to be defeated. 2007, 2009, 2010, and I can tell you everything that happened. 2010, 2009, where is Yaradua? 2010, Save Nigeria Group, Enough is Enough. 2014, Bring Back Our Girls. 2015, Save Bagega, and all the things that happened, 2020 NSAS, 2023 elections, and all of those things come together to lay a foundation that we can build on and move away from that elite selfishness of, okay, I'll go to Canada if nothing works.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. I think I'll piggyback off one of the things he said, which is elite selfishness. I'm going to bring it close to home. Apart from the elites, Nigerians too are very selfish. I say this from a place of experience, and I think that would answer the three questions. I'm going to try and answer each one of it. But every one of us must start to live for the other person. Every single one of us. We must start to live for the other person. There was something I said on Twitter, and I'll say it again. As at the time I said it, I think there was so much pressure I deleted the tweet. After the NSAS protest, I got asylum to 5 countries, but I stayed back. I can leave Nigeria now without spending a kobo. Whether it's whatever offer or even education, because I'm quite smart, scholarships. But I've chosen to stay. And it really does not benefit me. But guess what? It benefits the next person. For example, the last election, my organization registered over 500,000 Nigerians online and offline for their PVC. So we played, apart from the NSAS, playing a huge role in the elections, we played a huge role in the turnout of the elections because we were on ground to help people register. I was personally in like six states at that time, putting my life on the line. So Nigerians need to learn to think about the next person. Trust me, I would be cashing out if I had chosen to leave. But what happens to my parents? Because they didn't want to leave. What happens to my friends? What happens to my siblings? So when you say, where do we get it wrong? When you start to think for the next person, you already have your answer. If you do not participate, someone else will suffer for it. Someone that might not have the opportunity to leave Nigeria will suffer for it. So you do not stop because 2023 did not work out. You keep at it. You don't stop searching for a job because you got a rejection email. So why stop because the election didn't work out? You keep at it. You don't back down. In fact, you back people that enter. There was someone who asked a question during one of the panels that said, oh, the person who entered and became speaker is not relating with the people anymore. I will say this boldly, with my full chest, that it is your fault. Because when you back someone to enter, you don't leave the person. Nigerian politics is dog eat dog. So if they cannot look back and see the people who backed them to win the election still behind them, my dear, they would leave the party and follow the ruling party or the party that is asking them to succumb. You need to keep backing them. Let them know that if I'm going against the system, the people are backing me up, because these people have families too. To answer the next question about success, yes, 2023 election was a huge success. People who came out to vote, we had a lot of young people come out and win. We had, people who ran for office. We had a lot of people who ran for office and won. We had a good turnout. I mean, compared to other elections, we had a good turnout. I was expecting more, but we had a good turnout. I would say something that if you have access, aka if you know, you know. A lot of the political class were very scared after the 2023 election, after the results were announced and they were even sworn in. A lot of them were scared. A lot of them felt like we're coming for them and next election is not sure. That's why we are seeing all of these games happening. In fact, there's been no governance. It's just been politics since then. That is to show you that 2023 election was a huge success because you do not scare those people easily and we have scared them. We must continue. 2027, we should not be begging anybody to come out. Exactly, we're outside. That's the election. That we're outside is for election. It's not just for party and turn up. 2027, we are outside. Okay? 2027. I don't even think I need to answer the last question but for access to politicians, we must ensure that the cost of inaction is greater than the cost of action. They must know that there are consequences if they fail to back the people. And once that starts to happen, in fact, all of these conversations, all of these questions will be answered. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Rams, Benga, Zia, thank you so much. Let's take pictures before we let you go now. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I need you to put your hands together for yourselves because I'm so glad that you're still here. That means that you believe in Nigeria. The future of Nigeria is indeed bright. So now we've come to the part where everybody has been looking forward to. So if you've had questions that I didn't let you ask, this is your moment. We're going to be having the audience plenary and community chat, and that's going to be taken by Nabila Usman. Nabila Usman is a broadcast journalist and general manager at Radio Now 95.3 FM Lagos. She co-hosts Now Breakfast, a flagship drive time show focused on governance, policy, and public accountability. She previously hosted Pivotal, a national television program by Daria Media, exploring innovative solutions to Nigeria's pressing challenges, and served as associate producer for the Candidates 2023 and Open Square, advancing legislative transparency and civic dialogue. Nabila serves on the board of the Center for Climate Action, Innovation and Engagement. Now, beyond broadcasting, she contributes to Africa's literary and civic spaces, co-editing Twaweza, and previously leading program development at the African Writers Development Trust. Ladies and gentlemen, Nabila Usman.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Nabila. My confession is that I was cringing while my bio was being read simply because it's a little too much. All you need to know is my name is Nabila, and I work with Radio Now 95.3 FM. I only have 15 minutes or so to do this with you. While Lulu said you can ask the questions that you've been waiting to ask, the problem is that the people you wanted to ask them to, they're not here, right? So this is a conversation. Let's reframe it as a conversation, okay? I'm going to be a bit of a nightmare to the media crew because a lot of what I'm going to do is go back and forth. Before I do, I want to Let's play a democracy game, right? It's usually, depending on the democracy that you are operating, ours is first past the post, right? One of the deputy directors at the CBN was Commissioner of Budget and Planning in Kaduna. And he said, I mean, this was under El Rufai, by the way. So he was in government for like 8 years. He said at a literary panel, so I'm not sharing anything secret, but he said people would walk up to him and say, one person would walk up to him and say, oh, you guys have done fantastically with health. You've done so well, well done, you know, I'm seeing the change. And he's like, thank you very much. Later that day, another person would walk up to him and say, you guys have done absolutely nothing. And he's like, yeah, you're very right. All of this to say that because of the time I have, we need to agree that I'm not going to reach everybody, right? Infinite wants finite time, right? Okay, so finite resources, in this case, our resource is time. Here's what I'm going to do. Bounce left and right. So this is my right, this is my left. One contribution here, one contribution there. Also, you only get to say one thing. You can't do, I have one question, but also I have another question. You also need to decide, are you making a point or you're asking a question? Do we agree? Okay, thank you for that. I thought I would have to operate Nigeria's democracy here and be authoritarian. That would have been another lesson for us. All right. So I'm wondering if I need to go through the panels again, right? I'll do that for the sake of just refreshing our memory. So I'll go through the topics again, if there was something that you had. There are two things that we're looking for from this session. Is there something that was said that changed how you view Nigeria and Nigerian life, right? And if there was, what is it that you want someone in power, in office, to do about it? That's it. So we had 4 panels. We started off with innovation under pressure, how politics shapes what can be built in Nigeria. Then the Nigerian life, then, now, and what changed. Representation, women, youth, and the cost of exclusion. And then we've just finished awareness to pressure, how accountability actually works in Nigeria. All right, so let's see the hands up. Who wants to contribute? Who's been burning? Okay, I have one here. Remember, we start here, we go back. All right? So, your name, what you do. No, I'm going with her first. Your name, what you do, 1 contribution, 1 minute. I want as many people as possible. Here.
Jennifer Yakubu, a legal practitioner.
Mic up. Close.
Okay, I'm Jennifer Yakubu, a legal practitioner. Like, what I got from the, especially from Eromosele, when you talked about coming outside and voting, it must not be successful at the presidency, but from the legislature. So it really changed my mind because I was already giving up. And what I want people in power to talk, to know about Nigeria is that the concept of seeing women as emotional, so they cannot be leaders. I want them to have that cultural shift, because when women are talking, we are very, very angry. So that is not really being emotional. It's saying the truth that we have been marginalized and we have the right to be angry. So that will be added as leaders. So they should take note of that. Thank you.
Also, anybody without emotions is a goat. Anybody without emotions must be an actual goat. I don't mean like an insult. Human beings are made with emotions. All right, fantastic. So what's your name? Here.
Yeah, my name is Fashomo Michael Olaito. I'm a media person. I actually have a light bulb moment during the plenary by Kaderia Ahmed. And one thing she said was very profound for me was that media has to go with rigor and depth. And not because we have innovations, we have platforms that are promoting short content, we should do a wishy-washy job. So for me, I think that's so great. And one thing I would like to contribute is that when we look at people that are creating messages, there is a wide gap in language that we use to communicate. What I mean is that those that participate more in election, they are those that do not have formal education. So the challenge or the gap that I'm going to fill is creating messages in mother tongue. Because those that truly participate in election, because the youth, they just hide in their home, they don't participate. Those that participate, they don't clearly understand the language that we are using to create those educational contents. Thank you very much.
I like that you gave us what you will do and not so much what you're waiting for someone else to do. Well done. I'm coming to what was my original right of the room. I see a hand in front. Fantastic. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fisayo. So the first.
What do you do, Fisayo?
I'm a media strategist.
Great.
So the first session about innovation and regulation, I think that was the best for me. So I just think that maybe the government and we, the people, we need to come to a ground where before any policy is made, they should involve or they should ask. I don't think I've heard about a plebiscite election or a referendum here in Nigeria. So I just think maybe we can consider doing that more so that our voices reflect in the policies they make for us.
There are conditions that trigger a referendum. That's exactly what would lead us to that. And some people actually believed that the 2023 elections would have taken us to a runoff, and maybe you'd have seen something a little different with the election cycles. Do we have a question in the back of the room? Because I do have a hand up in front. All right, we're still on the right side of the room. Do you have a question for me? Okay. Here you go.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's been an insightful day. Yeah, my name is Lynn Abraham, and I work as an admin in healthcare. So this last panel, pressure, about awareness to pressure. Recently, I was thinking if it made sense coming out for 2027 to cast my vote. But with everything said, I feel a change of mind. And right now, I feel like I should be the one to enlighten my circle because they are all disillusioned, like it doesn't work. So I am inspired, and I feel I should also take that inspiration to them. And hopefully something good will come out for 2027. And also to buttress what Mr. Gbenga Sheson said, I feel Nigerians, we are so brilliant. If we want to have a democracy that works, curb corruption, we know how to. But the thing is, have money, like he said, and then have a single focus. If you have money, you are content, you won't be swayed or bought over. So if you're going to go into politics or be, join a pressure group, have your focus and be content. That's just it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm coming to the left of the room. I'll come back. All right, we've got a hand up in front. Consciousness about saying your name and what you do, simply because in organizing, you could find somebody here, right? And you walk up to the person and you meet and say, okay, how about we do this?
All right, my name is Zakaria Waris Ajibola. I'm currently an unemployed youth. But I teach well, and so my own take and what I'm going to say to you today, particularly as someone that I understand that we still have a lot of challenges we're going to face as regards 2027. Because number one, it's not looking like Nigeria. I don't want to say it's not looking like Nigeria is getting better, but it's looking like they are making things look harder. And one of it is the fact that look at the opposition. How does it look? Look at you could tell that we are here to have an option, right? But I want you to know this. When you are voting, you are not voting because of the candidate. You are voting because you love your country. There is a saying that before you can become an entrepreneur in Nigeria, it must be that you either love your country or you hate your country. If you love your country, you will provide solutions to problems. If you hate your country, you will create problem and be telling them you are solving it. Just as someone would think of, okay, the first investment I want to do for my country is to start a school. And someone would think the next investment I want to do for my country is to start a bar. So you can tell that they all have intentions to solve a problem, but it's all about love and hate. So I'm telling you that this 2027 forthcoming, let it just be about your love for Nigeria. Let it be about your interest in seeing this country work. I can tell you that Nigeria will work. Nigeria will work. And you and I will be there to benefit from it. Thank you.
There are a lot of cynics in the room. Do I have any cynics in the room? Do you want to identify as a cynic? You're already a cynic. All right, hand in the back. Fantastic.
Hi, Nabila. Hi, everybody. So to the
name what you do.
Name what I do.
Yes.
Okay. My name is Mayowa. I work as programs lead at LEM Politics. Yeah. So the point I wanted to make is just to extend the point he's making and also make a point of mine in saying that in building opposition, right, something that I think that is missing, and I think I was speaking to Joachim outside, and I mentioned that, yes, voting is a key part of the demand side, but a key part of the demand side that has moved to the supply side today is political organizing. I think that it should get to a point where citizens by themselves should begin to politically organize. You cannot expect an opposition. You are the opposition. So it might not make sense to say it like this because it's usually that severe mentality. We're expecting, okay, this alternative to organize the opposition for us, but it should actually be the citizens organizing as opposition, right, in a political movement. Now, it doesn't have to be ADC, LP, it doesn't have to be any of these known political alternatives, but then it is not something that we can build for the next election. It has to be, what will it look like in the next 3 election cycles, 2031? Can we build that vehicle as a citizen-led opposition movement, right? It might not make sense, but I think that is where I think that our option for what's English now? I'm missing. What our option can come from.
Opposition like that is not about the parties. That's actually what you do between the election cycles. Anything that's outside of the political parties, you're talking what happens in between the 4 years. Hello, sir.
Thank you. My name is Martins Adogbajale. I'm from Abeokuta. First,
Martins, what do you do?
Let me introduce myself. Okay.
Yes.
I'm one of the best aquarists that we have in Nigeria. I studied aquaculture, but issues of life.
Do you want to tell some of us what that is? What do you do? Very
Okay.
briefly.
I build aquariums where you can keep ornamental fish. Yes, that's what I do. But issues of life help me transition into social work, and I've been here for about 8 years doing social work. I work with the Youth Development Center, Obasanjo Library in Abeokuta, and I'm the director of the American Spaces, Abeokuta. First, Mr. Mayowa, I'd like to meet you. I've always wanted to learn politics. I've been seeing their post. My question.
Yes.
I'm very sure that we're going to be having some communiques after this town hall meeting. I believe. So are there strategic steps you want participants to take?
When you say you, do you mean Zikoko?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I would have asked this question when Cynthia was on the panel session. Are there strategic steps you want young people or participants of this program to take apart from liking and sharing your post? Do you want to engage us in a particular way? Secondly, are you open to partnership? Most of these programs happen in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt. I am from Ogun State, Abeokuta. I was born and raised there. My family is here. But I chose to stay there because of the optimism that I have about that place. So is there any provision for partnership, or are you hoping to come to those areas to come and amplify your projects? Thank you.
All right. While I don't work for Zikoko and I'm not the face or voice of Zikoko, I would say that a town hall like this already gives you the answer to your first question. It diversifies how Zikoko meets you, right? One of the things. But also, the thing is, what's that thing we said in the beginning? Limited resources, infinite wants. And so where your eye is in Abeokuta, Zikoko's eye might not be there. So reach out. Cynic. All right. So we've got 5 more minutes. It was front and back. Have I done the front? Yeah, left to right, front to back. Don't worry, I established the rules. I thought of them very well. No. Authoritarianism. Thank you for giving me the chance. I'm going to go with the cynic first.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Now, one thing...
Name, sir, so I stop calling you cynic.
I'm a comedian, I'm a banker, I'm an entrepreneur.
Guys, settle down. Settle down. Let him get to it. Go on, Samuel.
Now, I want to say something about we Nigerian youths. I'm advocating for a good Nigerian. We have a page in 9 News Nigeria. But there's something about Nigerians. A lot of people are just purposeless. Before you start talking about politics, make your own money. Because if there's no money, you start thinking of stealing. I can remember some years ago, I went to go meet my local government chairman. I want to come out for only councillor. They were billing me 30 million naira. Osumio. I was like, if I have 30 million naira.
What local government was this?
No, just for a councillor in my area.
What area? In what local government?
Alimosho.
Oh, right, here in Lagos.
So they were telling me that we are going to pay for this, pay for this. So can you imagine if I eventually become the councillor, can you imagine what I go do? And we still, so what I'm saying is that what can we really do to this? Why is that politics in Nigeria is expensive? Look at Wike. Wike will be going alone and be going with battalions of, I just don't understand. Where's all this money coming from?
Samuel, this is exactly why I called you a cynic from the beginning. And if I let you go on, you might, like, this soapbox will not end. No, seriously. All right. All right. So what I do know from some of the conversations I've had with a few of the political parties is they'll tell you nomination forms for youth and women, a lot of them, including PDP, APC, they make them free in some instances. Some other instances, the financial demand for acquiring is much lower than what the standard is. Yeah. Does that help?
Not really. Does that help?
Cynic. All right.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
3 more minutes. We've got 3 more minutes.
Ayomide Bolaji, I'm a communications consultant.
Thank you.
And I actually work for the Lagos State government. Anyways, I wanted to mention one thing. And Mr. Sheso, very nice to meet you. I used to work with budget, so I know you very well. The Mr. Gobadia, he mentioned something very valid, and I don't think we reiterated it enough.
That was from the first panel, Innovation Under Pressure.
And that is the involvement, the passive involvement of the private sector. You know, like I have experience in that field where you practically have to go and pull them, you know, for them to know that they are also part of this system. And I think what happens with the private sector is because sometimes, from experience, they always have somebody at the top where when policies are made and it doesn't favor them, they can just put a call through. So when there are gatherings like this, they are just like, we will get by. Private sector, and I'm not talking about the civil society or NGO community, but I want to appeal, if there's any young person here from the private sector, please, you are part of the system. You are not outside the system because maybe you have some extra privileges. You are part of the system and we can only do it together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we've got 2 more minutes. Hand in the back. I see a lady there. And with my extra 1 minute left, we'll take 1 more from this side. Here you go.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Neka Inujeko, and I'm a train driver. So, in the last election...
You're a bit of a rare breed. People have never seen a train driver before.
Yeah, I am. The electric rail, though. So, the last election, the 2023 election, I was intentional. I wanted to know what happens in the INEC section. So, I volunteered for the INEC section because they were taking copper. So, I just feel not like I knew anybody, and I was in. So, I was in the protocol officer 1 that handled the beavers. And what I noticed is, during the election in my ward, we had fewer younger people that came to vote. We had more older people, while the younger ones were all setting goalposts and playing street balls during election. And now you want these old people that comes out to vote that doesn't even understand the logos because they have people that are standing by there that wants to deceive them and place the logo. So how do you expect the change that you are all coming out on social media to preach? That's the first thing I noticed. Secondly, something happened. Maybe they wanted to do bribery, I don't know. They were trying to bring stuffs. And I refused. They brought the first time, like they started with food. The first time I refused, they gave the remaining people on my seat. I was so scared, now calling me Madam Protocol. And I was of a different tribe. We had the more indigenous people there. So they wanted to, then they came again with another like drinks. I refused. Then I think there was somebody that was coming with money. And he was stopped on the way that the lady there, that one, she no go green. Later, when we go block them, give them money. That was what happened. So I believe that you can be different no matter the space you are. The change starts from where you are. It's not about the top. When they see that when they are in a room where you are, bribery cannot go on. I think they will avoid you and you become the change. Thank you.
Are you comfortable sharing what polling unit, what area this was in?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was It was in Mushin, the this
You
other
don't need to
side of-
remember the specifics. It's fine. I just wanted to know this.
Yes, Mushin.
Thank you. All right. So we've got one final contribution. You're sure you don't want to contribute? Not you? Okay. You don't understand anything? No. What class are you in? What class are you in? Primary 4. Okay, we're going to teach primary 4-year-old students or primary 4 students what it means to engage with government, okay? Will you join a club in your school that teaches you about politics? What about civic? Civic teaches you about government, doesn't it? Okay, that was my other contributor. Apologies, we just needed to do a back and forth. Okay, sir, your final contribution.
Thank you, Nabila. I thought it was good to hear from an actual politician. My name is Ayodele, by the way. I'm a politician in opposition in Lagos. I ran for the local government elections in Echosa last year, and I'm running for House of Assembly in the coming year. I wanted to respond to the young man, I think some other person who talked about the lack of opposition in Lagos, and I thought it was important to stress that nationally, I don't want you to fall for that propaganda because there's a lot of work that opposition people are doing. I should have been here since 9 o'clock because I wanted to participate from the beginning, but I've had to attend like 6, 7 different meetings across wards. So a lot of work is happening at various wards and local governments. The opposition are working hard to deliver alternative governance in Lagos and I believe across the country. But what is cardinal and what is important here, like she rightfully identified, is that on election day, sorry?
Sir, it's important that we actually have one house. Please let him, he has the microphone. All right, thank you. Sir, please. No, he's allowed his choice. He's allowed to share his opinion. This is a town hall. Thank you. All right.
Thank you for your protection. I'm stunned. There's opposition here. You're still arguing this. I mean, it's funny. So here's the thing. Okay, I do think, and she was right when she said standing at a polling unit. I've been managing elections for at least a decade. I do not see the kind of beautiful faces I see on polling units on election day. And I think that's the biggest defining factor, that if we can get young people to come out and participate, especially because their lives are on the line, their future is on the line, the quality of the country is drastically deteriorating, and we should collectively fight for our future. And I think it's important that we should take elections very seriously. And when I talk about things like this, I'm not saying come out and vote for the opposition. I'm not saying come out and vote for my party. I'm saying just come out and vote. And the moment you do that, you will see that you'll be able to advance your own selfish interest, whether it's education, whether it's free public transportation. You can organize among yourselves in universities and campuses to be able to press your agenda forward. But it stands by getting a PVC, registering to vote, and coming out on election day to actually exercise that franchise. That's exactly what makes the difference. That's what makes the old people who queue on election day extremely valuable. And that's what I believe will make the difference in our polity. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have taken our final... Sir, what's your name? Mr. James. Mr. James, I'm going to put it to the crowd. Yes or no? Okay, wait. Voice vote in National Assembly is a problem. Let's do it by show of hands. If you say yes, hold on, sir. You guys are being quite unruly. All right, by show of hands, a yes. They don't like you very much, Mr. James. A no, put your hands down. A no. Mr. James, I'm sorry, the crowd has it. I will say, guys, very important thing here. Very quickly. Can I have the room? All right, lovely. One of the reasons why I was specific about identifying yourself and what you do, and then you'll see that a few people I asked where did this happen? It's the understanding that your country has 774 local government areas, right? It's all fantastic to be in a room where you turn to the left, turn to the right, and all of you are agreeing on a point. Well, the problem is you've got 230 million people, estimate, right? And they've got a multiplicity of problems and things they agree on. So it's really important to stretch your hand across the divide and find somebody else on the other side that you can mobilize with. In this room, there weren't up to 2 Mayowas, just one. Yoruba people, you felt my hand. Maybe an Ayo. Would have had like 5 Ayos, then we know that, okay, there's a point of convergence. Anyway, having said that, thank you very much. You've been a fantastic audience.
Please make it louder for Nabila. It's been an amazing day. Thank you so much for staying till now. Do I have the room, please? Thank you. It's been an amazing couple of hours, actually more than a couple of hours. I'm about to wrap up. But before we wrap up, I'm just going to pass the mic round and to like 5, 6 people, and we're going to find out what the take home is for today. House rules, please let's not go back to matters that we've left behind. If I give you the mic, please don't. I would actually collect it from you if you raise something that we've already moved past. So anybody wants to share something that they learned today? Okay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Victor. So I not really learned, but something I noticed. So I would say the variable that we're talking about things like age or gender or stuff like that. I don't think that's the real variable we should be focused on. It's not about whether someone is young, whether someone is a man or a woman. I think the most important thing is competence and vision. So that's what I wanted to say.
All right, please put your hands together for him.
All right, so thank you very much. So today I've been able to learn the importance of you getting yourself better before you, not before, but getting yourself better alongside making Nigeria better. Then at the same time, I've also learned that 2027, we are outside. Thank you.
All right, 2027, we are outside. Anybody else?
Hello, everybody. My name is China Azam. I think 2 things have really stood out for me today. First of all is that apathy really is not it. I think I've been really encouraged because when you talk about politics or elections outside, you don't really get this kind of environment. But then coming here and having these sort of conversations and seeing other young people too that are really, really willing to be involved has been really nice. And I think, okay, the talk about grassroots too. You know, it's not just looking up there, the president and all the other levels of government as well are really important. Thank you.
All right, please put your hands together for her. 2 more people. I'm going to give you the mic, but we're not going back. I'm not even joking about this. We're not going back to what we've left. Thank you.
Okay, so my name is Temiloluwa, and personally what I learned is to give Nigeria a chance.
All right, put your hands together for Temiloluwa. 1 person. Do you want to share something that you learned? No, you could just share something that you've learned.
Hello and good day, everyone. My name is Unshwa. What I learned today was we should not just be hearers of these words, but we should be doers of these words.
All right, that's actually valid. 1 last person. I passed you before, sorry. What? Okay.
Okay, that youths age 25 and above should start contesting, taking positions, galvanizing their fellows around them.
I'm going to take you.
Briefly, it's something I noticed. I think we are underestimating the influence of external parties in our country's democracy.
Okay, thank you. It was very important that we go back to the room and ask what we've learned so far so that it's not just that we've sat here for a couple of hours and we didn't learn anything. And to wrap up with the vote of thanks and just say a few words, please let's welcome the COO of Big Cabal Meter, Anita Eboibe.
All right, thank you so much, everyone. I was just saying that I'm shocked that almost everyone is still here. There's still a bunch of people outside. And for me, what that represents is that oftentimes people would ask you, how are you sure that young people want to engage? And you guys still being here, the appetite for the conversations that we've been having, the things that you were saying during the plenary, the lessons that you said that you've had, all of these things are reasons why we still engage, because we understand that we cannot say young people don't want to engage and not give them the room to engage. Like, we'll just be creating a situation where nobody has the control. So thank you for engaging. I saw some of you when we said, would you like to join virtually? You said, no, you must come physically. And I appreciate it. I appreciate that you spent your time, that you have engaged with us. And lastly, again, this is part of a question that someone asked. They asked me, how do you know that this is impactful? What is the point of this? The point of this is, now that you live here, you need to go be ambassadors and evangelists for all the things you've learned today. You need to go and push for your local, your friends, your families. Ask them tougher questions. Let's ask our stakeholders tougher questions. That way, I can go back to people and say, that is the point of bringing 200-some young people to come and discuss politics on a Saturday. So thank you very much for your time, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you so much, Anita. You've been an amazing audience, everybody. Thank you for coming out. I think my own lesson is that ultimately, innovation is not just about founders. It is about systems, and systems are shaped by policy. My name is Lulu Manuel, and it's been a pleasure being your host today.